generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Databanks. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on,
drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the uplifting dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alawi brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad time. And the restoration from the unlikely incisions to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The level, hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
What the world's coming to. My mama was right, the sun is colored blue. Dreaming child, where are you running to? Good evening child, look who lives right under you. It's not my fault that you didn't believe we walked up once. It's not my fault that you didn't believe we walked the sun. It's not my fault that you keep on sleeping with your gun. No wonder you keep your gun under you. What's become of you? As when Neely was gonna punish you.
Yeah, darkness. Yeah, the dark god. What up, bad words? What up, Azim the beast? Yeah, falling angels, balling devils. Let's fucking go. Falling angels, hits appalling. Streets is bleeding. Prospering devils, you know what I'm alluding. You know I'm not losing, I always win. Darkness, Adward, and Azim the beast. Feel the wrath, bitch. When I pull out my gat, I'm like the Flash, bitch. Quickly spray and get away. Crack the pavement, fire and brimstone. This is hell trick. Ashes and dark drip, cocaine and semi-automatics. Third eye open, I wanna see these cowards trip. Don't wanna see these cowards live. The beast in Revelations. This is my hour. I split the wig of a rabble rouser. A warning to those that talk foul. Darkness, aka the blind owl. The punishment fits the crime. I am the dark god, and you can be liable. Don't fuck with the dark god, unlimited power. Shit can get dire, shit can burn like hellfire. This whole beat lit. Can't you hear me spray clips? Let's fucking go. Darkness, Edward, and Azim the Beast. Let's fucking go. Falling angels in the streets, balling devils with the heat, flowing blood. This is the Red Sea. We make stacking chips look easy, look
Hey yo,
filthy.
they love it when you caught up with the law. People love when you fall, and when it's time for war, they ain't up for the cause. When it's beef, you can't run from the cause. Threaten mind retaliation. You might live today, but you'll suffer tomorrow. You speak to threaten, let me address it. You need a vest for asking where my dog's at. On some DMX shit. When I was young, it's like I knew the devil. Saw my family shoot the metal to wish for better days. Walking through the ghetto, it's best you get a doctor. No, get the chopper, never kill the monster. I'm rolling with no limit like I'm Silk the Shocker. I am him, Poseidon's twin. I'm weighty with the rhyming pen. You step up in the booth, you in the lines then. Azim and darkness got the heater sparking. Add words, supply the ammo. Give them bullets if they need a cartridge. I speak of hardships, I need a target. Looking for more MCs to harvest in the streets of Hartford. Look at the world, it's clear to see these devils and angels beefing off. And I was the greatest before I even started. A fallen angel from the sky. When I pray, I wonder why God would leave all of his children here to die. But I survived.
Falling angels in the streets, balling devils with the heat, flowing blood. This is the Red Sea. We make stacking chips look easy, look filthy.
Welcome to the Machine Lies. Let me adjust this camera here. Adjust my sort of sitting position here. Blessings to all the people that are here. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. What the fuck? What is this about? Universal control? 13, you here? Secret messages in the chat. Oh man. Yeah, blessings to the people that are here. Just Frank, I appreciate you. Let me go through this chat and then I'll give a brief introduction to the topics and we'll go from there. Right. Of course I got lots of ground to cover today, so I think it'll be quite an engaging night for the people that are here. Blessings to Frank. I appreciate your time and your correspondence. Yeah, we got the homie Darth Lord. He keeps changing it, right? So yeah, blessings to him. I appreciate his time. And then excellent conversations that we had on last Saturday stream, right? So if you guys didn't check that out, go ahead and check out our friend Televised Apocalypse on the stream there. Yeah, blessings to ESP Revaluation, Bex Factor. I appreciate you guys. I attempted to play Bex Factor's reading, right, on Brave New World, but there was an audio glitch. So if you guys are wondering why the episode had to be cut off and then I had to edit out the parts at the end there that were the replays, is because there was no audio playing. And there's no reason why that would happen. Right? But I guess, so I guess the tabs weren't sharing audio or the StreamYard lost audio with the computer. Just doesn't make any sense. Blessings to all the people that are here. All right, blessings to Jah Healing, Comedic. I appreciate your time. Of course. And yeah, Neutral Ground. Excellent to see you. Yeah, blessings and peace be with you, my friend. Yeah, peace be with you, Alchemos. Blessings. Right, I appreciate you, my friend. Michael Malzahn. Is that a flat iron? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's in reference to, but yeah, blessings. I appreciate your time. Okay, I believe that covers everybody. Calix, I appreciate your time. Thank you for being here in the viewing audience, as they say. I mean, yeah, Alchemos, I appreciate you. Nubs, thank you for being here. A difference. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you giving commentary on the events, recent events. I went on a panel earlier, 4 people unironically supporting Israel on the panel, right? Very weird, right? And they didn't want to criticize, obviously the Israelis, right? But they were very quick to pass judgment on the 1 billion Muslims in the world, saying they're trying to take over Western civilization, all this stuff, right? So yeah, pretty interesting events there, right? I think a lot of people are waking up to what's going on. Oh, whoops. What's that say there? Oh, yeah. Failure to connect. Yeah, blessings to Reddington. I appreciate you. Right. Or whatever. Device is not connected. So, yeah, I believe he'll come back in. Yeah, I appreciate you. As always, my friend. Unless he's having technical difficulties, that does happen. Right, so we ask you to remain patient with us. Looks like we're still live right now. Right, usually because of the cancellation and the continued, technical difficulties, I have to continuously look over at the TV screen to see how the live is progressing, on the TV, right, which is not connected to any of our accounts, right? So I could see how a person who would be watching it at home might view the stream. Mic not working again. Yeah. Yes, no problems. Blessings. So yeah, let's move on to the issues here. Mossad got weak. Yeah, blessings neuro. Oh yeah, got him. Yeah. Yeah, we got the link out there in the chat. So yeah, please join if you guys get a chance. But yeah, let me go over some of the topics here. And of course, we're going over different aspects of alienation. Right. And of course, we're talking about the birth of techno-liberalism. Right. And I've defined it as a sort of concept that constitutes the driving of liberal values through the objective factor of power. Right. Which is technical necessity. Right. So this is a major factor of development within today's expressions, right? And it has to do with many different thinkers and how they sort of describe the development of human society or human civilization, right? And I have sort of a recollection of ideas that I'd like to put forward in terms of techno-liberalism as a complex. Right, as a complex of ideas. Now, of course, right, to summarize briefly, right, we understand the birth of liberalism, the birth of the technological system, right, in terms of industrial society, right? Okay, so respectively, you have this time from the 1600s to 1800s, right? And then you have a sort of explosion of new ideas, right, in the 1800s. Right. And we talked briefly about what those ideas were. Right. We talked about sort of progressive ideals, right, developing in the 1800s, not only in a spiritual and sort of metaphysical sensibility. Right. But we sort of had these notions of progress. Right. And this culminates in the notions that are brought forward by, right, thinkers like Marx, right? Of course, Marx has the idea of dialectical materialism, right? So this concept of dialectical materialism, right, is about, how this sort of master slave dialectic passes through history, but it sort of also has a sort of quasi dispensationalism, right, in which Hegel sort of explained, okay, that the spirit of world history, it passed first through the Greeks and then to the German people, right, in the Protestant Reformation, right? So this twofold, yeah, we can hear you, Red. I mean, yeah, blessings. So
Test. Okay, good.
Yeah, welcome on. But yeah, yeah. But sort of, this eschatological scheme that Hegel presented, right, in terms of the spirit of world history, because as we know, he went to the marketplace, or he went into town, right, with the philosopher Schelling, right, and he sort of planted a tree of liberty, right, and he talked about how Napoleon was the spirit of world history on horseback, right? So he talked about the physical extrapolations of the spirit of world history, this increasing sense of freedom throughout human history, right? And of course, oh shit. I was talking about Hegel because I'm talking about Marx, right? So I mean, it's obvious that Marx expressed this sort of quasi dispensationalism, and this is seen in his ideas, right? Obviously, it's the rabbi Moses Hess, right? The Talmudic rabbi Moses Hess, who teaches Engels the theory of communism, which he calls scientific socialism, right? So obviously Marx developed this theory, and he said it would be a culmination of the spirit of world history, right? But on the basis of dialectical materialism, right? So he idealized the spirit of progress, right? Not as the this creative spirit unfolding throughout history, right? And sort of driving progress, right? But he sort of saw this as he secularized the spirit of world history, right? And turned it into, sort of a revaluation that comes through, right, in terms of the lower classes, rebelling against the upper class and society being reset. But of course, this is also seen in the development of the cyclical modes of history, right, that are brought forward by thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, right? Because Rousseau thought of this cyclical development of history, right? Where empires sort of rise and fall, right? And as I described, right, they become eroded from the inside out, right? It's the multiculturalism, right, that's brought forward by the science and the arts, right, that sort of disintegrates the social mores, right, and the sort of nationalistic pride and sensibility, right, in terms of Rousseau, right, and he saw this as a constant sort of degeneration, right, of human values, right. So you have sort of two competing ideas, right, this evolution and this devolution of man, right, through this concept of world history, right? And of course, you see that in terms of, combining these two ideas, right? From Nietzsche, called the last man, right? Okay, and Hegel's sort of re-idealizing, right, of the archetypal man. Okay, so you have these two concepts, right? Okay, man as the engine of sort of historical progress, and he saw this as a conflict with nature, right? So you have Marx on the one end, right? you also have this notion of spiritual progress, right? That's seen in sort of this, hijacking of millenarianism, right? And this is the thing I'm going to focus on most today. Is the conflict between pneuma and soma, manifesting in a conflict between personal responsibility and collective salvation. Right, and of course, this was brought out on the world stage by Helena Blavatsky, right, in her concept of the collective salvation, right, collective consciousness, the awakening of Christ consciousness in humanity, right, and this being the end of the millenarianist scheme of progress, right, this being her end of the eschatological scheme, right, the awakening of the world spirit or the collective spirit or the collective mind, right. And so you have the notion of the universal mind being changed for the collective mind, right? So you have a sort of collective salvation winning out over personal responsibility, right? And that's why Skolimowski is so much trying to drive this concept of personal responsibility, right? Because he sees there's no place for it in the modern ethos, right? Simply put. Okay, so you got Blavatsky. Okay, and Marx. Right now, there's another guy named Darwin, right? Charles Darwin. Okay, and his ideas were taken and applied in terms of progress, right, of humanity. Right, and this happened in several different forms. Right, one was the notion of the evolutionary gap between humans and chimpanzees, right, which he said would grow even greater with the elimination of the brown races of the planet. Right, but there's another sense in terms of evolution and progress, in terms of driving eugenics, right, in order to accelerate this process, right? Right, and of course, the idea was that there will be as much difference as what comes and evolves from human beings as there is between human beings and the chimpanzee. Right, that means that the thing that evolves from humans is going to look at humans and be like, what petty affairs?
Too
right?
barbaric.
Yeah, what petty affairs these creatures are involved in. Right, and this notion was sort of arrived at by Julian Huxley, right? Who's a sort of descendant of Charles Darwin himself. Right, and they sort of applied this theory. So we got three people there, right, as I described, right? Right, we got Marx, Blavatsky, and Darwin, right, with their own views of world history, their totalizing views of science, right, applying the scientific worldview to a totalizing view, right, that even brings in cosmology and metaphysics and human psychology, and even quasi-religious speculations. Right, in the case of Blavatsky, these speculations are out front. Right, but this was actually, there was many forerunners of this great change, as we've described, right? Okay, and the forerunners were Aristotle, right, and his twofold understanding, right? One was in that notion of the telos, right? Of nature having this telos, right? And also in the notion of, and it's sort of tied into this notion, right? Is the notion of contingency itself. Right? And then secondly, okay, there's many different ideas that come from it, right? Okay, one is the notion of the telos, the other is the notion of the hierarchy of being. Right, and how the spirit moves up through the chain of being, right? This chain of being was expanded, right, by Aquinas, right, to the angelic and the demonic. Right, and of course, he wanted to salvage this notion of telos. Right, and say that, actually, I saw a video on it. Let me bring this up because this is so funny. Because right before I was sort of opening up this show, right, I saw a video, right, that sort of, with a guy, I believe, Dr. Deep State.
Moles.
Yeah, and he was sort of breaking down some of the same ideas, right? But yeah, so if I could briefly extrapolate, right, from there's a fluid line of thought, right, at least that we've drawn, right, from Aristotle to Avicenna to Maimonides and Aquinas, right, that complex, right, to Hegel's ideas, right, and of course the combination of all these ideas, right, leads to thinkers like Teilhard de Chardin, right, so we got 4 guys on the table, right? We got Aristotle, we got Aquinas that's sort of synthesizing Aristotle, right? In Christian terms, right? In the medieval times, right? And of course, many people cut that out, right? They cut out Avicenna and Maimonides and Aquinas, even though they have monumental achievements in terms of philosophy, right? They act like those guys just, they want to read like postmodernism or ancient philosophy, right? And they think that's the deepest stuff, right? I mean, that's false. I find the philosophy, of like the, Aristotelian philosophers and Kant and all that stuff and Hegel to be very drab, right? I honestly can't relate to it, right? Aristotle's a fantastic writer, and all we have is his lecture notes, right? So you have to think of how talented the guy was, right? He was phenomenal, I think, at explaining concepts, right? So that cannot be denied, right? So there's that aspect of things, right? So yeah, these 4 thinkers. But yeah, I saw this video earlier. Let me open this up. And of course, we're looking at a video by Pannenberg. Right, let me sort of open this up and show you guys. This video I was watching. I've never seen this guy before.
Is this the Dr. Deep State guy, or?
Yeah, this is Dr. Deep State. Yeah. So yeah,
Dr. Haugen, something.
Haugen, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's on this channel called Dr. Deep State. But yeah, check out what he says real quick. It's pretty interesting.
The dialectic with a pre-planned solution, contending that the U.S. was founded upon and should remain as a distinctively Christian nation.
I think I gotta go fast.
An entirely evangelical idea pushed by the evangelical media, sponsored.
Oh wait, what's that, Red?
The irony of saying that it was founded upon Christianity or something, as if they know what actual Christianity is.
Yeah, I think this is the part he starts talking.
Or was.
He breaks out his books, which are pretty interesting because they're talking about the singularity, and he starts talking about Aristotle and the telos, right? And then he says how Aquinas incorporated these things to sort of do battle against the Aristotelians. And I was like, whoa, I'm like listening to the speech he's given on Christian nationalism, and he just drops that in there real quick. And he's like, he's not the only one that's noticed these things. Lots of other authors have. And then he says it's the natural consequence of studying and decoding the symbology in some of these religious texts, right? So fascinating ideas that he's putting forward.
Psychodrama.
You need to get Neurojack up in here for the Christian nationalism.
Yeah, I sent him this video. Yeah.
But let me just read briefly from the intro In Pursuit of the Metaverse, Chapter 6, The Desire to Destroy. It opens with a quote from Eric Voegelin, and I'm just going to give you the gist of it. Way back in the ancient world, the Stoics had already recognized this, looking back thousands of years before them. There is something that reappears in the affairs of men, a phenomenon. And the findings of the preceding decades deal with this disease. And ultimately, Voegelin would call it a disease of the soul. And in a moment, I'm going to talk about how it really stems from the sense of alienation. And he presents this as an idea within political science. He calls it a disease of the mind and characterizes its nature as the rejection of reason and the desire to destroy. So they pushed it over on the left to destroy the right. Now they're pushing it over on the right to destroy the left. So the pendulum goes moving in the direction of Antichrist, moving the church into the anti-church. So the desire to destroy, in the upcoming chapters, we explore the teleological character of our modern world order, because there is a telos. And what I argued in Seeing Through the Singularity, there is one telos, it's the mystical body of Christ that moves toward the new heaven and the new earth. And then there's an inverted version. And within biopolitics, it's the attempt to apprehend, and I'll get to the data centers in a moment being put up here in Texas, and the Neuralace and the Neuralink. It's the attempt to apprehend the whole of human consciousness in order to reverse engineer the logos. I know that sounds wild, but I love it when I can see somebody independently like Father Kramer coming to the same conclusion, because that is all a product of reading sacred typology. So we have a contest, we have an enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the man. And once we see this play out, both in redemption history and in secular history, we see that we are at the nexus and an intersection right now. And so how we think about things like the news, like current events, and like psyops really does matter, I am going to argue. And I know it's like uncool to go over to BitChute, but you just have to be aware that we need to be able to question the direction of who is controlling things and to what direction are they going, are the state of affairs going. In the upcoming chapters, we explore the teleological character of our modern world. Characterized, I explained to everybody, this sounds kind of fancy, the apophatic negation of reality. They are creating an anti-reality. There's specific techniques that they use to go from the church to the anti-church, reality to anti-reality, the city of God to the city of man. And there's little techniques, and they involve 5th and 6th generational warfare and psyops, predictive programming, neuro-linguistic programming. All of these techniques are part of the apophatic negation, taking reality into unreality. So at one point, as we're moved into this simulacrum, we prefer the copy more than the original. And so as what I read from Father Kramer talking about the counterfeiting of the image, in order to see the counterfeit, you have to get really in touch with the original. and the original is the Catholic social order.
So I disagree with that, obviously, but it's
Wait,
funny.
yeah, I was about to say, he's saying the real thing is the Catholic Church?
Yeah, I would just recant that better than what they have now, certainly being hijacked the ideology and moving in the wrong direction. So he's right on all three of those counts, right? But in terms of the main force that's driving it, this teleological force, right, that's expressed in Aquinas, that he wanted to create one telos, one movement in history, right? And there you have the idea of the spirit of world history, right? Both the alpha and the omega, right? And being drawn down into this conception, right? And of course, it's the thing that's going to mediate between pneuma and soma, right? This is the weird takeaway between it, right? As I explained in the Wednesday show, this whole motif, right, developing about the movement of spirit, right? And as he said, it's going to move from universal to collective, right? They want to create the logos, reverse engineer the logos, right? So this is part and parcel of, where he's extrapolating, right? In terms of, yeah.
Would that be Logos dethroned, perhaps?
Oh yeah, especially. Yeah, he's onto it, right? Right, he's onto it, right? Especially how he's quoting Vogelin and then talking about the concept of the telos, and then he wrote 2 books about communications technology. One about the singularity and one about something about the metaverse. I think he was quoting from his own book. So yeah, interesting that I found this guy. I mean, definitely seems like a kindred spirit to a certain extent, but
Just
obviously
like a Catholic version sounds like it, maybe.
I mean, people need to attack this from their own standpoints, right?
We all set to start somewhere, so.
Right. And of course, this is not a channel in promotion or to do apologism for any religion or ideology, right? So that's a key part of this. But anyways, but still, we like people to express themselves. And obviously be honest, right? We'd like to have skillful disagreements, right? And all these types of things. So as I'm talking about this idea of history, right? We have competing views of history. Okay, so I'll go over the different views of history that are on the table, right? Okay, and of course, there's different views of how man developed, right? And different views of our future, right? Or what's driving this great change, right? So yeah, so in the past, right? Obviously, people think that we came from much more advanced civilizations, right? So this means that we had knowledge, right? So either all the knowledge of human civilization was there at the beginning, right? And then we lost it. So there's a sort of collective devolution, right, of man, right? Or there's been a steady state of progress, right, in a sort of man's development, right? And that means that there's been sort of gradual changes, right, which start from simple and move to complex and unified arrangement. But they start from simple and disparate parts, right, and move to a complex and unified, right, sort of world civilization, right? And this sort of progressive ideal, right, is part of how progress and science are driving the spirit of world history, right? In the previous ideas that I described, it most clearly links to those ideas, right? The idea that man is devolving, right, or came from a much more advanced species or race, right? Then there's obviously the cyclical view of man that I've described, right? Which is that civilization sort of has a natural ebb and flow, right? So there's not a sort of concerted effort, right? We sort of, gain knowledge, then lose it. We gain technology, we lose it. We become advanced. We develop the great civilizations of the world, right? And of course, this could be either a cyclical change that happens, right? That's part of the engine of history, right? Or it could be just a random process, right? So there's competing views of history, right? On the table. There's also competing views, right? I mean, obviously, as this relates to the competing views of human knowledge that we've mentioned before, right? Whether knowledge is cumulative, right? Or whether it's part of a unified whole, right? So as you discover one part of knowledge, you discover other parts of it, right? Is it a cumulative process whereby you just find out new things, you have more information, and it builds on previous forms of information that you had? Right? Or is each insight unique and it sort of proceeds in a sort of disjointed manner? Right? So you could have competing views of the accumulation of human knowledge as well, right? Now, related to this, you have different views of the future. Right? Of course, you have a primitive future for man, right? One in which we are in a low technological state, right? Because we sort of create this world civilization and it sort of collapses. Right? You have a sort of idea that, the world civilization will sort of ebb and flow, right? That will sort of lose some of the knowledge we have now, will build up later. Right? And of course, there's this idea that will progress to the future and will, become more and more technologically advanced as time goes on. Right? And this could mean either the total sublimation of humanity, right, within those technical forms, right? Or it could mean the birth of a new type of being, right? So, there's all of these views of past, present, and future, right, that we could sort of take into account, right? And looking at the sequences of man's development. Right. And of course, in the near future, we have the Discordian form and the accelerationist sort of ideal. Right. And sort of this is about two sides of the coin that I've talked about. Right. Chaos and emergence. Right. And of course, each side has to do with how we relate to either nature or technology. Obviously, the Discordians, right, they are interested in the Gaian mind, right? And the accelerationists, they're interested in a sort of transhumanist sort of ideal, right? So there's these two sides right there between the Discordians and the accelerationists, but they both have a sort of idea in which they want to perpetuate the breakdown of modern civilization, right, and coalesce either into, right, one of the examples I provided from Discordianism is the temporary autonomous zone, right? That's from the work by Hakim Bey, right? And then the example I provided from accelerationism is the one of patchwork by Mencius Moldbug. Right, but either way, it talks about, sort of neo-tribalism on the one end and sort of techno-feudalism on the other end. Right, and this has to do with the cultural reformulation. Right, and I see a lot of people left as I was giving that last spiel, sort of went way overboard. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, welcome to Truth or Cop and Avian Buddha. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have much to comment, but I am listening to my best of my ability.
Yeah, it's no worries. But yeah, in terms of this idea, right? So we talked about this telescopic change. Okay, that's brought forth. Okay, in terms of how man relates to nature, right? And of course, the idea of telos. Right, which is a sort of a notion of inner potential, right? And of course, man was dislodged, as I talked about, right? Right, and this is obviously represented by science itself, right? In the Copernican revolution, man was dislodged from being the center of the universe, right? And then with the discovery of the cells, right, he was dislodged as being the center of the sort of biological world. Right, so man became a species being, right, and what this really culminates in is a twofold separation, right, as we talked about, right, and this is actually mentioned by Marx in his economic and philosophical manuscripts, right, two separate types of alienation, right, one alienation of man from man, and another, alienation of man from nature. Right, what Marx sort of didn't comprehend, right, is that the first one is brought about, right, by a sort of rampant individualism, and the second one is brought about by a foggy somatic detachment. Then it's brought about by the technological apparatus. So he's not understanding this notion of alienation, right? And of course, so we can extrapolate on that, right? So in terms of these three thinkers, right?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Now.
Avian Buddha and Lone Wolf. We were talking about isolation. I suspect, and I have to get out of here for a moment. I suspect the Avian Buddha and the Lone Wolf have some perspective about what isolation might mean. But please continue. Sorry. I'm sorry. Is that too loud?
No. That's good. I can give perspective. Isolation. Well, I've been thinking about symbols a lot lately, like a lot. And, the scientists will try to tell you that we have symbols figured out, but they don't. Symbols have something mysterious about them. I'm looking into it, and I have a lot of doubts, but let me tell you this. Symbols used to unite communities. Like the symbol of Christ, the symbol of Buddha, the symbol of the crescent moon, or in Islamic society, and the symbols were very important in uniting the tribe and uniting people, and symbols have a sense of the transcendence also, both transcendence and immanence. But nowadays we deal with symbols. The main symbol we deal with nowadays is advertisement. Everywhere we look, we see symbols for advertisement. And what do advertisements really aim for? To parasitize you. That's what they aim for. And it wasn't normal to fucking walk outside and see tons of advertisements in ancient India, in ancient Iran, in ancient Europe.
But now the symbols were always sigils, and they were always sitting in the background, and never has it been more apparent than now how we are being branded in the mind across the world.
Yeah, and the way they do that now in the global interconnected industrial system and technique is advertisement. And advertisements are like an evil symbol. They really infect you. They really let me say that giving an advertisement is in some sense, a fight. You know what I mean? It's like it is violence. You know what I mean? It's violence. You know, constantly playing advertisements when you walk outside. You know, everyone talks about consent, but why don't people ever criticize how like they always advertise this shit to you?
Well, it all depends on how sensitive you are.
Yeah,
It's
let me
true.
tell you this. It's
But it's like,
subliminal.
well, so are the power lines and the electronics, and now we're talking through phones. Like you and I are hitting each other with like through phones and whatever. But it's already apparent that we can communicate like this in a different form naturally. So it's all a mimicry. It's all a black mirror shining back, like the iridescent feathers of a fucking raven. Okay, so let's get real.
Yeah, well, that's true. But also, let me tell you this. You know, when I was meditating, you know, it's like I was meditating. I would hear advertisements play in my mind, like after like 6 hours. You know what I mean? 6 or 8 hours when I was going to the Zen Center like 6 or 8 years ago. I mean,
Right.
and I wonder if
and where are you from, Avian Buddha? Sorry to interrupt. Are you?
well, my
you're
parents
not
were born in Iran, but I was born here.
in America.
Yes.
Some kind of crazy echo
Um,
going on there.
Yeah. Why do I?
Sorry.
There's some type of echo going on.
Yeah, I have a kind of echo. Not sure
It
why.
might be me. I've never used my computer desktop mic. I've always tried to plug it in or something. Is it bad on my end?
Yeah, it's Truther. It's not you, Avian.
It's probably it makes sense as me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, anyway, I just went off on symbols, but yeah, I feel like advertisements are connected to like the symbol of maintaining the global industrial system in a way, you know what I mean? Because advertisements are like the modern symbol, you know what I mean, of like multinational corporations, you know what I mean, in many ways, because it helps maintain the cohesion of technique, you know, in many ways, you know, yeah. So I think ancient times, those symbols stood as a way to like prevent alienation and isolation. I mean, because they have a sense of like mystery and transcendence to them and stuff like that, you know. But there's a lot we could say about advertisers too. You know, they pour billions of dollars, trillions in advertisement, you know, always finding ways to like brand things, you know, branding.
If that kicks in, it's fine.
Oh man, yeah, you're breaking up.
And I agree, but all what is necessary. Hold on, I'll mute.
Yeah, we didn't catch anything of what you just said because
yeah, it was like 3 words.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is McLuhan's basic concept, right? You know, in a sense, he's talking about how the form of communication changes sort of the vehicle of expression, right? But you know, analogically speaking, it seems like it's obvious that he's talking about the technology, how technology changes the act of communication, right? So put in a more simplistic form, right? He's talking about how you know, people wrote books for audiences, right? And of course, the whole idea of defining words and terms and analyzing, you know, words and information and deriving things from different sources and all these things, that all of these things have fallen by the wayside because of the visual culture. And he said that the tribal culture was a visual culture, right? Because nature had to be represented through the use of symbols, right? In order to communicate to the tribe, right? But now in the sense that, these, sort of technical forms, you know, supersede, right? The written word, right? And he said that basically, you know, the whole concept of, you know, symbols and memes, right? This would come back into fashion because of the use of the television, right? Symbolic references would come back into fashion because of the use of the television, because people were not going to be reading books, right? They were going to be talking, right, and communicating, and doing so not by transmitting information through books, right? So so the whole idea of the theater, right, and the audience, right? That a person would be at a podium or they would be on a stage, right? And the whole theater idea as it relates to the expression of ideas sort of fell away, right? Changed into visual representations.
There's a movie I recommend. It's based on McLuhan's work you just mentioned, Marshall McLuhan, and that's Videodrome. I'm not sure if any of you have seen the movie Videodrome.
Yeah, I put it on a list, but I never
Heard
watched
of it.
Yeah, it's a pretty creepy movie, but kind of tie into like like kind of like a mix of there are some good quotes in the movie. Like I can read some quotes that are relevant. Okay, let me see. Yeah, here we go. Here's a quote from the movie. The battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena, the Videodrome. The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Therefore, the television screen is part of the physical structure of the brain. Therefore, whatever appears on the television screen emerges as raw experience for those who watch it. Therefore, television is reality, and reality is less than television. And that's the one quote about that. Yeah, it has a lot of interesting quotes like that in the movie.
It's like a propagandist's playground.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very good movie, but it's kind of disturbing and macabre, but it's still a good movie because it kind of touches on McLuhan, a lot of stuff, from like that quote I read. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you could be told what to see and hear, you could be told what to think and say. And the medium is the message, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, so it's it's how people on the phone become phone people. It's the median, right? Plus the person that you're engaging in, right? The person who's using the phone is a person that's on the phone, right? A person who's texting is a person who is using a text, right, service to communicate. So their vehicle of expression is sort of collectivized by the method that the information is being transferred, right? And it's the same thing on social media, right? They are being conditioned by the collective forms of expression on that medium. And right, and it's the same as YouTube, right? YouTube is geared towards a certain style of content, right? Everybody changes how they present information, right, based on that style, right? So it's just that it's a method of expression, right? On the one end, but it's also essentially just changing the way you communicate. But if we could be changed on the basis of how we communicate, right? That's one of the most personal items, right? So yeah, we're being fundamentally.
Hello, SOS. I'm sending in an SOS.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, but that would mean this is just totally transformed.
Dude, that's what this conversation is happening on that sort of platform right now.
Exactly.
And for whatever reason, like I'm trying to relate to you as a personal person on that with my vehicle of expression being limited. But like this ties into the whole Paul and Slave right to travel thing. And we're about to get real deep on this right to travel stuff. 1776 is about to rise again in the conversation TML is about to lay out. I didn't realize what he's doing the whole time. I didn't realize he's such a Native American activist. This guy. He's laying the groundwork to like make 1776 awesome again and remind us of what that means.
Yeah, we got Rousseau here. And Lao Tzu. But yeah, blessings to all the people. And yeah, we're going over some ideas, right? Chaos to order. Right. And yeah, we're setting new trends and how we explain material. Obviously, we're reaching on a greater basic beginning for those ideas, right? In terms of the great works, right? In terms of ancient texts, right? Now we started our journey by looking at Plato and the Bible, right? But we're sort of expanding, and now we're looking at secondary resources, right? And of course, one of the main resources, okay, is Wolfhard Pannenberg, right? And of course, he's going to talk about how Paul and Aristotle are sort of combined in Aquinas, right? How that is sort of, hijacked, and combined with Hegel in Teilhard de Chardin, right? So the development of these ideas is extremely significant in understanding the modern climate, right? If you don't understand how the religious eschatology and the ideas of evolution and the ideas of technological futurism have all been combined, right? Then this is one of the main areas of exploration, right, that we delve in on this show, because it combines science and spirituality, right, religion and technology into one cohesive synthesis, right? So here is a song, okay, called "The Realist" by Mobb Deep, and of course we have remixed this particular song, and pretty epic, honestly. But yeah, let's check this out real quick, and we'll be back in about 4 minutes. And we'll proceed with Pannenberg. 2 different accounts of Pannenberg, right? One with his own lecture, and then the second with an extrapolation in the text Logos Dethroned. And then, okay, we're going to move from there into looking at different ideas about evolution and nature. And of course, we're trying to look at how to bridge the gap between immanence and transcendence, pneuma and soma, right? Being and becoming, right? And these various vehicles of expression, as we've came to, sort of elaborate, right? So yeah, so here is some music, and we'll get into some, some of that, right?
Also, after the music, I want to talk about something interesting that's related to all of that, because I've been reading like some interesting stuff, and I'm pretty much done with that part, but I'll mention it after the music.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, can't wait to hear that for sure. And yeah, appreciate you guys. Yeah. It looks like the chat is pretty active today. I've been looking at it. Rillian, Jake, Star Fox, I appreciate you guys. Right. Okay, so here it is, The Realist. The Realist. And of course, this is a great song because Cool G Rap is in the song. And it is what it is. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
It's a killer shit, dog. The undisputed. For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your mans not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life.
Yo, when the gas refill, you cats get pilled, and that's the deal. Fuck the bitch ass and switch fast, niggas that lack the real. When the slugs burst, G-Rap be aiming at your mug first. Niggas is bloodthirst, let's see who get plugged worse. We dug earth to place you, put the nickel bladers to your facial. Bullets ain't racial kid, they only hate you. My nine seem like it's a time machine, BC date you. Jacking you more than Ripper, my fifth's an organ shifter. The human organism lifter, you'll be hearing organs if you're leaving orphans. If you let these flaws hit you with a law split you, a forfeit you. The bump heads with those that don't let accurate shots in back of your knot. Leaving one dead, G-Rap havoc and prodigy. Let's put these bitch niggas where bodies be done. Yo, if it gotta be, it gotta be, it gotta be. For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your man's not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life. When the gas spits, some niggas get blown off the Atlas. The hackers, unsolved mystery. Reenactments, get practice. What you lack is you think like the average. Jake's dumbfounded, leaving crime scene can handle. Nothing but cannons, got conspicuous. Like a laminator branded with the serial scratch. Bad apple out of the batch. Done it maybe like that. If I could push back the clock, probably leave it like that. Draw love for my niggas, G.O.D. Tied it in your twin. The twin is not hit, plus my kin. Killer be forever with me. Quick to set it with me. Execute me to show love throughout the years. Where you got guns, we got guns. The serious ones. Leave foul powder stuck in your lungs. We come from where niggas look out for they dun-duns. Love never disrespect. Their niggas will redirect.
For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your man's not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life. Never prejudge, it be the humble that'll squeeze slugs. It be the ones standing still that'll peel guns. Spill blood for my thuns, thuggin' for me. Man, you don't wanna get involved, fuckin' with P. I spent more nights illin', less nights chillin'. The more shots they hold, the better they feel it. What be the dealings? So killers like to hide behind specs. Others got blatant disrespect, and the rest are so young that you wouldn't even expect to be bursting off guns like a Vietnam vet on the steps, sitting in the staircase bent, thinking on ways to take another man's head, go to war with niggas that's against what I rap. I settle things with a heavy metal fib, change clips, switch clothes after I spit, place niggas back in their space. Fuckers on your mind, kid.
For street niggas living with their lives on the line.
For young guns coming up during these times.
For police who find drugs letting niggas slide.
For niggas out slinging like 4 in the night.
For your man's not snitching when the pressure is tight.
For pistols that don't jam when it's time to strike.
For bootleg liquor on a Sunday night.
This be the realest shit you heard in your life.
I'm gonna pull this up for you guys.
But for two reasons, I hesitate to follow these suggestions. One of these reasons being scientific and one theological. The belief in a teleological orientation of the development of the universe, then, seems to lend itself more easily to the assumption of a divine purpose governing that development. But for two reasons, I hesitate to follow these suggestions. One of these reasons being scientific and one theological.
Okay, so the first, we didn't get to a second explanation, but the first reason is clear. It's because a drive cannot come within nature himself, right? So he thinks that the entropic, principle has to come from this mind that exists outside of nature, right? So that's his sort of you know, because of his sort of ideas of Aquinas and all that type of stuff, nonetheless, he believes that it's plausible, right, that there is a divine purpose, right, to the movements, you know, within, you know, nature and man and the development of human society, right? So he's clear about that, right? So,
Sorry. Well, I have something I wanted to talk about that's related to.
oh yeah. Sorry about that, Buddha. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll try to keep it short.
Yeah,
So,
no. You know, please, feel free to take your time and.
Well, this is basically like linguistics, but it's connected to like semiology and neurobiology. Basically, you know, we have iconic and indexical and symbolic references. I mentioned this before, but I didn't really explain what iconic and indexical references are. Iconic is basically like a sign that works by resemblance or quality. For example, a camouflage moth's wing looks like bark, so a bird fails to distinguish moth versus bark. Icons often become indicitive once you learn to use them, like subway colors, arrows that starts as pictures and then turn into pointers. Indexical, which is reliable correlation, is a sign that points to its objects via physical causal linkage. You know, classic case, smoke, and then you associate it with fire. You know, it's learned from paired encounters. Animal calls are largely indexical. For example, a vervet alarm calls correlate with predator types. Powerful but tied to here and now correlation. Indices fade if correlation breaks down. For example, the boy who cried wolf logic. Indexical links need regular pairings to stay meaningful. So, but then this is what makes human beings unique. No other organism has this capability, and that's symbolic reference. That's basically relation among relations. Word meanings live in their combination with other words. For example, the hand sandwich at table 5 is impatient. It makes sense only within the language game or mid-termony roles. So, example, if you're like working at a restaurant and you say the ham sandwich at table 5 is impatient, the person can figure out that's referring to like the person who is eating the ham sandwich or something like that. So it's not just sound thing pairings. You know what I mean? You know, and the question is, you know, symbols subsume or overlayer indices, like I was saying. Language can talk truly about things without constant physical correlation, like unicorn, Santa, because symbols anchor in a web of symbols. So what is unique to human beings, because normal animal communication rests on iconic and indexical reference. Human language makes a logical jump to the symbolic layer. So yeah, the question is how that jump was possible. And the book I read, you know, he said like 3-4 times, it's an anomaly. It's an anomaly in nature. You know, maybe that jump was due to special intervention, or is it due to like, I don't know, like a mind in nature, or it could just be due to like natural occurrence, like random. I don't know, but we don't know why that jump
Avian Buddha, are you like, do you know who anomaly is?
No, I don't think so. But yeah, this whole idea of this
anomalies. Oh Lord, Tim, I'm sorry.
It's an anomaly. You know, because no other species or organism uses symbolic reference. You know, you don't see it. In any other species, it's symbolic reference.
but that's how we also derive.
Give me a second here, because because this is actually, I mean, it relates back to what I'm saying, and especially how you said it's relations between relations that provide the, sort of necessary layer, right? That, where the symbolic is above the indexical, right? So yeah, I think that is somewhat related to some of, what I've said about the relationship between symbols and language. It's fascinating stuff. I'd love to get my hands on this, this biosemiatics, text or whatever. And also this other one that you're, that you keep referring to, biocivilizations. right?
Oh yeah, that one isn't as good as what I read recently, but I did make a video for it. And I
Nice.
just do it. Yeah, and I'm gonna have a stream too, maybe tomorrow. But yeah, that's the question. How did symbolic reference emerge? It's a difficult question.
Yeah. Yeah, we might play some of that later. What's going on? Truther, did you have something you wanted to add there?
So, like, you can hear me like decently if I mute myself and I'm not talking.
Yeah, I can hear you right now.
Okay.
Pretty good.
So, like, I'm on my desktop for the first time. Usually, I try to figure out my cell phone. My desktop, I can usually like do something different with. This is the first time in a while I've tried that. I'm listening to the greater conversation here, and I am deeply engaged.
Nice.
Like, it's a lot going on there too at the same time.
Yeah, he's developing a theory based on C.S. Peirce, his ideas of semiotics, and of course, it relates to symbol structure. Obviously, it relates hugely to computer codes, and that's the type of thing.
I got the symbolic reference from the neuroscientist Deacon, and the stuff about iconic versus indexical was from Jesper Hoffmeyer, who was influenced by C.S. Peirce. Yeah, but my video goes into that more. But anyway, they both agree that symbolic reference is a very big, it's unexpected. Like it really is hard to fit it together. Like why it emerged, right? Yeah, the thing is that when you take a non-reductive approach, non-reductive, and not, like the materialists, they see things as desemiotized. You know what I mean? They don't see meaning in language itself. It's crazy. They don't see signs or meaning in any communication system. To them, it's all dead. Like eliminativists, like Patricia Churchland. But if you look at the guys like Jesper Hoffmeyer or Uxtul or like Deacon or whatever, they do see meaning, the communication, and the sign system. So yeah, but symbolic reference is really mysterious.
Yeah, and if you look at the religions, right? I mean, if you look at where they said symbolic reference came from, right? Almost all the religions say it came from, either God or the gods, right? So this was a spiritual gift that was given to humankind, right? In the Hindu story, I think, the god got really happy and like started like dancing, and the ecstatic bliss from this dancing caused like the letters or the words to like fly off of his body. And so like this is a whole this is a like
I saw yes, I saw that recently. Was that something you referenced specifically? Because it was like they referenced how Yahweh like brought that light to them through a rainbow pattern.
Right. It says that in Genesis, right, that God taught Adam the names of things, right? So I think like Enoch taught Methuselah the names of all the things as well, right? So he had like books, and he taught him what the forces of nature represented, right? So yeah, which ties back to a lot of these Platonic concepts, right? Especially the concept of anamnesis, right? But yeah, anyways, so yeah, let's move to this video then. If there's nothing else on the table, blessings, guys. Yeah, I
think Elohim have a pride issue, which is kind of ironic.
Right.
The assumption of an intrinsically teleological direction of the development of the universe requires acceptance not only of the weak, so-called weak entropic principle, according to which the later emergence of life depends in fact upon the fine-tuning of the natural constants in the early phases of the universe, but it requires also the assumption of the strong entropic principle, claiming that the early condition of the universe renders the later emergence of life and of intelligence inevitable. This strong entropic principle does not seem to be empirically warranted. And it is in conflict with the role of contingencies in the history of the universe. On the theological side, it is certainly possible to speak of a purpose of God in creating the universe with reference to the creation of human beings and to their final redemption in the eschatological future.
Okay, so so there's lots there, right? He said, you know, that this anthropic principle, right, the strong anthropic principle, right, it seems to cancel out the idea, right, that God seems to be the master of these contingencies within nature, right? Because otherwise he would have set nature to go, right? You know, and there would be no need for him to influence anything that happened there, right? So so there's this idea of God taking part in his own creation, right? And obviously the whole concept of evolution, though, right, seems to suggest this concept, right? Because he's saying that the whole purpose of life itself, right, seems to presuppose that there's conditions in the universe that brought about this life, right? Now, on the second charge that these conditions were inevitable to bring about life, right, he thinks that that is unreasoned, right? Why? Because it discounts, right, God's ability to influence nature and God's influence on the development of life, right? So yeah, it's very interesting how he's brought all these principles in to a religious framework, and then we begin to understand the ideas of Teilhard de Chardin, right? About how he combined these two concepts with these fundamental principles, right? With telos, right? The notion of the universe or nature has a purpose, right? God's entrance into history, right? And these fundamental concepts, right? So he's going to keep on going with how this developed.
It is possible in theology to talk that way because God's act of creation relates to the universe as a whole process, including its later developments. Thus, the beginning and intermediate stages.
Yeah, go check out Southern Israelite, everybody. You know, that's a sharp brother right there. Right, I don't agree with everything he says, but yeah, we've had him on the show, and yeah, he covers ideas about Teilhard de Chardin, and you know, that's one of his major foes as well. I mean, so yeah,
he's a strange character, and he seems to have a hard-on for Jay Dyer.
Yeah, but I think he exposed him. He made a video why you should hate Jay Dyer.
And, yeah, that's the hard-on.
Excellent video, though. You know, I think he exposed.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so much of, you know, of the problems with not only Jay Dyer but the entire Alex Jones psyop, right? So there's a lot there, right? Obviously, you guys want more of that, go to the other channel, right, or look at the replays that we've played where me and Neurojack break down stuff. But yeah, mainly on the other channel, Cyber Caliphate. Right, yeah, I'll drop you guys a link to that.
Can be contemplated in the light of the outcome they lead towards. But still, the language of purpose easily suggests a false anthropomorphism in our language about God. since it suggests a position of the Creator in the beginning of the universe, as if looking ahead to a distant future and selecting means for achieving some purpose. Such a picture ignores the eternal presence of God, to whom the future is not distant, and who indeed, precisely in his capacity as a final future of everything, is the source of ever new contingent events. The language of a divine purpose realized in the development of the universe is legitimate only with regard to the fact that the divine act of creation relates to the universe as a whole, and therefore includes its final future as well as its beginnings. But how is the Creator to be understood as active in the particular?
Now, this is sort of the schizophrenia of Aristotle's idea of the final cause, right? Because in the one sense, it's completion, right? The thing is done for its end, right? But it's driven, right, from its beginning or purpose. Right, so it's sort of burning the candle on both ends, sort of idea, right? So this is part of the notion in which they realize these occult conceptions, right? Like Vogelin, right? Who talks about immanentizing the eschaton, right? And of course, we have unique content on this alternative channel. So, and I don't know how long it'll be there, right? So, you know.
Regularities of his creation. This question is not yet answered by the assertion of the contingency of all events and of all more or less enduring forms of created existence. How can the Creator be understood with the Apostle
we can all
Paul
create some
as
creative
dynamite?
exosuits. I don't even know what those words were. I know that it wasn't understood. So, creative exosuits.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit in the middle there, but yeah, I think contingency is the main idea. It just basically just means causality, right? So he's talking about something that's caused, right? So he's saying that God has to have power over the contingency of world events, right? He cannot be subject to this contingency, right? So this is the whole idea that, you know, yeah, you know, and obviously that whole idea is firmly explored in Aquinas, right? And this is why they had to separate nature from the divine, right? Even though it's involved in the act of creation, right? So this is why it's a sort of problem in and of itself, right? Because nature is both sacred because it is a creation of the divine, right? Yet God cannot be involved in it, right? Because that means that God would be subject to contingencies, right? So he's walking a fine line here. Right, and he's showing how philosophers and theologians have walked this fine line, right, throughout history, right? And of course, the fine line is a line between, individual responsibility and collective salvation, as we've explained, right? And yeah, it is pretty deep, Marty Young. Mob deep, exactly.
Enduring forms of created existence. How can the Creator be understood with the Apostle Paul as dynamis, as force that is at work in his creation? Romans 1:20. And how is his divine power related to the natural forces that are effective in the movements of the creatures. As these movements are taking place in space and time, God's relationship to space and time has to be clarified in such a way that his powerful presence with his creatures and their movements in space and time becomes intelligible.
Just one note.
Isaac Newton's doctrine of space.
That reference to Romans 1:20 and that general passage about the creation and God's revelation in nature, it's not really explicitly written there how it's revealed. It's just written in a way that people would just know. It would be self-evident. It's written like everybody already knows how that is, which I would disagree with.
Yeah, of course, the passage, to paraphrase, is about the hidden things expressed in the visible signs. Right.
His eternal power and Godhead.
Yeah. So, yeah. So it's interesting. But obviously, Newton and, it seems like Newton plays a central role in this, as does Darwin, right? Of course, it can't be escaped, right? Because, Darwin ties into the eschatological scheme, just as Newton ties into this notion of the hidden order of things, right? I think he's going to express both in that sort of arena.
Absolute space was conceived as a medium of God's presence at the place of the finite existence of his creatures. Space as a medium of God's presence at the place of the finite existence of his creatures. God was understood as mind, who by his will is present and active in the material universe, like our soul is present in all the parts of our body. The biblical basis of this conception was John 4:24, where it is said that God is spirit. One of the very few sentences in the Bible that say God is such and such. The most important other example for this also comes from the writings of John, and is, of course, God is love. But here now we deal with his sentence, God is spirit. For many centuries, since the work of Origen in the 3rd century, this sentence, God is spirit, had been interpreted in the sense that God is mind, nous. And Newton presupposed that tradition. But in the Bible, spirit does not mean mind. The Greek word pneuma, as well as the corresponding Hebrew word ruach, rather mean wind, even storm or breath. Thus, in the biblical creation story, when it is said that in the beginning God's spirit was moving over the primeval waters, the image is that of a storm agitating those waters. The spirit is the source of all movement in the biblical perspective. It is also the source of life in the animals and in human beings.
Okay, here we go.
In Genesis 2.
Okay, so this is really important, right? Because the transfer, it really coalesces two things, right? One is the notion that, that he's trying to put forward here, right? That God is immaterial, right? So spirit and love, right? And then he's talking about how spirit and the words for it seem not to express mind, right? But so there's this whole idea about this sort of activity of this movement, right? Of this sort of breath or this sort of wind, right? As it courses through all of existence, right? So these are the fundamental notions he's putting forward, right? And of course, those are important because it deals with, right, not only this transformation, right, of spirit to mind, right, and mind to spirit, right? So it's vice versa, right? But it's also this notion of, how you have to reconcile the notion of being and becoming by God and nature, respectively, right? So, blessings, Creek Married, and some of the other people that are here.
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's going on? Unseen blessings.
What's up, brother? What you watching? What's this?
It's some weird stuff. Wolfhart Pannenberg. So I think he's pretty much exploring. I think he's like an expert on Teilhard, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this is kind of
interesting.
Story. Yeah. So he's breaking down some of this stuff. And
there's a couple Jesuits I've been looking into they talk about types. You know what I mean? Like in the Old Testament, typology, I think it's called.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, so it's interesting, and of course he mentions these two guys, right? As I was going through different books, right? He mentions Tillich and Teilhard,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the two T's, and sort of says how it's a battle between ecology and genetics. And a battle between personal responsibility and collective salvation, right? So he's putting these together within this eschatological scheme, and of course he's sort of being very selective about how he wants to include the notion of evolution and the idea of nature in that whole cosmology.
You know what's interesting about that? I think Aquinas does that in his work, where he'll take a subject and it'll be like two sides of a subject, or like polar opposites, and then he'll do like contrasting, things in between the two, and then he comes to this conclusion somehow that way. Yeah,
right.
By comparison.
Yeah, it's sort of dialectical process, but this is like sort of like how these two concepts can be submerged, and of course the idea of evolution is linked to it, because it's like if you give it enough time, it'll hatch, right? It's sort of the logos spermaticos, right? This whole concept been hijacked, right?
Right, and it's if I'm not mistaken, it's this idea of progress, right?
Exactly.
It's like everything is we're developing something new. Everything is moving forward. And you know what's interesting about that?
Unseen warfare. Where you been? Where you been? Hold on, I gotta press him for a moment. If I can, if my mic's not too terrible, I would like to.
Yeah, just let him finish what he's saying.
All right.
But yeah, you know what's interesting about that is like I was looking at I think it was a survival course or something like that. But it you know, he was talking about progress, and the early Christians would have viewed like there's never going to be anything new under the sun, right? Like they had this concept. And you know, as you know, like in Greece or like Rome, in that area or whatever, Christianity sort of took over paganism. Well, by the Middle Ages, there's this idea that, you know, paganism had its revenge, right, on Christianity. And then it forms with the philosophy. And then they introduced this concept of progress, that we're entering some new age, you know. And that leads to, you know, the Renaissance and so forth. Enlightenment, whatever.
Yeah, that Catholic dude I sent you, it's pretty interesting summations that guy gives. He's like, they're switching between the city of God and the city of man to like confuse everybody. Right, very interesting summations of that guy. And it sort of is like there's a sort of mass confusion. And yeah, I mean, the dialectical mode can be said to accomplish that. And of course, we heard some of that. You know, that's what some of the MK Ultra programming is really about, right? Sort of exposing people to extremes. And yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I'll end on this note. There was a book that Father Seraphim Rose was writing called The Kingdom of God and the Kingdom of Man. And it's like 1,000 pages and it's never been published. But he's got an outline of the book. And I had the idea, like, what if I took that outline and then tried to piece it together in a modern perspective or something? I don't know.
Oh yeah, that would be a very useful contribution, I think. Yeah, so yeah, please add into this wherever you like. I mean, you too, Truther. Yeah, your mic's still echoing, but yeah, it's fine. You know, anything you have. You know, I'm not really an audio expert. I don't care about audio glitches on the show, so it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
Within reason.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
good.
mine might be like, I might have the worst of all audio glitches, but I appreciate the input. And Unseen Warfare, good to see you. I do want to press Unseen since I haven't seen him in a while, but like, I might not come up with the appropriate time tonight, but that's why I raised the
to
point
answer
earlier.
your question, I've been getting funding, you know, from the Kremlin lately. So your boy's paid, you know. That's where I've been.
All right, so Unseen Warfare, how much are they paying you? Democracy Now! And Jack Talcott, how's that experience going?
I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm in now. I'm in the crew now. You know, how much are they paying you?
They don't pay me shit. That's why I'm trying to negotiate terms still, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, better get.
I want to get in
better
good.
get with
Like
your agent.
it's clearly the main thing going.
Wow, numbers dropping. Yeah, let's get back to the video. Blessings.
They plummet when I speak. It just
Sad Jim Bomb.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you. But yeah,
Jim Bob says the same thing. It's best when I don't speak.
Yeah, let's get into this video and please, Unseen, contribute. I mean, I'd like to get your take on some of what he's saying here. Yeah, you know, but yeah.
7, it is said that God breathes his spirit into the nostrils of the figure of Adam that he had formed from clay.
Obviously, this guy is one of the foremost theologians in Protestantism, right? I believe Lutheranism. So yeah, he's a foremost theologian. He himself is German, I believe. So yeah.
So the Rosicrucian form of Lutheranism,
right? Like the
maybe I don't know. I mean, I can't prove it. So.
Can we stop focusing on the fine people of Germany
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, me and Truther had a little battle last night. Pretty funny stuff. We may be able to play it later, but yeah, there may not be enough time because I have a lot of things to replay. We'll most likely play it on Wednesday, and I've made arrangements with Digital Denizens so that maybe that tape will remain there. So we broke down some videos of Netanyahu at the UN and also,
dude,
yeah,
I was just watching that. That was absurd, honestly.
Yeah, it's trippy.
I'm sure it was super cringe.
Oh yes, lots of lies. The president, the prime minister of Pakistan spoke afterwards, and he denounced the crimes of Israel. It was pretty cool to see that, right? Anyways. But yeah, it's becoming popular to denounce Israel's crimes. So maybe the world is.
Yeah, I think
Everybody
Iran
walked
should have,
out. A
yeah,
lot
I
of people
think,
did.
I think Iran should have nukes for deterrent purposes.
Yeah, definitely deterrent against Israel.
Ooh, baby.
They murdered the nuclear scientists and even killed their family members. Right? It's extremely insane behavior by the aggressive
Well, he
behavior.
did say something that was kind of, I'd say it was a bit interesting. He said Israel does the dirty work, and then like our politicians basically denounce them in public, and then behind closed doors they're like cheering him on.
Yeah.
No, they're pretty much run by APAC.
I don't think those people should have nukes.
Etc.
That's my opinion, because they're gonna hit us with it, man.
I
don't
can't
wanna get hit with a
tell.
nuke.
Yes, sorry for interrupting, but I can't tell if Israel has are they like manipulating America, or is America manipulating Israel? Because the OPEC oil dynamics, is a lot of it tie into like the energy corridors for like the oil, and the like Strait of Hormuz has a lot of like geostrategic importance. Like China has vested interest in making sure the Strait of Hormuz isn't closed either, or it remains intact. So I don't know entirely. Like, you see what I'm trying to say? It's a very dynamic. So I don't know if blaming Israel entirely is accurate though.
You're right. Well, the
has-
Russians, what they say, at least like that, especially with the Bolsheviks, like that was completely funded by America, and
Yeah, it's like the Russians, the Israelis, the Saudi Arabians, right? Some of the Western countries, right?
But I mean, to be, I guess, the advocate, not to interrupt you, but
No, it's
I
fine.
think everybody's doing a little bit of that. You know what I mean? It's like they're all funding each other's.
Yeah, I would blame technique more than anything else. Technique in ellul sense. Yeah, that's really the issue. Preoccupation with technique, and I don't really think the issue stems from any single country, but it's just complex. Because of OPEC and petrodollar, stuff like that. I think Russia will betray Iran. I mean, like, because like that's probably what's gonna happen.
They supposedly pay millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to Ukraine a year. Russia does for the oil pipeline or whatever. So it seems like there's like, oh, we're just gonna fund these forever wars and then pit both sides against each other.
Well, it's kind of like why Rome and Iran went to fight in ancient times. It was over access to Silk Road and Armenia. Armenia was kind of like the ancient Syria. What I mean? It's like the where they had proxy wars. Sasanian Empire and the Roman Empire. But just this kind of stuff accelerates. It compounded thanks to petroleum-based economy. I think the best thing to do is just destroy all oil reserves. No more oil. At all. For any technology that's petroleum-based to be destroyed, and all oil reserves to be destroyed around the world. That's ideal. I'd say.
Yeah, the technology that's impossible to manage, right, going forward. Yeah, definitely. And that's why we're here, right? Obviously, that's a major purpose of this show, and focusing on the ideal of progress, the myth of progress, as we, came to identify pseudo eschatology, right, of the Marxists, right? Because, if there's no telos, right, what's driving this change, right? It doesn't make any sense, right? So
in the secret text that we're not supposed to talk about, they make fun of progress.
Well,
right.
I would say that personally, if you say nature has a progress, that's different from saying technique or technology has a progress. I would say that progress of technology is more like degeneration. You know what I mean? That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Like degeneration.
Yeah, that's definitely a major subject that we would talk about pretty often, and especially with like a context like Laos. It was like returning to the uncarved block, as opposed to like moving into this idealistic modernity or whatever it is. Concept of modernity.
Yeah, I like Huning's Platform Sutra. Also, that's the original nature. I mean, it kind of overlaps with Taoism. I think reading the Platform Sutra would be good too. But yeah, I feel like, Buddhism or Chan or Zen is closer to Westerners and also Central Asians. I feel like Taoism can be somewhat difficult to fully grasp. I don't know, because it's more tied to China in a way that's inaccessible to most people. I feel like it's so, I think maybe Chan was influenced by Taoism.
Yeah, there's a lot of esoteric sort of passages there. And even in Plato, right, some have commented that some of Plato, it sounds sort of mystical, definitely not like modern philosophy, sort of analytic philosophers, right? Obviously his, philosophy is presented as sort of theater plays, right? So yeah, it's interesting in that fashion. And of course, Lao Tzu's sort of philosophical ruminations are presented as poetry, right? So there's interesting overlap there between art and philosophy as it started out. But yeah, let's go to some of this and see what he's got to say. And of course, I want to. Maybe we'll get like halfway through this or something like that. I mean, see what the dealio is. And of course, it mirrors what I've written. And of course, what I wrote took Skolomowski and Pannenberg and sort of squished them together. But yeah.
Hey. And in Ecclesiastes 12:7, we learn that in the moment of death, and I quote, the spirit returns to God who gave it. Thus, the spirit as divine wind or breath is very important in the biblical understanding of life and movement. But it seems a world apart from modern science and from its ways of accounting for the movements of bodies and especially for life. So I thought, when I happened to read an article by a renowned historian of scientific terminology, Max Jammer, an article on the concept of field. Jammer, who had published important books on the concepts of space, of mass, and of force, characterizes in this article the modern scientific concept of field as a further development of the ancient Stoic doctrine of pneuma. Jammer even calls the Stoic pneuma the direct precursor of modern field theories. Now, the Stoic concept of pneuma was in many ways similar to the meaning of the biblical word pneuma, or in Hebrew, ruach. The basic intuition.
For the people that are watching this, he's saying pneuma, Pneuma, right? So this is the word, and then he's comparing it to this word ruach, which means spirit in Hebrew, Ruach. I believe it'll be spelled on Google or something like that, right? So
yep.
So
is that the same meaning as the Shekinah, or is it something different?
It's different, but it also is feminized, right? So it's mysterious.
It's different, but there might be some overlap.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the word pneuma, right, as he's saying, it comes from Stoic philosophy, right?
Wait, I have a question about progress here, but let me just read it here. Like, you know that at the lower level, we're composed of cells, same with other organisms. You know, the emergent. Just keep it simple. You know, like the emergence of higher level patterns is the result of semiotic and not just physical interactions between entities at the lower level. You know, and you know, when I read that, let me see here. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that, you know, the transition from prokaryotic to eukaryotic life forms thus exemplifies a general principle pertaining to emergent processes. That is, in emergent processes, freedom of possibility will always be constrained at the simpler levels in order to allow an altogether new kind of freedom to appear and unfold at more complex levels. So yeah, there's one more thing I'll read. The semiotic competence of subunits, then whether these subunits are human individuals in a society, plants in an ecosystem, cells in a multicellular organism, or ants in an ant colony, is the medium through which the behavior and integrity of the high-level entity is maintained. So my question was more like, in that sense, you know, don't you think progress does exist because you see that it leads to a coalescence of more multicellular organisms that are more complex, you know, in a sense, like the prokaryotic organisms, you can study microbes all your life. You know, there's so much diversity among microbes, you know, like paramecium and many other organisms. And you look at the organelles of the eukaryotic cell and you see like the mitochondria, which used to be a free-floating prokaryotic organism. But yeah, maybe, so I'm confused why these people don't really focus much on emergence, because emergence is really everywhere, but that's kind of why I had that little flashback before. But yeah, anyway, that's the point I was making, about emergence. Maybe at some level, what do you think about that? Progress does seem to apply on some level in emergence.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, especially how you're putting the idea that biological, progress sort of anti-Darwinian, whereas technological progress is sort of anti, biological progress, right? So I like that entire synthesis, and what's driving that, personally. Yeah, blessings. And yeah, blessings to all the other people that are here. Does anybody else have thoughts on that? Yeah, I appreciate you guys. But yeah, totally, I could get with that.
Was in both cases that of air. More precisely, of air in movement, full of force, which according to the Stoics is due to the tension the air contains. The important difference, of course, between the Stoic conception and the biblical conception is that in Stoic philosophy, the pneuma was a cosmic principle pervading the cosmos and keeping all its parts together by its tension, its tonus, while in the biblical conception, the divine pneuma was conceived as transcending the world of creatures, though working in it creatively. Otherwise, however, the biblical and the Stoic conceptions were similar. This similarity, together with the observation that the Stoic concept of pneuma was the direct precursor, as Yama put it, of the modern scientific field concept, suggested to me the conclusion that the meaning of the statement in John 4:24, that God is spirit, is considerably closer to the field concept of modern physics than to the Platonic idea of a divine mind, or nous, which Origen identified with the biblical concept of God as pneuma. Because Origen abhorred the materialistic interpretation of pneuma by the Stoic philosophers. Origen made fun of the bodily nature of the Stoic pneuma by saying that bodies can be divided and put together again, which contradicts the basic requirements of any concept of God as first principle, because all division and composition is in need of a further cause doing the job of the dividing and composing. This argument secured the acceptance of Origen's identification of the divine spirit with nous for many centuries. Although, as I said, the word spirit in the biblical writings means quite a different thing.
Well, I mean, if he means the word spirit means, I think he's taking like Balaam's argument, right? Or Barlaam's argument. That's what it is. That Barlaam had, that you could only know God through your mental faculties. So by reading about him in the scriptures in some way, you could know God in that way. But there was, that's why they called the Orthodox navel gazers when the Hesychists would do their prayers and they would have experience of the uncreated light. They said, well, what is this? Is it created? Is this a created, energy of God that you can know in that way? They had no concept of an uncreated energy that wasn't the essence of God, and that's why the distinction had to be made. And the nous, I almost feel like he's strawmanning what the nous is. The nous, he said something about it just being the spirit of God, but the nous is a higher form of man's consciousness that can have synergy with God.
Yeah, I mean, he's been building up for since the beginning of when I started playing it. He's trying to talk about, to reiterate, right, why there needs to be this concept, right, of telos, right, within nature to actually drive this concept of evolution. So he's saying there's two possibilities, right? One is that, the change is happening from within nature itself, right? That means it's driven, right, to its inevitable conclusion, right, by the fixed principles within nature, right? He's saying that this change is untenable, because then it would mean that God is, sort of removed from his creation, right? And so he's describing this idea of origin, right? And he's saying that origin is using this sort of, this sort of Neoplatonic synthesis to talk about the relations between parts and whole, and show
I
how
think that's the mistake. And I'll tell you why. The idea that Origen's taking like a Neoplatonic concept, right? And now there's a book on St. Dionysius the Areopagite. And in this book, it actually kind of breaks down this argument that it was actually the philosophers that were taking their idea of the Neoplatonic from the Old Testament in ways. Do you understand what I'm saying? That this was already to a certain degree understood within, amongst the Old Testament writers, scribes, and prophets, and it was actually handed down in that way. So it's like, I don't know, it
right. So just to tell people secret in theology, right? Not really a secret, open secrets in theology, right? Some of the church fathers have not looked favorably upon the writings of Origen because of his Neoplatonic sort of synthesis, right? So this guy's adoption, full like promotion of Origen's theology, right, is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think there was concepts within, and I'm not like an expert on Origen, like all of the heresies of Origen, but I do know one issue was that he had the idea of like pre-eternal souls, like souls before time existed, rather than what an Orthodox Christian would say is God creates the soul at the point of birth, conception, somewhere in that period, right? And there was also, he was a universalist. He thought that everybody would be saved. He thought that even the demons could be saved, which that's not true in Revelation. He had a concept of theistic evolution as well, as far as I understand. But he was condemned for those teachings. But, with Origen, it's kind of strange because he's such an early writer in Christianity that we can't just throw out all of his writings and say they're useless, because, it wasn't until late into his life, it seems, that he fell into a lot of these distortions and heretical beliefs according to the church. So we would say like 80% of his material is correct, something like that.
Quick question. Well, for both Christians and Muslims, is like, if God is changeless or beyond space and time, then special intervention could be seen as like special creation, because time doesn't exist to God. Couldn't it be argued that? Or I'm not trying to say what your traditions are, but that's kind of how I interpret it. Because special intervention, could be in a sense special creation, because to God time doesn't exist, maybe because he's changeless. I'm not entirely sure. You get what I'm trying to ask?
No, God is, at least with Orthodoxy, he's outside time and both within time, because he's everywhere and fills all things.
Yeah. For Islam, it might seem simplistic, but the Imam Ghazali's, when asked by the Platonic philosophers, right, that the world is eternal because God's creation of it at any particular time would mean that God changed his mind, right? He decided to create the world. So this would mean a change in God, right? So they thought that this was actually ludicrous, right? Because God's, his, creation or his, concepts or his ideas of what he's going to do is eternal, right? So he said this arbitrary creation of the world, right? The Platonist philosophers argued was totally false, right? So Ghazali said, imagine I hold out in my hands two equally succulent dates and you choose one date instead of the other date. And he said, there would be no arbitrariness in your choice. So he said, before time exists, if God chose one moment instead of another, there is no arbitrariness because every moment is the same. So, yeah, so this was Ghazali's response to the Neoplatonists, right? I like it, right? I could rock with it.
It's like dateism or something.
Yeah, it's quite simplistic, but yeah, he's saying that God chose when to create the world, and that this choice does not represent arbitrariness, right?
I mean, it seems simplistic on the surface of it, but maybe not so much.
I have something here on this concept of the nous and energies. Something short. Do you want to hear this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so this is a conversation. It's between St. Gregory Palamas and St. Maximus, and I guess it's on noetic prayer. They went on with the following conversation concerning noetic prayer. In saying the prayer, are you sometimes wrapped in ecstasy? Gregory asked. Maximus answered, I may haste to the desert, and I have sought solitude for this very thing. In order to find the fruits of prayer in abundance, I mean the pure love of God and the ravishness of the nous by the Lord. What does the nous do when that happens? Does it continue to utter the prayer in the heart? By no means, replied Maximus. When the Holy Spirit visits the man of prayer, prayer ceases. For the nous, absorbed completely in the Spirit of God, ceases to act from its own energy. It lets itself be led where the Spirit wills. That's John 3:8. Into the immaterial heaven of divine light, or into the other contemplations, or even into an inexpressible conversation with God. For just as wax, which is by nature hard, burns and becomes all fire, and all light when brought into contact with fire, although remaining a material quite distinct from it. In the same way, the nous is so far as it remains in its separate nature, conceives only what is connected to its nature and under its power. But when the divine fire, the Holy Spirit, draws near, it burns with the fire of the Godhead. Carried away by the power of the Spirit, every thought and every concept vanishes, and the whole nous, swallowed up by the light of God, becomes divine and radiant light.
Yeah, that's deep. So it's like the nous itself becomes part of the Godhead, and it becomes part of the activity, right? The more you approach the Godhead, right?
Synergy with it, right?
Yeah, but nous is part of the activity of all creation.
He goes on. He says, "What are the signs of illusion? The signs of grace." So he's distinguishing factors between the two. He says the signs of diabolical illusion are disturbance of the spirit, hardness of heart, fear, agitation of thoughts, vanity, anger, vain imaginations of terrifying visions of light and fire. But when the Holy Spirit draws near to our spirit, He integrates it, makes it wise, humble, and restrained. He instills it in man the thought of death and judgment, leads him to weep of tears and compunction of thought of the Savior's loving kindness. He raises the nous to the contemplation of things on high, and illumines it by bathing it in divine light. He gives peace to the heart, and conveys unutterable joy and exultation to as its powers, as the apostle teaches, the fruits of the Spirit are joy, peace, patience, gentleness, self-control, compassion, and humility.
Yeah, I think it's Corinthians 11:1. You know, where it says, imitate me as I imitate Christ. But yeah, this whole idea, like drawing forth the nous, and then like basically you become purified, you know, but it's one with, the creator. So as you sort of empty yourself with the nous, you become a purified vessel.
Right, for the energies of God, the grace of God to be imparted to you. And that's why the distinction had to be made, because it's like we can never know the essence of God. And for most things, we can't. I mean, for pretty much everything, I don't know the essence of a broom. I know the function of a broom, you know what I mean? But what is its essence? And that's like something I'm
Like
sure you've
knowing
talked
the
about
mediation
before.
and not the thing in itself.
Right. It's like how he interacts with us and where we are, in a way that we can not be overwhelmed in some way. That's how we see it.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. So I mean, how to proceed? I've went a little bit overboard. It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes into the show. We'll lay down like maybe 30 to 40 more minutes of stuff here, right? Maybe we'll move into the documentary, right? With the Marina Abramovich lady, right? But yeah, I'll play a song now, right? And I do want to take a break at some point in the next like 45 minutes. I'll throw something on for you guys. Very important recording or whatever, sort of a revelation of the method, here at the Machine Lies, right? Where we sort of describe, what, how we proceed here, right? So here's a little bit of a song.
Okay, ask a quick question. What is your avatar of TML? What is the avatar of?
It's a young lady who's online. She's smoking a cigarette. I thought it was funny. She's having like sort of fun. I don't know. I just think sort of an endearing picture, right? I don't mean it to be offensive to that person, right? But yeah, sort of an endearing picture. Somebody that would probably not come and talk to us, right? But yeah, she's.
I was just curious. Yeah, cool.
She's an interesting character. We have interacted with her before. Truth or Cop's familiar, but she's sort of let's just say Catholic influencer, but sort of the topics they use to promote Catholicism are a little bit on the provocative side, right? Sort of shock comedy and drama, right? So this is part of their lady. Yeah, she's kind of like a girl, I guess, but yeah. But anyways, yes, made by Jin Bob. Yeah, she's promoted by Jin Bob. But yeah, they're promoted by those people. But yeah, I thought this was a funny moment, where she was, about to light up a cigarette. But yeah, anyways, we'll be back soon. Yeah, blessings on me. And we'll be back in a minute. Where'd I put this? Yeah, you guys ever hear of Fourth Disciple?
Nope.
It's one of the greatest hip hop producers of all time, for sure. But yeah, Fourth Disciple. Anyways, we'll be right back.
Some death rap shit. Word up. Bump this. Some evil shit. Check it. You
fucking faggot. It starts with your intestines and germs. Next you're a cadaver infested with worms. Man's destiny, it's best that he learns. My axe intervenes, hacking through your veins like you're in between the railroad track and the train. A bullet in the back of your brain, simple and plain, like back in the days when cats didn't play. They'd whack you and not explain. Demeaning Jesus, you're ripped to pieces by hyenas with teeth like tweezers. You see death like seniors with diseases. Pack insane guns, dead you like Hussein's sons. Don't fuck with me, I only say it once. Like the end of Casino, 2 bats leave your spine gory. Every bone in your body broken like you dropped 9 stories. Insane like a brainless convict. You're dead after we buck you in the head like that famous Vietnam pick. Honored you hate this, God couldn't save us. Perform an autopsy on you with Chris Reifert and Jonathan Davis. Death rap, that's the rap I kick. Don't ever confuse it with others, there ain't nothing like this. Death rap, it be the most morbid. After we finish with you kid, you'll need a closed coffin. Death rap, not just on this track, it's a movement I represent, much more rugged than you. Death rap, I'm the last of a dying breed. Diss me, you must be dying to bleed.
I walk with the living dead, witness the ditches and bitches dipped in red. Description is the pictures of witches and women giving head. I think ahead and analyze minds like a psychologist, regardless if the topic's Nequadamus or Subocalypse. The logic is a blade or a shot to your esophagus, remove you from the earth, you get hurt for popping shit. Bot flips, it ain't basic, slap the shit out of racists, crack their teeth on the curb, spit and piss in their faces. I got clips in the basement, guns and plenty ammunition. If you push the wrong buttons, you gon' send me on a mission. And if that's the case, I'ma bash your face, then reverse a positive, become a basket case. I blast for days, come and burn down your house. That's the way I get down when you take food out my mouth. I got my revolutionary ways, fighting to eat, for being poor back in the days and surviving the streets.
Death rap, that's the rap I kick. Don't ever confuse it with others, there ain't nothing like this. Death rap, it be the most morbid. After we finish with you kid, you'll need a closed coffin. Death rap, not just on this track, it's a movement I represent, much more rugged than you. Death rap, I'm the last of a dying breed. Diss me, you must be dying to bleed. I represent the death rap, get your head cracked open. I represent the death rap, get your head cracked open.
Yeah, I've not seen that particular animation, but man, the little animations I've seen from his brutality unleashed. Who would sit there and watch so much bloodshed? And but yeah, man. Wild animations from Castlevania. I think they made a show, Castlevania, and they also made Terminator. And I've used some of the animations from those. Man, they're brutal. Obviously, the raps from Necro. You know, I think he's underrated as a rapper. I think RZA and Necro are some of my favorite rappers. And they also make beats. But yeah, yeah,
I really need to get back to making beats.
Oh yeah,
but I'm still too busy right now to even think about that.
Yeah, I want to make like a rap album. Maybe I've been wanting to record that for a long time and write one. I mean, it would take very short time to write it. You know, especially I have like 2 or 3 songs ready to go for it. So yeah, it should be pretty easy. But yeah, yeah. So yeah, we might do that after I publish this second book somehow. So yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, let's move to this stuff with Pannenberg, right? And of course, I talked about some of the main culprits here, right? Okay, and as I said, he's combining, this idea of the new man, right? Okay, and this notion, especially within Romans and Corinthians, right? And in Romans, we read that creation was subjected to futility, not of its own will, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that creation itself will be set free from the bondage to decay. Right, so this idea of
into the glorious liberty of I forget the rest of it.
Yeah. So there's sort of this idea of transcending creation, or that it'll, become in a new state. Now, here's another passage of the new man, right? That's reflected in the second Adam, Jesus, right? Seen in 1 Corinthians 15:45. Right, so obviously these ideas of the new body, the new man, the new age, right? All these ideas have been the new earth, the new Jerusalem, right? All these ideas have been systematically hijacked, right, by the futurists, right, and the transhumanists, right? And what do they want to do, right? They want to draw spirit down into creation, or, as the man said earlier, right, reverse engineer the logos, right, by transforming this notion of a universal mind to a collective spirit. Right, that's one of the chief notions here. Right. Anyways. And of course, they had to create the notion of the archetypal man in the process, right? And then derive the species being from the archetypal man. And these are a lot of the sort of conceptions that we've been laying out through many different thinkers. Right? I mean, we've looked at so many different guys now, right? I mean, it'd be quite a chore to list them. But yeah, let's so yeah, he's talking about this idea of the pneuma and the soma. Right, and the relation between these two things. Okay, and he says there's a historical view of the spirit seen in Hegel, and a subjectivist view of the spirit seen in Descartes. Right, and of course he contrasts the view of Descartes from the view of Hegel. Obviously, the view of history negates the view of natural laws or whatever, right? Right, there's a problem that we've seen between the notion of natural laws and the notion of evolution itself. Right, in the sense that are the laws themselves sort of changing? Right, to bring about new changes in the world, right? Of course, this is one of the sort of hot theories in cosmology, right? That we've looked at in terms of Prigozhin and others. But yeah. And of course he's seeing a this fundamental dialectic between the notion of personal responsibility and that of collective salvation. Right, or self-determination and collective salvation seen in those ideas of the ecstatic nature. Right, and Paul Tillich, right, which he relates to the ideas of ecology, right, and those ideas of transcendence in Teilhard de Chardin, right, which he sees as the notion of, becoming, and in terms of genetics, right? So he sees, he's saying that scientifically speaking, right, the idea in theology between self-determination and collective salvation is part of the struggle, right, within the scientific ideals, right, of an ecological foundation and a genetic foundation, right, of going beyond the ecology, right, focusing on development of the species as a whole, not in relationship to the environment. Okay, so he says another issue is the notion of man overcoming his sinful nature through self-transcendence, but also being paradoxically being made in the image of God. Right, so one is that man, it has a sinful and it has an inherently sinful nature, and the other is that man is made in the image of God. Right, so this helps illustrate the inherent tension between the notions of of self-determination and collective salvation, as we've seen, right? So yeah, let me begin reading here for a little bit. Right, and of course, this will be the first thing that we're getting into in terms of reading, right? And this is from a little bit from Logos Dethroned, right? Just a couple, few paragraphs here. Right, and we'll see where we get to, right? And of course, as I just quoted, it's a little bit of these ideas from the Bible that they're using to paint this picture, right? And of course, ideas from Greek philosophy, right? So these are two poles, right? As I said with Rudolf Hess, right? Rome and Jerusalem, right? And these Greek and Jewish ideas, right, that obviously culminate within the Alexandrian Jews, right, and their foundations, right, that were laid down at the time of Jesus, right, that, I would argue parallel the teachings of Jesus in terms of their importance, right? The Alexandrian Jews have been driving the conversation the entire time, right? Along with the Christian sort of theology, right? In terms of you have the fundamental link between the Old Testament and Greek philosophy already made before the Christian teaching is established. Anyways. Right, so Pannenberg feels that being made in the image of God reflects man's ability to master the forces of nature. However, being made in the image does not convey a capacity or end, but merely constitutes similarity of shape and form with none of the actual meaning and status of being like a god. Okay, so I'm going to skip a little bit of this, right? He says it's fundamentally tied to the Greek conception, right? Or prosopon, right? Or persona, right? In order for there to be self-transcendence, there must be a concept of a self which is a primary tool used in the medium between symbolic world, which emanates from the spiritual backbone, and the cultural and political world, which for Hegelian world historical map is a stage of primary importance for supposed self-actualization of man. Right, and of course, it's to be noted that within the Hegelian idea, it could be said that God himself is sort of in a state of becoming in this whole idea, right? Or at least there's people who extrapolated as much. Right. Okay, Whitehead supposes it, right? And Skolimowski sort of proposes it, right? So yeah, so we got the self-actualization of man, which is God, either God or nature, right? Changing as well in sort of this transformation, right? To quote the idea from Saint Eusebius, right? In order for God, in order for man to become like God, God had to first become like man. Right, so there's this sort of dual exchange, right? Okay, yeah, so we're sort of, you know, at the 3-hour mark here, right? And yeah, I think I'll play some of the recording that I have for 30 minutes, right? While I eat some food, make some coffee, right? And then we'll be back in 30 minutes, right? For all the people that are here. And I think this recording with Frank Monday will be good. Unless Avian has any remarks on what we've been doing. Yeah.
Are you going to be back in 30 minutes or is the show done? Or
Oh, no. I think we will be back in 30 minutes unless the stream crashes. Right, there's always a possibility that that happens, not of our own choosing, of course. But yeah.
Should I stay here or can I leave and come back?
Yeah, you could do it. However, I put the link in the chat, so you could leave and come back. You can stay here in the studio, and or however you'd like to do. Yeah. So yeah,
I'll leave and come back in like 30 minutes. So I guess I'll go drink something too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's get some refreshments. I mean, yeah. Yeah, blessings, Amen. Yeah, I appreciate it. And yeah, so we'll reconvene in about 30 minutes, right? And yeah, I've chosen to do this some shows or whatever. Take a little 30-minute break and reconvene with the presentations. And yeah, helps me sort my my entire thing. Obviously, 6 hours is a long period of time to sit in front of a screen, right, and skillfully perform explanations, right, without any sustenance. I think also I've been smoking a lot of cigarettes, so I've been taking cigarette breaks, right? So I've planned my cigarette break for the time that I do my show, right? Because in the middle of the show, if I step out, drink a cup of coffee and do a cigarette break, that really helps boost my performance on the show. But yeah, anyways, so hopefully I come back very refreshed for you guys. But yeah, anyways, but yeah, this is a very important recording, right? I think you guys will really appreciate this one, right? This is sort of revelation of the method, Frank Monday. And of course, this is a preview for the presentations or the replays that we have at the end of the show, right? Okay, which I think are very important, right? I try to select a lot of my different performances. I shake it up on a lot of the panels, right? I've been trying to go in there and sort of address some of the topics we talk about on the show, right? Only go in there when there's topics that relate to the show, right? And sort of get people to think on those subjects. But yeah, anyways.
Bamboozle of the CGI. I would say that this whole fucking Charlie K thing is the first attempt at a real like bamboozle of the CGI into your mind. I mean, it was so overtly AI generated. Like, I don't know. I want to stop there because otherwise I could get canceled, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's our, we've been poisoned. I mean, our body, our mind has been poisoned, and our environment has been poisoned, right? So, I mean, what can we do, right? I mean, the fact is that we need to fast, right? We need to meditate, right? We need to stop consuming, right, images, right, and speeches that are false, right, and take a diet from that sort of stuff. But we also need to take a diet from fake food, fake forms of sustenance, right? And this is part of cleaning yourself inside, right, and then also cleaning the outside world, right, in terms of figuring out our connections to others, right? This means reestablishing local communities, right, and our bonds with others, right? If you heard something, okay, from someone you know or someone you know knows, that's the only way it should be valuable information, right? We should reestablish local bonds, right? We should filter out information that's brought to us by international corporations, right? And we should question large-scale forms of communication, right? Then thirdly, right, we have to sort of, sort of replant wild nature, and that means we have to sort of figure out what types of technology and what types of knowledge are useful, right? Not all technology, right? And technology functions as a cohesive system, right? So, so this is actually going to be, we have to reduce the use of machines and go back to simple tools, right? Because simple tools move at the speed and pace of human movement, right? They're actually, an extension of human skill, right? Unlike machines, which rely on automated processes, right? So I think all of these things are very important to cut out the artificial, right, and go back to real human interaction and connection to nature, right? And I think this is what's fundamentally missing, right? And then we can look at also underlying all of this, right, our philosophical and spiritual juxtaposition to the modern current of what's going on around us, right? So we need a philosophical, spiritual, social, environmental, and personal, right, response, right? And if we don't respond on all these levels and respond on the level of multidisciplinary research, right, and not relying on experts that are highly specialized to deliver us their so-called revelations, right? So this is all part and parcel of what we must do to move forward, right? And these are hard challenges to the people that are out there, right? The people that use what I'm saying, right, to advance, right, into the future, they're going to be better off than those that succumb to the methods that are used against us. Right? It's obvious, right? The people that take control of the situation are the people that are going to emerge. Right?
Yeah, I would say that like cutting out the artificial or direct opposition and unifying with the people who are willing to do that. It's really a big task. Like at an individual level here in China, there are so many automated systems now. And to give you guys in America a bit of a feel for it, like to let you understand it just a little bit, like imagine as Black Mirror. I mean, fuck. If you've watched any TML, have you watched the TV series Black Mirror?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So that's
I watched a few episodes of that. Yeah.
Okay, that's the perfected society here in China. Basically, we're at a point where everything is electrified, your payment systems and your movement systems. And so as long as you're maintaining the status quo within the niche that you're allocated, then you're fine. But if you deviate from that at all, then you're going to become suspect and pulled into questioning. And so like real life experiences of that, yeah, I don't know if I necessarily want to reveal any of those, but basically like you go to work, you do your day-to-day thing, and your social credit score based on your movements either goes up or down. For example, a real easy one. If I speed on the highway, then I could receive an electronic warning or ticket, and as a result, like I could either have monetary loss or credit loss, or even like deactivation of my ability to drive a car. And that's already fully integrated over like an entire system, from who you are, where you got your license, when you wake up, where you leave the house, your car, your plate, everything's tracked in real time across all systems. And like in the States as well, in America, you guys are already under this like new world order, this entire system of AI control. And it launched during the great lockdown of 2020. So a lot of people think that the great lockdown was just the idea of molecular control of the vax and jabbed or not jabbed. But the actual thing was, during that time period, they rolled out all of the AI systems that monitor and control everything now. And so even if you think that maybe there's some time to like ward off or thwart the overriding system of assessment, it's already there, and it's already been in place for what, going on 5 years now, right? And so maybe you're sitting back and you're in your digital environment, and you think that you still have some autonomy. Like, the idea of privacy has always been a hallucination from a materialistic view, because somehow these systems have already been in place, and maybe even they created us to some extent, right? And so if you think about it that in some real sense, then I don't know how to explain it, that people's delusions must melt away, and the unseen sphere has always been here, overriding and in some sort of, I wouldn't say direct control because that would eliminate like free will, but at least observation and abeyant influence. Does that make any kind of sense to you, or have
Oh yeah.
I rambled too far into La La Land?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, there's this great concept in Taoism, that we don't own our creations, right? So it's kind of like, the entire knowledge game is rigged, right? And I think the whole knowledge game has to be paired with values, right? So it's like Lao Tzu says, right? We have to sort of, be critical of knowledge itself, right? And its gains and our attachment to knowledge and our desire for knowledge, right? It's an extra step. It's not just about desire, right? But it's about our relationship to what we know, right? And also being aware of our own ignorance to a certain extent. So this whole process of filtering, I think most people don't have. It's set up correctly, right? Where they're not evaluating knowledge, and this is because of the sort of material extension, right, of man in terms of the technology, right? So they're not looking at the they're not looking at the internal sense, right, of how they relate to each other, right? But they're looking at the external sense of man's creations and that guiding the entire sphere, right? So man isn't being moved from within, right, from the natural world, right, to try to connect with other people, right? Back then, right, back in the time of the great civilizations, right, the great mystery was man himself. Right now, the mystery is the cosmos, right? And the way we explore the cosmos is through man's technology, right? So we become disconnected and dislodged from nature as a result, right?
Yeah. And so they would shift the focus, and you're right, that the greatest mystery is man himself and the transmission of the idea. Like the only way we can really, at a human level, into anyway, is to continue this idea is through the transmission of the idea from man to man, like Symboletica. For example, I go in and I absorb, sorry, and attempt to receive your message, and then I'm able to maybe to some extent reiterate it or repeat it, and that may reach my own children, and I combine it with and synthesize it from the message that had come from my father or my mother or my grandmother. And so Kabbalah, and here's where like we to some extent reach loggerheads that I know in when I approach the Kabbalah in certain fields, they say, well, because that's a Jewish term and it indicates a certain set of principles, that it should be excluded. But my understanding of it is that it's an oral tradition of transmission. And so if I can continue the idea from myself to my children to my grandchildren, and this is very oriental in expression, that it can arrive at some sort of ultimate truth. And I don't know if I've added any value here, but that's my expression at this point. How might you continue it?
Oh yeah, I think in terms of the Kabbalah, the first thing it actually tells you is that the spirit and the soul are two different sort of vessels, right? So I think that this is a sort of keen insight, right? Sort of looking at the anatomy of these things and seeing how, sort of the soul is like this thing that sits on the throne of the spirit, right? So, as it says, right? So I think that's interesting, right? Because I think fundamentally, right, the spirit of life, right, that courses through all things, right, is actually, fundamentally, um, you know, um, related to this thing called thoughts, right? And I think of the soul as sort of, um, you know, our awareness of ourselves, right? Whereas the spirit is what animates everything, right? So it's like the soul is about relation to things, right? Whereas the spirit is about oneness, right? And because the soul itself relates to the spirit, right? So I find that fascinating, right?
Yeah, no, it's a good take.
Yeah, the anatomy of the soul, as it were. Right?
And the reason I brought it there is like so internal alchemy is essentially where I want to take the ultimate direction of my transmission here. And I want to invite all wayfarers to consider it from the equinox forward. Like if we take the 100-day challenge, I'll tell you a little bit about it. Is your surname Kong? TML?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's something I just picked up in periphery to like watching your show, and I heard folks call you that in the past, but not recently and not for a long time. And I wondered, wow, that's quite a name. Like in the Chinese language, Kong, it invokes a certain type of energy. Like recently, there were a couple of different shows that had talked about like the frequency of words, and like I know if you've studied your Franz Barden, like all of the letters can appear as colors and vibrations and frequencies. And so yeah, within like the Chinese spectrum, that's quite a powerful tone. And I want to assign any of the associated meanings with it, but I will tell you that wow, that was quite a thing. And I had been watching your show for a long time, and I'm like, motherfucker's named Kong. King Kong. It's a really powerful reverberation, like the echo back,
right?
Yeah, from the prime material plane, and yeah, so quite a thing.
Yeah, and that's actually how it's pronounced in the Punjabi too. It's like Kong, right? So it's got like a hook at the end, Konga, right? So it's actually interesting, right? So the Punjabi sort of pronunciation has sort of a lot of that clanging.
Yeah, it's good magic. And the thing I would follow up with that, like your ethnic origin or descent of like nationality, or are you mostly Arabic? Is your bloodline?
No, I'm Punjabi. So
what does that mean?
That is northern Pakistani, right? So
Holy fuck. That's really close to the Gansuman, or the place where Lao Tzu passed through.
Yeah. Also, I'm also where Bodhidharma was from, right? As depicted in my picture, right?
Holy fuck, man. That's like where Jesus went to study his magic. According to the Chinese would claim that Lao Tzu merged west through the plains of the Gansu and then went into the Hungulman, and that would be right about where like all of your genetic energy comes from.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why we look Arab. We got like light skin, green eyes, right? So it is what it is.
Yeah, you're closer to Christ than most of these motherfuckers are, right? It's quite a thing. I mean, I just wanted to point it out because it's something that came across my attention in my studies. What a thing. Yeah. Anyways, and to further the idea, to some extent, like the starry energy of these, what they had pointed out as the morning star or the evening star of where the wise men followed into the transmission of the Christ consciousness, it made a revelation that brought man closer to the understanding. And as a result, I mean, but it piggybacked from one to another. And so I think that as human beings, that's what we should endeavor to do, that we should endeavor to continue the concourse of energies towards this ultimate truth. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and of course, as you already pointed out, that truth comes from within. It's not based on external means, but it's based on a sort of inner completion, right? As you said, follow the truth to the concourse of wherever it leads, right? And I think most people cannot do that, right? I think they get scared, right? So that's a problem. Is that courage is almost as important, right? And part of that courage is, knowing your own ignorance or understanding, right? That you're not going to be able to, possess what you create, as Lao Tzu says, right? So this whole idea is that you don't own your creations.
So, in the spirit of Talcadia, how long do you think that we can live without fear?
Yeah, I think it's got to be, in terms of knowing what you're afraid of. I guess facing your fears, I guess, would be the first step if that's the direction you want to go, right? And I like the life aspect of it, right? So it's about life affirming, right? So instead of doing without something, right, it's more about affirmation of life, right? So I mean, how do you live without fear, right? Uh, um, you know, um, it's got to be something about understanding what fear is, because I don't think there's because getting rid of fear could be a bad thing, right? It could be
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Might
you
get
could lose your sensors, right?
get eaten by a tiger, fuck.
Yeah, exactly, right. You could lose your sensitivities, as they say, right? So this is the thing, is that I guess one way is don't pollute the stream, right? Don't you know, take seriously what is dangerous, right? In other words, right? So here's another thing, because people unduly laugh at what they fear, right, as a sort of cope, right? And yeah, instead of facing the dangers, right, and having courage to face the dangers, right? So I mean, yeah, so there's a lot there. I mean, I mean, most people are, comfortably numb, to borrow a phrase. So this is the problem, right? Is that they've surrounded themselves with softness,
Yeah.
right? So,
And to some extent, we need to be able to push beyond the veil, as it were. Like there's a separation between what is this relative individuated life and the absolute. And sometimes, people, they make the wrong choices. They're like, fuck it, who gives a fuck? I'm just gonna jibber jab up and fall in line. For me, for example, they had to scan my entire face in order for me to be able to continue with my job, right? And when they required the absolute like bowing of the head to the great god king Xerxes, and he said, I sit upon my throne, and ultimately you, any plebeian, must submit to me. I told them, I told them a very simple lie. All of us suffer from heart failure. Our hearts are going to fail, and if you do that to us, we will die now and in the real. So we need an exemption. And so everyone here got an exemption, and we penetrate beyond this thing. But are we? And the real question I need to ask is, are we still here? Is there a real response? Are we within a current that still exists, or have we ultimately withdrawn? And if we have ultimately withdrawn, so be it. And from that space, how do I work forward to fuck, what would I even want to do at that point? You know what I mean? Fuck, I don't know. But so many have given up and fallen along the way, and blessings to them, and blessings to everyone that decided to tune in. And yeah, it's quite a thing. I would like to thank you first and foremost for being here, TML, and bringing forth the message that ultimately humanity might not be lost. I don't know. Fuck, we're not going to end all war. Motherfuckers going to keep on killing each other. I mean, tomorrow I might go out and smack some motherfucker in the head and continue the war, right? And at the same time, I might keep it a secret, right? So there might be a state secret of old Frank Monday, Gal Cully killed someone. But at the same time, there is more for us. And I think that's a positive message, ultimately.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like Shang Tzu. If I could reiterate, um, a little tale or paraphrase. I mean, it's like when he was at at this royal, like, like ministers, like, like, um, a courtyard, and there's this like turtle, right? And there's these guards, right? And of course, he's like sitting in this courtyard. There's this turtle that's like, it's like covered in this glass case, and it's got all these ornaments on it, right? And it's like, you got to take the glass case off, put the turtle back in the water, right? Right, put the turtle in the mud, right? Rip the ornaments off the turtle, take the glass case off, and of course, once you do that, the people in the courtyard are going to start making a big scene, right? And of course, what's the answer? Let this turtle be a turtle and let Shang Tzu be Shang Tzu, right? Everything has its own purpose, right? So yeah.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Thank you for that. Like, the
authenticity.
Turtle, yeah. And here's the thing too. Like, as we move forward, the spatial dimensions are going to shift, and folks, they perceive and see things that are beyond these spaces. And I drank far too much on this evening's show. As you can tell, that's obvious to everyone listening, right?
No, it wasn't obvious to me until you said it now. So, yeah, kudos to you, my friend.
Yeah, no, I drank a bit of whiskey. I think I eliminated an entire bottle during this transmission, and it was because, and don't get me wrong, it was because of the succulence of the nature of the thing, and enjoying you being here, TML, and like being able to receive that and be like, fuck, I got to throw back a couple of drinks. It was quite a thing. Yeah.
I appreciate you, man.
And I apologize for that because that's not absolutely 100% respectful, and I should have done better. But,
No,
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm drinking the blood of Christ here,
Yeah.
And I'm a heretic, and I engaged in sacrilege and dissolution and all of that. But at the same time, I think I not only learned something, but brought forward a message that was timeless. And the whole first part of it, I was sober, man. I'm like DK at this point, right? But without his without his experience and being able to handle it. And I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would like to give a shout out to DK. If DK has a channel, does he do anything beyond like chiming in on you occasionally? Because he's a hell of a guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got a Rumble channel. He's been talking about bi-digital convergence. So
nice. Yeah. Did he get kicked off of YouTube? Is that why he's on Rumble?
No, it's just a personal choice at this point. He wants to be able to say whatever he wants. So he thinks that's very important. But of course, I think there's, I think free speech is a limited thing. I mean, it can only go so far. It can only be so effective. And so, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, it's kind of a good topic to dive into if you have a little time. I mean, we can say whatever we want, but there's going to be consequences. Like, let's take the murder.
Yeah, blessings to all the people. Blessings to Frank Monday. Right, check him out. It's at Frank Monday. Right, capital Frank, capital Monday. Right, we'll drop his link later. We'll play the greater portion of that conversation we had. Some powerful reflections, and of course, I'd like to direct you guys to DK Spiracy channel. right? A great friend of the channel. He's on Rumble and D Live, right? DK Spiracy 123 on Rumble. DK Spiracy 123 on D Live, right? And of course, he's DK Spiracy on Rumble. He gave a powerful performance with Traditional Culture Preservation Society earlier. We may include that in our future broadcasts, or transmissions, or call-in shows, or however you would like to situate these live streams. We'll now move on to the latter portion of our stream, right? Looking at art meets spirituality in a changing economy. Art meets science and spirituality in a changing economy, and look at some of those ideas from Marina Abramovich, and look at some of the ideas from the Kala Chakra. So yeah, let's move into some of that here. Right, and of course, this is some of the sort of X-rated portions of our shows here, right? So let me pull this up here for you guys. Okay, here we go. Of course, we got our friend Fridtjof Capra in the mix. Right, and of course, I'm not too familiar with his general work, right? But I am sort of familiar with his application, right, of certain Taoist ideas, right? Tao in physics, right? But of course, he's had some powerful reflections here. So yeah, let's move to that. Give me a second here. Let me pull that up for you guys. Whoops. StreamYard crash. All right. Here, I'll be back in the StreamYard in a minute. Give me a second, guys. Okay, let's try that again. And of course, it's now reset the entire chat within the StreamYard, so I don't see anybody's chats anymore. Blessings, but yeah. So yeah, let me know if you guys see me. Looks like I'm visible on the screen here. So yeah, I'll move on with my presentation here.
This kind of cultural schizophrenia, which we need meditation to compensate. And I think that our challenge is how to introduce intrinsically that dimension of depth in economy, art, everywhere. That's the challenge.
I don't think that everybody needs to go to the desert to meditate, but I'm certainly glad that she goes to the desert to meditate, because these are people who go very far in a certain direction.
If you can imagine somebody of 22 years old in Yugoslavia get naked in front of 500 people outside and cut the communist star on his stomach with a razor plate. I mean, I think I create more shocks than I experience shocks. Experiencing the limits, physical and mental limits, where the human body and mind can go. The one amazing thing is that in our body, we have, in every cell, there is a certain amount of energy, what we never use. We only use this amount of energy in extremes, in a situation of complete stress, risk, accident, then all these particles of energy come in one point and we do our last effort. But in normal situation, we don't. But these particles of this energy who are there, this is an incredible resource. And people who are busy with meditation and are busy with spiritual powers, they know very well how to use this.
In my own field, in particle physics, we try to go to very high energies with these particles, and that's why we have these big accelerators, because we hope that at high energies things will be a little simpler than at medium or low energies. And so in a sense it's a scientific approach to go to an extreme place, to start there. Of course, mystics do that too. They go to extreme states of mind.
When I get introduced to some Sufi rituals, or I went to Tibetans or Aborigines, I saw that every of these cultures actually push their body so far physically in order to make this mental jump, to cut this idea of fear of death, of the fear of pain, of fear of our body limits we live with, and we are so afraid as a Western society.
So there, just as with Pannenberg, they're using the ideas of extreme exposure within physics and extreme exposure within spiritual situations, right? To talk about the sort of bridge between the inner sense, right, of potentiality, which is brought forward by the sense, as I described earlier, right, that the cells, right, are similar to the physical particles, right? And of course, these physical particles sort of transcend space and time, right? So just within the physics, right, there's a concept, right? And this concept is there within, obviously, the non-emergence, principle of mind, right? And of course, they're trying to draw this notion of, ecstatic union forward, right? And of course, they're saying that this is present in the art and the spiritual experience, right? So they're trying to draw this into the scientific understanding, right?
You personally, as a human being who happens to be a physicist, who operates on that level, how do you see fear in operating on our planet?
All right. Well, I see that fear is the main stumbling block to that prevents us from going through the change of thinking and change of values that I believe are absolutely crucial to save the world. And I think it should be taken very seriously, because what we are talking about is a change of paradigms that begins and has to begin by questioning everything that went on before, questioning all the ideas, all the values, all the perceptions that you have had in the past. It doesn't mean that you need to throw everything away. You need to throw some things away and others you keep and others you modify, but you need to question everything. And that...
Yeah, and as I explained earlier, this whole notion is brought about by the entrance of the species being, right, and of the universal scope of mankind, right? Once this universal scope is unleashed, it subsumes the cultural and religious fabric of mankind, right? So the natural paradigm shift goes in the direction, right, either of a twofold, right, either a combination of science and spirituality, or to a neo-primitivism, right, that sort of unleashes the dark primitive urges of man, right, in a sort of techno-nihilism, right? So there's either, so once you have the international situation, right, then either you have two modes, right? You either have the mode of technological progress, right, which subsumes the cultural fabric, or you have the ecological expression, right, which tries to elevate the cultural and artistic sensibility of man, right, in order to meet the sort of challenge of the world technological system, right? But of course, as the problem is, what they're talking about is a sort of global paradigm shift that's piggybacking on those very same ideas, right? So at very best, they'll have a revaluation of values, as Nietzsche describes, right? And not a transformation of values, right? Or an adjustment of those values, right? To acclimate to the situation, right? So there's a possible danger in what they're prescribing with their internationalism, right?
That is, of course, very threatening. And as human beings, we are afraid of change, and we are reluctant to change anyway. You know, even small changes like, you know, going to a different restaurant or ordering something different in the same restaurant. We don't like to do that. But this radical shift of questioning everything that went on before means essentially questioning your existence. And so it's an existential fear. And we can talk about how to overcome it or how to help people overcome it. And I think the community plays a tremendous role, that we need to build a community of people who have gone through the process and then can support others in going through it. But the fear has to be taken seriously. When I do seminars for managers, I always say this is no joking matter. And I understand very well that in addition to all the constraints that working in a company brings with it, there is this very serious existential fear that we need to acknowledge.
There is a society in Bangalore. They want to launch a crusade. Orientals learn very quickly. A crusade to the West in order to help the West to develop. And the question we had at that time was fear. And I had not hereby, was not prepared. There are 100 different names in Sanskrit classical language for what we call fear. Angst, tremblement, doubt, hesitation, insecurity, threat, anxiety, which is one of the Sanskrit words for sin. So we should learn to begin to make this kind of discernment. Not all fear can be put on one single bag. When I want to irritate Christian theologians, I say the whole Christian and Jewish theology is nothing but the sanctification of the principle of property. There are many gods, but I'm your God. There are many wives, but she's your wife. There are many cows, but that's not your neighbor's cow. The principle of property is the pivot of a...
Yeah, and we know that the principle of property, as we explained, right, in terms of John Locke, right, of course, we're referring to section 42, right, of the Second Treatise of Government, right? And of course, in his extrapolation of nature, right, as a waste, right, that isn't developed by human labor, right? So he had to change the entire relationship between man and nature to reconstitute the idea of property, right, within man as an individual, right? So, so he's interestingly pointing out, but I wonder if he ever talks about the origin of these ideas, right, and not just some sort of superficial attack against capitalism, right? Because he may just be attacking capitalism and consumerism, and we know what the deal is there, right? They want to usher in a world socialist system, right? And that is what their goal is, right? In critiquing capitalism, right? Well, of course, some of their solutions are worse than the problems, right, that exist, right? And we have to be weary of that, right?
Certain type of civilization. Fear emerges out of that property. I have something to lose because I possess knowledge, riches, whatever. So fear is linked with that primacy and I should be very careful, primacy of the principle of property as guiding our wealth understanding. When there is no principle of property, there is nothing to fear. I'm not saying romantically that we should all lose all our fears and divest of all our things. I'm not saying that one has to be poor San Francis of Assisi. But one has to be non-attached on the one hand, because your treasure, your heart, your real life is not set in making a living or making a career or whatever. That's what is this fundamental attitude. But is that I set the values, the life somewhere else. It's waterproof. The symbol is in many countries is the lotus, which grows in a pond of dirt.
The Chinese wall. You see, we know from our society the Chinese wall is built as a defense, wall against the Genghis Khan and the wild tribes from Mongolia and protecting China inside. The wall was called the dragon, the life serpent. And the dragon head must lie in the water. So that's why they build the foundation into the water. So they start from the water. When you reach to the coast, there is the small, very old inscription where the written is first pass on earth. And then you walk the wall, and it's all the mountains, and you cross half China, and the tail of the dragon on the end of the wall is in the Gobi Desert. And there is another piece of stone would say heroic path to the sky. So the whole line is the mirror image of the Milky Way. And actually it's marriage. The dragon is the marriage between earth and sky.
As you know, in the world, there are ancient cultures like the Celtics, the American Indians, in Japan, the Shintos. In Tibet, they existed, the Burn, the ancient tradition. And it's interesting about Tibetan Buddhism is it incorporates the both together. Like, for example, when Tibet was first, Buddhism came to Tibet, there was a great master called Padmasambhava. He brought all the negative energies which were really obstructing and put them into certain energy centers where he put certain statues and stupas, which really... Now, what is interesting, when Tibet was being taken over by China, some people had gone and destroyed those stupas, and the energy was being released.
When I was staying with Aborigines, I would sit on the earth, and the man would come and say, no, 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 don't sit on this place. This place is better. Here is bad energy, and here is good energy. And he knew, and I don't. And it's not so long ago in the past, in early Christian churches, Greek Orthodox, the Catholic, some old Celtic monuments, they're all in Europe, they're built on a certain energy grids. And then the power of the earth could be used directly just by the being on that point. And these energy grids are shifting all the time. So we don't know where are the new energy grids. We just don't know.
There are people who still know, for example...
So check out how we're about to switch to the Kala chakra, right? And look at its relationship to the rituals of the Dalai Lama. And you got this guy here, right? The Tibetan Lama, right? Then agreeing with Marina Abramovich. And of course, they're pointing to these new age sort of spiritual practices about harnessing the energy that's present within the earth, certain energy centers within the earth. And she's using the dragon as a sort of example, right, of drawing the energy from heaven to earth, right? And of course, it's related to the whole concept of this, Kundalini, and even of this, dragon, that appears in a lot of the literature of different people, right? I think even in Mesoamerica, you have the symbolism of the dragon, right? So yeah, let's hear maybe like a minute more of this, and then we'll move to the rituals of the Dalai Lama, and then we'll explore that for maybe 15 minutes, right? And then we'll take a little switch to Shangzhou, right? And then we'll end the show with you know, this analysis of Mumford, right? I think we have one last part of this documentary by Mumford, right? And also the reading by the reading of Ellul, right? So yeah, so we'll move to that, right? And that's going to be the format of the rest of the show. And then I have some very interesting recordings that I would like to play for you guys of a conversation I had with Frank Monday, right? Also a conversation I had with Truther Comp, right? So yeah, different shows that we'll play. But yeah.
It's not just a kind of wishy-washy spirituality. It is neither willy-woolly, but it is actually a science. Like geomancy is a science and science. So all these are sciences that really, there are still people. That's why my concern is that even among the Tibetans, there are few.
Yeah, and we'll look at this in detail as well, right? The comparisons, right, especially of, Tenzin Gyatso, right, of this whole entire thing of the preeminence of science, right, to spirituality, right? He talks about how Buddhist spirituality is sort of shrouded in scientific discovery. And if scientific discovery seems to contradict Buddhist spirituality, then the science takes precedence, right? So I don't know any other religious organization that has made such a claim in relation to science, right? The Catholic churches definitely came close, right? But yeah, even they have sort of tried to combine, spirituality and science to the best of their ability, right? And not sort of try to have the science take precedence over the metaphysical speculations of the church, right, itself.
Old masters who still have that kind of knowledge that is slowly dying.
It would be totally unrealistic.
Okay, let's move to the knowledge that he says is so important. And okay, so this is from page. Actually, I don't know if these pages are numbered here. Yeah, let me just put this on the screen. And of course, I apologize in advance, right? But for the sort of sexual nature of this, right? But it says here, but it's important, especially because it's Spooky Saturday, and I think this is a spooky topic, especially with Marina Abramovich. So yeah, it says alchemy and semen gnosis. This is before we continue with the initiation path in the Kala Chakra Tantra, we would like to throw a brief glance over Indian alchemy and the sexual substances it employs, because this half occult science by and large coincides with the tantric seed gnosis. The Sanskrit term for alchemy is rasavada. Rasa meaning liquid or quicksilver. Quicksilver was considered the most important chemical substance which was made use of in mystic experiments, both in Europe and in Asia. The liquid metal was employed in the transformation of metals, both in the East and in the West, in particular with the intention of producing gold. So I think this has something to do with like mercury. Right. And of course, Newton talks about this too, right? I don't know if you guys, Newton talks about like using mercury, right? The green lion eating the sun, right? The green lion is mercury, right? And then I think the sun represents some sort of alchemical transformation. I don't know how visible this is on screen. I can't really. Oh, yeah. You know what I can do? I could actually make this bigger. So liquid metal was employed in the transformation of metals both in the East and the West, in particular in the intention of producing gold. In the Occident, it bore the name bore the name of the Roman god Mercury. Okay. So there's our Mercury. Right. The Kala Chakra Tantra also mentions quicksilver at several points. The frequency, and it's kind of strange that they put Mercury in the jabbers and the jabberonis and the jabronis. That part of an alchemical transformation of sorts. The Kala Chakra Tantra also mentions quicksilver at several points. The frequency with which it is mentioned is a result of its being symbolically equated with the male seed. It was, in a manner of speaking, the natural substance form of the semen. It is characteristic of quicksilver that it can swallow, quote unquote, other substances that is chemically bind with them. I don't know if they're being, double like disgusto here. But yet this quality allowed the liquid metal to become powerful symbol for tantric yogi who was an androgen succeeds in absorbing, i.e. swallowing. Okay, so they were being like that, right? The gynergy of his wisdom consort. Whoa, gynergy? Gynergy? It sounds like gin energy. Gynergy. Give me some of that. Gynergy.
Ooh, baby.
All right. I keyed. It is very quiet out there in the chat. There's like 18 people watching me make these jokes, and there's apparently Creek Mary, Denise, blessings. You know what I mean? I appreciate you guys. But yeah, I don't mean to associate anybody with this. The corresponding feminine counterpart to Mercury is sulfur, known in India as Rasavada, and regarded as chemical concentrate of menstrual blood. Its magic efficacy is especially high when a woman has been fed sulfur. Interesting. 21 days before her menses. Both substances together, mercury and sulfur, create cinnabar. I didn't know that. Mercury and sulfur create cinnabar, which logically is equated with sucra, the secret mixture of the male and female seed. In the Indian alchemical text, it is recommended that one drink a mixture of quicksilver and sulfur with semen and menstrual blood. Whoa. For a year in order to attain exceptional powers. Not recommended to try that at home. Right? We do not recommend to try that at home. In other words, please don't. Okay, just how fundamental the female seed, quote unquote, was for the opus. The Indian alchemist can be deduced from the following story. The yogi adept Nagarjuna, highly revered by the Tibetans and a namesake of the famous founder of Mahayana Buddhism. Now, we will be studying some of the work of Nagarjuna. Very important, I think, from the perspective of all of philosophy. Right, some of the ideas of the Abhidharma, right, and some of the other traditions of Buddhism, right. So he says, experimented for years in order to discover the elixir of life. Albert Grunwedel has therefore christened him the Faust of Buddhism. Oh. Obviously, you guys know about Faust. Okay, we got Zephyr out here. Blessings to Zeph.
Yeah, you seemed a little lonely, so I decided I'll pop up and say hi.
Oh, yeah. We got an extra viewer, too. 19 now, ever since you joined. So, there's a lurker. Yeah, so many lurkers, actually. Because the only person, communicating is, Creek Mary, shout out, blessings. Also Brown's boy. But these are people we know must be around, So where is everybody else? And who are these 19 people? Holler back. Hallelujah, holler back. Right, let us know how you feel out there. I mean, we appreciate your correspondence. Okay, we got the homie here. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Yeah, one of me's comments, I mean, that was the greatest comment I've seen ever. On one of my videos. Like my favorite comment all year. It's like watch movies together or something. Hell yeah. I appreciate you.
I have a print of the green lion eating the sun.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I made it into this art piece that is actually, it's like a mirror as well on the inside, and it's got this other piece of art that I traded for a reading. That's basically this guy. This girl that I did a reading for. It's her friend that she made him into a rooster, but his comb is fingers, so it's like he's got a comb of fingers on his head, and it's really cool painting. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll show you guys.
Yeah, I invited Twilight, son of Lilith, to give a lecture on tantric magic. Just have him go off on the subject. I think it would be very interesting to hear what he has to say about it. I know he would really know something about this green lion eating the sun type of business, right? But the question here goes back to a fundamental question, right? Who discovered this, right? Because if it's the same in the Eastern and the Western occults, right, and they both talk about Mercury and Quicksilver and all this stuff, right, and it's all the way back to Hinduism, right? So this seems to be a alchemical, idea that goes back very far, right? And it was transmitted, and it seems like a link between Eastern and Western, forms of science, I think, right? But I think it would be considered like pseudoscience by today's metrics. But still,
LARPing, because I don't think Nagarjuna knew about Tibet, or I read poetry from
yeah, they're taking this, yeah.
I read poetry from Hanshan, and he actually didn't like the Tibetans. He called them barbarians.
Right. They've appropriated his teaching.
Interestingly, in Iran or in Central Asia, there were these guys named Hitholites. They practiced skull manipulation. and they were Buddhists too, and they were big barbarians, also Hippolytes, and maybe they're kind of creepy. But then they became Nestorian, and they kind of cooled down the Hippolytes, but they practiced skull manipulation, and they were very warlike. And it's interesting how some Scythians and Hippolytes became Buddhists, but they didn't become Zoroastrian. A lot of them did become Buddhists. Oh. Yeah, that one guy, Beckwith, he talked about that kind of stuff, Beckwith. Hippolytes. Have you ever heard of the Hippolytes? The White Huns.
No, I have not.
Central Asian history tends to be very underappreciated or unknown.
Right. Yes.
When the Mongols invaded, they destroyed a lot of stuff. You know, we lost a lot of information.
Yeah, because I think the history of like the Slavs, the Turks, and the Mongolians is like linked. And, you know, it's pretty interesting. And to see where all those people came from.
I was surprised a while back to find that Mongolia did not, in fact, touch the sea. That it was landlocked.
Yeah, Mongolia is.
Yeah, because I seem to remember it being like all the way above China, like it would go further east. But I think maybe that was just a timeline thing or something. Because I'm pretty good with my geography, but
Yeah. Yeah, and this is very interesting because it's like they've taken this earlier figure in Buddhism and turned him into sort of magician, right? Similar to how the Talmud, turns Jesus into like this magician figure or whatever, right? But of course, they're doing it in a positive way, right? So they're like saying like Nagarjuna is like Merlin, but it's indicative of how they're taking these earlier practices of Buddhism and sort of reappropriating them, right? So yeah.
That's how traditions spread, though. I mean, when the tradition spread, it tends to mutate or take in local influences. So, a lot of time, like the Hellenistic elements and Christianity, or the more Zoroastrian elements in Islam. You know, Sarush was still heavily. He was relegated to a angel, Sarasha, the Zoroastrian archangel, the voice of conscience.
Right.
And they still like them, yeah.
Yeah, you have a whole tradition in Islam, right? When Islam started spreading, it transformed into a tradition called, the Mutazilites, right? And the Mutazilites or the Mutazila, right? They were basically, combining Islam with elements of, sometimes Platonic philosophy, sometimes Zoroastrianism, right? So yeah, this continued all the way up until the time of al-Ash'ari, right? The Islamic philosopher, right? And theologian, right? Who influenced al-Ghazali, right? And of course, al-Ghazali sort of tried to reverse this process, right? And of course, many of the scholars, in the beginning of Islam, right, they had like sort of jailed and like eliminated the influence of the Mutazila, right? Way of looking at Islam, right? But there was, and of course in, Christianity, there was the spread of Arianism. Right, and of course,
and
Arian
the Cathars,
over the
Cathars too.
I'm sorry, Zeph, what was that? Say that again.
I said, and the Cathars, they pretty much
right,
totally, yeah.
Yeah, they almost took over the Catholic Church, right? And they had lots of Zoroastrian ideas, mixed in. The Cathars, Albigensians. Yeah.
Sober, I cannot pronounce his name, but Sobaradi or something. Sobradi, yeah, he was. Is Sorbadi's illuminationist philosophy had lots of Zoroastrian element, and also you had the Karmashians. The Karmashians were more weird. But yeah, the Kardashians were interesting too. You had a lot of weird syncretic stuff going on. And so yeah, and you had Mullah Sadra, who also took the illuminationism from Sarvadi. Yeah. Kind of like how Chan was influenced by Taoism, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah, I found the teachings of Zen especially to be very useful in expanding my understanding of Taoism. You know, so yeah, and yeah, so and especially there's a work I think called Huang Po, Transmission of Mind. I mean,
yeah, let me also talk to you about something that's kind of related to all of that. What's your opinion? I really don't like it either, but all this LARPing stuff, like how it was all, white, blue-eyed people or red-haired people, like settling all these ancient empires. Does that kind of piss you off, or you don't really care? I'm just curious what you think. Have you noticed that trend, like reviving, Gabino or reviving Lothrop, stuff like that? Just curious what you think about that.
I think it's interesting, right? But whether it reflects, sort of this transhumanist ideal, or whether it represents something, more tribal, like, via Evola, right? So, I mean, just as in the case of Christianity, I'm willing to guide their ideological process, right, by looking at the various understanding of those things and seeing which one relates more to my inner sensibilities of what I think is better for white people or humanity in general, right? So yeah, I think it would be better for them to return to their roots, and I mean their indigenous roots, right, and not look at a global project, right, in terms of an archaic revival of a world civilization. Right, I think that is a detrimental, and I think that can be tied into the transhumanist project, right? And I think people like Dugan are attempting this, right? And I find it to be very deplorable, right? Obviously, because it's has some bad implications in the type of trajectory that we're already on, right?
I see it kind of like a double-edged sword, like how Israelites, the Zionists go to Israel and they claim they have right to that land because their ancestors were there or whatever. And something like that might occur in the future where, some white people feel like they have the right to the land of Iran, Pakistan, or Northwest India because they feel like the Aryans gave them their language or whatever. So I do see it as a problem for people like us, what I mean? Because eventually, if that kind of stuff grows, they will do what the Jews did to Israel, they'll do to us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I see it as a major problem, I think we should kind of be against it, because as it grows, it does threaten, other people. I think it's too much LARPing. I mean, there's too much LARPing now. I don't really like LARPing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. And I think the greater problems of that are also located in the idea that the whole concept of white nationalism comes from Judaism, right? So it's inextricably tied to the idea of Jews as a nation and a people, right? Some of it even claims that white people are the 13th tribe of Israel, right? So it's tied to Christian Zionism, right? And some of these ideas, right? Then you extrapolate and look at, some of those ideas that I was presenting of the Alexandrian Jews, right? And how they combine the ideas of Roman Jerusalem, and how Roman Jerusalem seems to, represent the modern Western synthesis, right? So the problem is that, the Western ideals are inescapably Jewish, right? Which is a culture that is foreign to Europeans, right? So this whole entire idea, right, is extremely powerful because the Bible, right, is not from Europe, right? So we have to synthesize how, I mean, as Mitrovic says, Europe was chosen for the undertaking of Jews becoming white, right? And this is an extremely shocking turn of events, right? And so when you have the synthesis of world problems, two main people are blamed, especially in the conspiracy circles. You see, they're blamed either Rome or the Jews, right? They'll say it's either Rome or the Jews, and depending on which conspiracy circle you go in,
You forgot Anglos. The Anglo aristocracy.
yeah, the Anglos represent Rome.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
It's an extension of the same thing, right? So
no, Rome is closer to like Spaniards, or like Italians. It's not close to.
yes, but I'm talking about in the Zohar, right? I'm talking about
the Zohar. Yeah, that's right.
The rabbinic interpretation of what Rome and Babylon and Western.
You're right. This is why I don't really like the occult that much. I mean, I do like metaphysics. That deal with higher transcendental purpose. But when it comes to like occult stuff, I think it's all LARPing. Big LARP. The kind of stuff Twilight listened to is just claim that Irish people went all over and they established, all these civilizations. It's not true, what I mean? It's just LARPing, what I mean? It's like massive LARPing, I find it as kind of, it's especially facilitated and exasperated by technique and industrialization, what I mean? And it's a big problem, though. The kind of stuff I'm talking about is all over Twitter, what I mean? Like, you go on Twitter, you see a bunch of people LARPing and claiming that we have nothing to do with our ancestors, stuff like that. It's like a psychological warfare, and I think State Department utilize it too. I mean, State Department promotes the growth of this kind of stuff. I mean, it is a kind of psychological emasculation. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think Iran should get that close to the West anymore. I think China and India are better to get close to. I think the West has been kind of engaging in some kind of massive psychological warfare with their political technologies. And it kind of pisses me off, but it's okay. I mean, that's why I married an East Asian in some ways. So I'm kind of I wouldn't say I hate Westerners, but I am somewhat do not like their culture that much. I mean, I find it very fishy, going all to the Kabbalah stuff and the occult. It's very fishy stuff. Also when you get deep into it, it makes you kind of get suspicious of science too. To be honest, so I don't. Does kind of make you distrust everything.
I don't know. I think you can be suspicious and investigate without necessarily having to go that far. I think that's overcorrection, but that's just my opinion.
I mean, I'm not going that far. I'm not saying I hate Westerners. I'm saying I'm not saying I'm not like Yakub. You were created by Yakub or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying more like, the cultural elements. Like when I go into it deep, how do we know the Safavids were not, bolstered by the Venetian nobility? I mean, there's some evidence there, and the Safavids did commit some genocides. You see what I'm saying? And there's evidence that Heraclius actually made a promise to the Persians during the Sassanid War, and then he backstabbed them, and then he aided the Rashidun. You see what I'm trying to say? This kind of weird.
Yeah. But does that reflect badly on their ancestors or what? Because I don't get it.
I'm saying that I'm saying history is not recorded always 100% accurately.
No, it absolutely is not. It's always recorded by the winners and whoever can keep the best records.
Yeah,
and keep them.
Just like stuff like Atlantis and Hyperborea and Tartaria, that kind of stuff I'm always suspicious about. Whenever I see that stuff growing in popularity, it makes me realize that we're in a bad turn of events. I mean, like, man, the metaphysics I like. That stuff is stuff you can think about. But the stuff about like these ancient civilizations, I'm gonna be honest. I think that's State Department propaganda. I mean, that's like connected to like LARPing fantasies.
Yeah.
Like Graham Hancock, and all those people, Graham Hancock and Robert Seper, all of them are massive LARPers, and they lie. I mean, they lie. Like they get some certain evidence.
They're aware of it. Do you think they know they're lying?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like one of the guys, like Robert Sepper, right? He released all this anti-Semitic propaganda, right? And then basically his followers found out he was Jewish, and it created an entire scandal, right? When he was claiming he was like this.
I knew he was Jewish right away. It's how did they not know he was Jewish?
Exactly. Right. He's like LARPing as some sort of Iranian, right? So obviously,
Really?
yeah, so it's pretty.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty,
I did not expect that at all. Like, wow.
It's crazy. Yeah, you look it up, you can look it up in newspapers. So.
I like the Mysterious Middle East channel. I like that guy quite a lot. He actually talks a lot about like jinn and stuff that a lot of people don't talk about.
But let me be clear though. This isn't exclusively Iranians, though. It also affects Northwest Indians and even Pakistanis, like because they claim the white people and the blue-eyed people came on chariots. You can find memes.
Right. You could.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, you can find
There's
memes.
green-eyed. I think maybe the green-eyed people came from that area. There's some green-eyed people.
Well, it's true they came from the steppes, but they mixed, before the empires were formed. I mean, they came like 1500 BC. That's what the scientists say, or 800, around 1000 BC. The white-eyed, blue-eyed Santashta people, and then they mixed with the people, that were already settled there, and that's the empires were made. I mean, they mixed.
And that's as my people have been tended to do pretty much everywhere that we've ever been. Is like we just mix in with whoever's there. We're pretty good at that, I guess. I'm a mutt.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, this whole thing of, Western, right? You got to break down that term, because does it mean the Bible or does it mean Greek philosophy, right? That's the first step, right? To break it down.
I think there's a network with the Anglo aristocracy and the Venetian nobility, and then the Mossad or whatever. There's a network, with those guys. That's what I mean, and those guys also, prop up a kind of, matrix. It's kind of hard to tell what's true anymore or whatever. It's kind of hard, it's difficult.
Do you think it was any easier before, really, though, or do you think it was just that everybody was convinced that it was?
Well, I think it didn't matter before, because before I didn't like, let's say you live in a village, I don't know, in the Alps or whatever. You cannot understand what these people are saying. You only speak your language. You don't speak English. I mean, I speak English right now. We're all communicating now. That wasn't normal in the ancient past. You just focus on your village in a local context. You don't give a shit what, I don't know, this guy halfway across the bowl is saying about how your ancestors were all like, Aryan Nordics before they got misogynated or something like that. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like,
You know what, though? You can still do that. You can still ignore it.
Well, I don't know, though. The thing is, it's all over the internet now. It's kind of flooded Twitter. It floods a lot of the internet. It's just, you gotta avoid the internet. Yeah. But yeah, that stuff is kind of, I think, even reaches politics in some way. The best to avoid all media if you want to avoid that stuff. I do try to avoid it, but I do pay attention because I'm kind of wondering how the younger generations will grow up, you know what I mean? Because they become very polarized, you know what I mean? They're either like white hating, white guilt people, you know what I mean? Like, or they're like, LARPing we wuzzers or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? It's a very big polarization. It's very interesting, That's what I mean. Yeah, it makes me think that the whole migrant crisis was orchestrated to manipulate the masses in order to, like, radicalize them in different directions. That's why things are difficult to tell. You think they're doing it because of white guilt or white shame, but no, the intention was always to make it reversed into the other extreme. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's what happens when you have extreme advanced data mining techniques, you know what I mean, and predictive models based on, gathering data and machine learning.
Perhaps. I don't know. I don't really think about it that much.
Well, I don't have kids, so
I'm
I'm not
aware of it.
much either, though. But
I do
if I
too.
had
My
kids,
kids
I
are
would
adults,
be
but
very close to.
yeah, my kids are not small anymore. But I
Yeah.
raised children that are
Well,
now young adults.
well, even when I see stuff like, that guy Hermes on Twitter and, Aravo and stuff like that, I know that the future is not going to be bright for foreigners living in the West. Maybe it's good too. And also, though, the bad thing, though, is I don't think it will get any better for our ancestral countries either. So I don't know about that yet. Maybe not mine, but maybe yours. I don't know. Yeah, it's a big, tricky situation. But anyway, I'm not that worried about because I don't have kids. I mean, I know the future is not bright. These machinations are beyond any individual to handle. But I do see kind of what's going on and stuff like. It does kind of piss me off in some ways. I mean, I think when people get too powerful, they tend to get full of themselves. I mean, that's obvious.
I agree. I agree with
Yeah.
that 100%. Power is a corrupting influence, definitely. And
Isn't
people
it?
just really, yeah, they really want too much of it and they really don't know what to do with it once they get it, other than be selfish a lot of the time.
Yeah. Well, that's a good conversation about like how race relations have deteriorated since I don't know, digital information age. Like it really has deteriorated, and I would argue liberals have made it worse. Because they have made it worse. Like they feed into like the opposite side, and then the opposite side gets more radical, and yeah, it's not very pleasant. Yeah, overall, yeah.
Yeah, I think the seeming and the being are different though, because it's like what we are told things are like, and then like what the experience is on the ground, like can be totally vastly different. It's like here, there's not a lot of in New Mexico. There's primarily like Latino and Native Americans. There's a small Black population and like probably like 30% white people that would like be self-identified as white. And there's a few Asians and some Middle Easterners, but they're not like in large numbers. But we've been getting a lot of people from Africa, like I forget the country. It starts with an S.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
But we've got a lot of immigrants recently. But
yeah, it won't set my background up, so let me fix this.
But there's not a lot of like discrimination, racism, like, and generally, I mean, I just like went to a party with my partner. Like he's a Latino, and I was like one of two white people there, and I felt perfectly comfortable. And I was like, "Hi, other white guy," and everybody laughs.
Okay, let me try this again with the background. It wasn't working. I don't know what's going on with this. This one. Okay, yeah, let's just go with this one again.
That looks like Foamy the squirrel.
Yeah, so yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Are you guys done talking about that? But I didn't mean to disturb you guys. But yeah,
No, I think so. I think we are. I don't know. I was just saying that it's not really that like there's not a lot of racism here in New Mexico. I mean,
yeah, I get your point. Just pay attention to UK and France because America tends to imitate whatever Europe does. It's a very complex situation. A little too complex. I do kind of think maybe those places will have far right uprising, and then it will trickle into America. And I don't know. I think maybe the elites want it because they want stuff like I said before, like racially segregated biodigital ID. You know, like a newer form of Jim Crow laws, basically. I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen at this point. Is what I'm saying. You know, like I think that's like maybe 10 or 20 years down the line. Yeah, I just look at it differently. I look at all these stuff happening differently. It's like orchestrated. You know, they create the problem, manufacture the solution. Does that make sense? You know, yeah, it's a kind of disturbing thing, but yeah, I mean that's kind of why I tend to be a little bit more misanthropic, because if you look at history, you know, the rulers and leaders typically make decisions based on what they can do to consolidate more power. That's kind of what, and it's kind of tied into all that stuff I said about, I don't know, like the oligarchs and the technocratic elite. You know, they're using technique in a way that just lead to more consolidation of power. I mean, maybe they'll use to do something like that. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, think about it reasonably. Like, no country ever wants to help out another. There's always the ulterior motive. You know what I mean? Like, if you open your borders, you're not doing it to help the people. You're doing it because you have some kind of ulterior agenda. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, you know, and I feel like all this LARPing and this, you know, ties into that. It mainly stems from industrialization, of course, and also the epochs we're moving to. We're moving from digital information age to something more like, I don't know, bio-digital age. See what I'm trying to say? Yeah, that's the thing. That's a mess. Yeah, the modern world is a big mess. A very big mess. It's never been this. Yeah, people act like industrialization makes things more orderly and more stable. No way. It makes things way more unstable and volatile. You know, I mean, they at least use that the volatile nature of things for their own objectives. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, it's obvious to me. I mean, that's all I have to say. I mean, do you agree with that, TML, or you think I'm being too pessimistic or cynical?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tad bit more, pessimistic and cynical than, especially in terms of the West, right? I'm a tad bit more optimistic in terms of the West, just because I think we've gone past looking at the highly compartmentalized situation in terms of, ethnic and social distinctions. Yeah, blessings to Ahimsa. I appreciate you for watching. Hi, Ahimsa. But yeah, I definitely, I'm 90%, there with you, way more than in agreement than I could ever, hope to be with anyone. So yeah, I greatly appreciate your correspondence. And with the other people here, Dr. D Head. What an intelligent dude, man. Just from his comments, I mean, this guy knows a lot. He's always been in the chat. I greatly appreciate his comments. I mean, just I could tell that me and Dr. D agree on like 90% of things that are going on in this world. I mean, just by reading his comments, and all that. So, yeah, I mean, I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And yeah, we'll move to this, song and try to get into some of the Shang-Zu if we can. I know there's not that many people watching, but I really appreciate you guys' time. And yeah, we'll move to the Shang-Zu and see what's popping. And
I found that art, by the way, if you want me to show you.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, let's take a look at this green lion thing. Yeah, right. That's the thing. Oh, we got the blood.
Yeah, and then it opens up. It's a mirror, and then there's there's a mirror.
That explains a lot with the entire thing that we were looking at, right? With the Mercury and the sun and the sulfur and the blood and the period blood coming into the mix of it. All right, interesting.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know what this banner says. It's really hard to read what the words are. I think I had it written down somewhere, but I think it's really interesting. The lion also, the tail looks like a leaf vine, sort of like the lion is like a green creature, like a plant, sort of like his tail looks a lot like a leaf, don't you think?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's green. So it's like,
Yeah, he's very green. Yeah.
yeah, I
I got
wondered.
this from Poland from a guy who is a freighter. He's a magician of some sort. He was actually he was not healthy. He was not doing well, but I was trying to support him a little bit by buying some of his artwork, and he sent me a really beautiful Seal of Solomon as well for free, which was great.
Yeah, I wonder if they get that from some type of, like the mercury derived from some sort of plant, the green leaf, so that lion looks like that. I don't know. I mean, it's got to be coming from a plant, right? Where else would it come from?
Yeah, I don't know. I know cinnabar is highly toxic.
Oh yeah,
I have some, but yeah, it's beautiful.
What is it used for?
I mean, they make like little boxes and jewelry and things out of it, but yeah, it's pretty toxic. And I don't know, I had this like transmission, I don't know any other way to describe it, back in 2006, and it was just one phrase, and I still don't understand it exactly, but it was no mercury, no lead, and I think it's like all gas, no brakes. Like it's kind of the same sort of a meaning, but I'm not absolutely sure on that. But it was just something that popped in my head one day, and it just stuck.
Yeah, I don't know why that term to imply like when people are fake, like friends or whatever. So it's like they're putting it on for like the camera or whatever. So I don't know. I'd say like like all gas, no brakes. It's like
Deceptive, or deceptive fraud, or like.
Or it's like they don't have any sort of restraint or something. I think
yeah,
it's all gas.
like they won't stop gassing each other up. Right.
Oh, see, and I don't think of gassing like that.
No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just transparent. Sometimes I'm not precise in my words.
We were accusing you.
Yeah,
We're just discussing the term. It's okay. It's okay, Avian. You're all right. Nobody's criticizing you. You're okay.
Yeah, we're Mick chilling over here, and I greatly appreciate the time of the people. It's weird, like the views keep going like 10 to 20 to 10 to 20, and it's like this mental jujitsu with the numbers. So I don't know. I think it's like other people are going live or whatever. But yeah, it's kind of interesting function to that whole thing. But yeah, let's move to the Shangzhou, and I won't read that much of it. Maybe just like 10 minutes. We'll give a very succinct presentation on the Shangzhou. Then we'll move to a Mumford and Ellul, because I got like tons of way more stuff on Mumford and Ellul, and we're kind of going over the time here. So let's because I want to like cut this off at 6 hours so I could play my damn recordings. We've already missed one of them, which is the Beck's recording. She's already taken it down. Right. So we'll have to, so see, this is the problem is, we'll lose these when they don't stay up. And of course, people want to take them down, as soon as possible, because some of the subjects, we tend to talk about are a little bit different from the subjects they usually cover. Right. Especially when I'm on. Right. But yeah, let's go to song here. One of my favorite songs, one of my favorite artists. Oof. Holocaust. Right. And of course it's impossible to search him. He's also called the Robot Tank. He's also called the War Cloud. One of the greatest one of the greatest lyricists to ever pick up the mic. I mean, for sure. He's got a verse in this song. But yeah, anyway, so we'll be back in 5 minutes for you guys with some Shang Zhu a little bit. Then I'll play another song, and then we'll move to Mumford and Ellul. Then we'll play some more music, and we'll conclude the show. Blessings to the people. That's the wrong one. We already listened to Brotherhood of the Kill. That one has Holocaust in it too. Yeah, I believe this one is called 315. This isn't Brotherhood of the Kill. It's a different one. Still Plague Magician and the Holocaust.
You must allow it.
Yo.
I can only facilitate your dream.
Yo. Through the darkest night, the conqueror shone through. 1, 2, swords cut the heads off warlords. Hordes of enemies who face the penalty. Strike vicious, relentlessly, curse like the Kennedys. Flames course through my veins in every extremity. Concentrate like corrosive chemicals. Ferocious sentinel, still dominate, my fate's inevitable. Death becomes you, blood on my hands still humble. Continue to spark stones off skulls. Demons emerge from bloody holes, the unholy. Silky like the filthy hands of Satan. Who you place your faith in, nighttime still lonely. It's only me, bringer of the light, holder of the key. Ghost on the subway platform, beneficent. We whack through static and interference. Lone warrior, I chose my alliance. My mind is chain link and barbed wires. Focus my vision and start fires. Powers acquired from the nuclear sun. Darkest days lay ahead, the future is none. White spider on the run, I deeped you so deceitful. I spun a web right beneath you. Feast on the blood of Ezekiel and speak evil. Drained of all life, your empty shell looks peaceful.
It's like going to sleep for a while, nothing else. Will I remember? Like you remember a dream, mostly. Now shut your eyes and listen to the ground.
In a dream after a samurai battle alone, I quickly return home. This temple in the mountains forest zone. Ball head, sword in left hand. I sit down Indian style from stand. Light samurai armor, all that chest on me. I hunch and die cam. A scholastic literature unit. The death of everybody by the Holocaust. Tales, short stories, travels, talk. The Brotherhood of Stones, man. Remark of the Quadrant Records ends. A species of violet grows by where the snow-driven Sasquatch Yeti stands. This attacks through the forest, enriching. At last they seem to be listening. The Holocaust of vengeance, archaic pool. Once two married women had a dispute about which of their husbands was the greatest fool. Blood parrot, dreaming convict, mixed peacock, pigeon blood clog. Bug beepers for promise keepers, dog. Be a light between Nazarites, hob. Beneath riots odds, be quiet and know that I am God. Remove the sin, a porcupine doesn't blend in. Everyone wins. The Lord looks at the heart in the end. Looks at the heart in the end. 50 people can stand on a blue whale's tongue. This psycho diver when blasting, white spider assassin. That's when vultures are extreme scavengers, based on comparison of horsepower and companions. In this hour, composition well. Yes, while I was out, wide rule and sheets too. Glitch, picture rule. Slide the nows, the penguin did. He yes escape from darkness. There the master certain alabaster curtain. Then the Holocaustalic marksman. There in darkness grin. There somewhere on top of a heap of men.
You hear the stylus cutting into the wax? Yes. Concentrate on that sound.
We'll show you the way. We'll show you the way. We'll show you the way.
The flock of ravens that fill the southern sky. I write the ancient promise on stones of a lullaby. Dreams of midnight, nightmares at noon. Misty rainstorms will come soon. Before everything was empty, the storm will come soon. Before everything was empty, rivers turned the other way. Things that my mother say, towers on hillside. All the magic gave, all the magic made. Amaru, magician king of tomorrow's day. Iron angels who left you venerated in hell. A holy relic, architect of fortunes, of what foretell. All dressed in black. I turn a tavern like a stranger. Tester with the top hat, a flying nimbus is my manger.
The holy specter, quill of vibranium scepter, spell breaker, weave sonic interceptors, poison the nectar, the lost emperor, war god resurrector, a cloaked ghost, surrounded by the comatose, dethroned Chronos, the recall dose, ink flows through hypodermic, razor point inverted, words with a purpose, mouth a furnace, fire starter, telekinetically pen verses, to the pyramid surface, write like acid jazz, inked like Victor Zaz, on a warpath with hand styles like the Max, saliva with a technicolor splash, empty the hourglass, cast from heaven's gates, for defying fate, walk through the fire to decapitate snakes, fallen angel featherweights, the file in the cake, young Arthur, head of a hawk, locked in the book of Enoch, spirit walk on mountaintops, master ox, jaws like a sawed-off, teeth spin like bone tomahawks, connect the dots like constellation juggernauts. S1.
I walk beside the sun and the rain to meet death. And over the mountain is the place I stole her breath. Lies of the old witch, sword of the old tomb. Race of the giants awake in the afternoon. Palace of corpses and a mental patient. Dark forces, and his horse was Arabian, killing Cajun. Cold stare with many knives. 3 wives collecting bones in a room of flies.
Okay, so we're getting to the teaching without words, right? To the virtue that takes no form, right? To essence with no form, right? To comprehending relations, right, with oneness, right? And you know, as Shang Tzu says, right, he's talking about working through negation, right? The teaching without words as being a non-point to show a point, right? Using what is not there for what is there, right? In other words, the whole idea of virtue taking no form is identical to the concept of enigmatic virtue, right? That we discussed in the text by Lao Tzu. Right, so it's sort of parallel ideas here, right? And he sort of talks about the culmination of this, right, within various statements that he makes, right? And he says, of course, he's using Confucius to explain this, right? This idea of fasting of the mind, right? The idea of lodging in the usual, right? And obviously he's using some of Confucius' notable disciples like Yan Hui, right, which is his chief disciple, right, who was he was known for his piety, right, yet he was also known for his poverty, right? Then there's Zigong, right, who's known, as sort of to demonstrate the ideas of ritual, right, and harmonizing ritual. Right now, you want to harmonize things by heaven's relativity, right, as Shang Tzu says, right? And what does that actually mean, right? It's this principle that I keep referring back to, right? That, heaven's, that the prince among people is heaven's petty person, right? And heaven's petty person is the prince among people, right? In other words, so this exchange of, as we were talking about, right? As, Shang Tzu says, right? That, you want to go beyond, not only the expression of good and bad, but also the knowledge of right and wrong, right? And also the desire for knowledge itself, right? So the teaching without words, right, is really, well, to express it in the principle of this enigmatic virtue, right? It's creating yet not possessing, right? So if we go back to the Tao Te Ching, right? Remember, he used all sorts of examples, right? Like the uncarved block, right? Water, right? The suppleness of a plant, right? The newborn babe, and of course, the mother, to demonstrate this aspect of primal virtue or enigmatic virtue, or virtue with no form. Right? So as he says, life is bounded, knowledge is unbounded. Using the bounded to follow the unbounded is dangerous. Right? So there's limitations to knowledge, right? There's limitations to words, right? The great debate is not spoken. Right? So there's a, as Lao Tzu says, to reiterate, there's a learning without words, right? There's a harmonizing of things, with heaven's relativity, right? While lodging in the usual. Right, and he gives different examples of this, right? Here's two examples, right? He says, but exhausting the spirit, trying to illuminate the unity of things without knowing that they are all the same, is called 3 in the morning. What do I mean by 3 in the morning? When the monkey trainer was passing out nuts, he said, you get 3 in the morning and 4 at night. The monkeys were all angry. All right, he said, you get 4 in the morning and 3 at night. The monkeys were all pleased. With no loss in name or substance, he made use of their joy and anger because he went along with them. So there's both the harmonizing with things and going along with them, right? And what does he call this? He says so sage. So the sage harmonizes people with right and wrong, and rests them on heaven's wheel. This is called walking the two roads. Walking the two roads. Right, and Shangzu says, right, if a made-up mind counts as a teacher, then who doesn't have a teacher? It says knowledge depends on something before it can be fitting, but what it depends on has not yet been fixed. So how do I know what I call heaven, quote unquote, is not really human, and what I call human is not really heaven? Question. Only when there are true people can we have true knowledge. What do I mean by true people? The true people of olden times did not resist poverty. They did not glory in success. They did not plan their affairs. They could miss without regretting it and hit without being pleased. Such people could climb high without shuddering. They could enter water without getting wet and fire without getting burned. Such is the knowledge that is able to climb up to the way. Wait, did I skip a bunch of shit? Oh yeah, I skipped them. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, let me no, I didn't skip anything, but let me go back to this. I actually did skip a little paragraph, right? So let me go back to that too. But yeah, this description of the sage from last time. Right, to go along with what he just said. He said, where sages wander, knowledge is a curse. Restrictions are paced. Right, meaning, therefore, you know, trying to mend things. Right, so he's saying that restrictions are to mend things. Right, but somebody who goes beyond praise and blame doesn't need to mend things. Right, so he said, knowledge is a curse, restrictions are pace, favors are a patch. Right, meaning they could fix you up for a while. And effort is for trade, right? Everything you do is for the sake of something else. Right, so all effort is for trade. Or there is no effort or work that is self-sufficient. So he says, sages do not plan, so why do they need knowledge? They're not trying to accumulate possessions or knowledge. They do not cut, so why do they need paste? They don't need to mend anything. They have nothing to lose, so why do they need favors? They don't need fixing from anything. No, this is not the I Ching. This is the Shangzu. The Shangzu by unknown author. Right? It's purported to be gathered by the students of Shangzu. As it refers back to the author, the Shangzu and the Lao Tzu are the primary works of Taoist literature, named after the author.
There's one more guy who's very important, Liz He or something like that. You know about him, Liz He?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He's another important figure. Yeah, Lazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's the name of the book he wrote? I forgot the name of the book he
Yeah,
wrote.
I haven't really looked at that one. Yeah, Lazy. Yeah, yeah, but that's one that we should actually study too, right?
Yeah.
I like the one that he like did lots of paintings of cats.
Lazy did that? I'm not sure.
Maybe. I don't know all the names.
I don't think
He's
he
an
painted
emperor,
cats.
though.
Yeah, but there are lots of paintings of cats in ancient China and Japan. Like Japan has block paintings of cats. They're very nice. Lots of woodblock painting. And I think China has brush paintings of cats. So yeah, I don't know if any Taoists did it.
Yeah, but Lazy.
I'm horrible with names, so I never remember the names.
Yeah, so this is a work that we may look into these 8 chapters of Lazy. I have not personally looked at it. It would be a first time looking and reading it, but yeah, thanks for mentioning that.
Yeah, I think the person I know, he recommended A.C. Graham's translation of Lazy, or something like that. One of my friends. I think the Book of Lazy, that's what it's called. The Book of Lazy. It's translated by A.C. Graham. He recommended that. I haven't read it yet, but that's also popular among Taoists.
Yeah, we have looked at 6 different translations of the Lao Tzu on this show. So we've looked at them, and we've looked at them with the panel. So, you know, standing with the contributions of the panel. Right. So yeah, that was a good I think practice event, so-called stream. You know, but anyways. So yeah. So he says yeah, so he says yeah, they're not buying, right? Sages aren't buying anything, so why do they need trade? Right, so he said they don't need to put forth effort, sort of work for themselves, right? It says, in these 4 ways, they feed at heaven. Feeding at heaven, they are nourished by heaven. Once they are nourished by heaven, why do they need other people? They have human form, but not human essence. Since they have human form, they flock with people. Since they lack human essence, right and wrong do not get to them. Right, as Lao Tzu says, remember, he says, you know, I treat good people with goodness. I treat bad people with goodness. Right, it's the same principle. It says, I return evil with goodness. It says, since they lack human essence, right and wrong don't get to them. Infinitesimally small, they flock with people. Indescribably large, they complete their heaven alone. Okay, so this whole idea of loneliness in the crown. Right, anyways, this is a good, like, little pit stop, right, for Shang Tzu, right? I hope you guys appreciated that, and we'll move forward with, and of course, we're moving forward with this work. Right, we still got quite a bit left in the Shang Tzu. Let me read this last paragraph, right? He says, Hu Zi asked Zhang Zi, can people really have no essence? Zhang Zi said, yes, they can. Hu Zi said, but if they have no essence, how can you call them quote unquote people? Zhang Zi said, quote, the way gave them a face, heaven gave them a form. How can you not call them people? Hu Zi said, but if you call them people, how can they have no essence? Zhang Zi said, quote, rights and wrongs, right, are what I mean by essence. By no essence, I mean people not letting in good and bad to hurt them.
Well, that kind of reminds me of Thomas Metzinger. I'm not sure you know about Metzinger. I think his theory about Vogt zero hypothesis isn't that bad if you adopt an idealism. I mean, and I feel like idealism maybe has more robust arguments than panpsychism. And yeah, but Thomas Metzinger writes a lot about the phenomenology of various mystical experience. He has this book, there's 2 big of them. It's called The Elephant and the Blind, which is the experience of pure consciousness, philosophy, science, and 500% plus experiential reports by Thomas Metzinger. He's like a neurophilosopher. But you know, the world zero hypothesis is interesting. I could look back in my notes to describe it, but no, let me double check my notes. You see, but yeah, the world zero hypothesis is more like the experience of the Tao. You know what I mean? At least the closest we can come to describing it with words. Yeah, it's basically let me see here. Wait a second. I'll tell you in 1 second. Yeah, basically, consciousness always rests on an implicit, transparent baseline, world model that makes all experience feel real. This unseen background provides the sense of facticity and here and now, against which imagined or simulated worlds can appear as only possible. You know, Nagarjuna's emptiness points to the lack of intrinsic essence and phenomenon, showing that things exist only in dependence on conditions. World zero can be read as the constructed condition that lends apparent solidity, while emptiness reveals that even the ground is dependently arisen and empty of inherent being. Together, they highlight what feels like unquestionable reality itself. The world zero hypothesis. Let me see here. I actually had, you know, it's basically the implicit, non-represented background that makes all represented content feel present to itself. I think my problem with panpsychism, when I think about it, is that I don't know. I feel like you know, everything. You know, I mean, Schopenhauer kind of deals with it. Like everything exists in representation. You know, representational theory of mind. You know, I think Bernardo Castro is more in the right direction than Skrbina when it comes to arguments. Like I feel like the arguments for idealism are more robust from Castro. You know, when I think about it, because idealism also fits well with the Tao. I think in many ways. I think if you think about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, what do you think, man? I'm sorry if I'm talking too much.
Oh no! It actually you know, relates to this next statement, right? Because he says, by no essence, I mean people not letting in good and bad to hurt them. Follow the natural and do not help life along. So I think that sounds a bit idealist, right?
Yeah, it does sound a bit idealist. Yeah, yeah, that's right. See here.
Yeah, in the sense of follow the natural and do not help life along, right? And yeah, this sense that this natural ideal sort of exists, this sense of intrinsic goodness, right? And I've often contrasted the sense of intrinsic goodness within the Taoist idea to the sense of, goodness within the division of labor in Confucianism.
Well, do you know about the rubber hand experiment? Like, has anyone ever told you about the rubber hand experiment? I ties into that.
No, I've not heard about that one.
I can actually go into that too. Basically, if you like rub someone's hand, you know, like let me explain it. This is connected to Tao Te Ching and other stuff. It will make more sense. Let me wait a second. Basically, you know, if you rub the hand with like a brush, okay, and then eventually at a certain point you're gonna feel a phantom hand. You know what I mean? And there's a way you can do it. Basically, you can trick the brain into adopting a fake limb as part of the body. Participants see a rubber hand in synchrony with a hidden real hand. And with
yes, I have heard of this. Yes.
Yeah,
this is
the touch of the rubber.
I wonder
to the whole body. Actually, they have done a whole body analog to that, where they rub the whole body, and then you feel your whole body transposed in another space. You believe that?
I wonder if that's what we're doing whenever we hear whenever we feel the phantom vibration, like our phone is vibrating when it's not there.
Yes. Yes, or I've responded to myself when somebody else is talking to me on a show. I'm talking about me on a show because I think I'm on the panel.
I do that all the time too, actually. But I mean, I just talk to the TV all the time, like, and sometimes it answers back, like, even though it shouldn't do that.
Yeah, so that is how they call it in schizophrenia. right? It's called
Sad trombone.
yeah, it's called a source monitor.
Schizophrenia, if you don't realize that there's a difference between your reality and everyone else's reality.
Yeah, it's a source monitor error, right? Where you don't appropriate the appropriate source of where the stimulus is actually coming from, right? So yeah, this is obviously.
So have you ever? This ties into, Thomas Mitziger's idea of a phenomenal sense of mindness. He calls it, like, if you grab a stick, you start holding that stick, eventually you start feeling the tip in some sense, like the phantom hand, like the sense of mindness is transposed to that stick to some extent, you know what I mean? And maybe, maybe that can tie into the technique also, because a lot of people, they start to like feel like their sense of mindedness is transposed in technique, you know what I mean? Like, that's like phenomenology, but he makes it. He's like a neurophenomenologist, Thomas Mitziger. And he talks about a lot of weird stuff. You know what I mean, involved in our perception and our representations. Yeah. But I feel like if you make it more idealist, it's better. You know what I mean, like he does tend to be a bit more materialistic than others, but I prefer to make it more idealist in the sense of.
Was he into psychedelics? Because the name sounds familiar, and I think I had a lecture with him on deoxy once, but I'm not sure if it was him or if it was somebody else with the same name. Metzinger. It's pretty uncommon.
Yeah, he's a German philosopher, neurophilosopher. He's German, and he was kind of popular 5-10 years ago. I mean, some people are still interested in it, but I don't see many people talk about him as much anymore. I was very much into his work 5-10 years.
When was he alive, though?
Oh, he's still alive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be the same guy then. That was because if he was into psychedelics at all,
well, he's
the
more
idea
like neurotechnology, virtual reality.
Oh yeah,
meditation.
Yeah. So, could be the same guy for sure.
Yeah, Thomas Metziger. Yeah, I want to go back and read his stuff. Yeah. His World Zero hypothesis is probably the closest thing I feel like that describes kind of closely, but not 100%, like what emptiness or the Tao experience is like. Because it's not really a thing, you know what I mean? It's not a thing as we think, you know what I mean? It's more like, that transparent background that we cannot see. Like it's what the tunnel, you know what I mean? The tunnel of perceptual experience.
Yeah. Check this out. In relation to what you were saying about idealism and the Tao, right? This is what it says here. It says Zhangzi said, "The way gave them a face, heaven gave them a form by not letting likes and dislikes in it to do harm. That's how. But you shut out your spirit and tire your energies, leaning on a podium, ranting, slumping at your desk and napping. Heaven chose a form for you, and you use it to sing of hard and white." Now, this idea of hard and white is about using logical categories, right, in order to extrapolate that there's, this underlying, statement about a thing that's based on, how you can observe things and then place them within these logical categories, right? And here's what he says. He says, and this is a footnote, it says on hard and white, it says the king, quote unquote, essence is the underlying truth or fact about a thing as opposed to its reputation or the opinion people have of it.
Well, also tie into, naive realism. Most people are naive realists. They think what they see is the way things are, you know what I mean? But rarely do they think about, what is it that sees, like because it's transparent. You don't see it, you see with it, the first person perspective, you know what I mean? And that's why imagined worlds feel anchored to somewhere, and why when the anchoring breaks, like hallucination, psychosis, or meditation, reality feels unstable or feels like there's a kind of, absolute or something, it talks, like a baseline awareness or something. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that he has a new book where he talk about the experience of people in meditation, and I haven't read that book yet. 600 pages. He like has all those case studies, and the phenomenology of it, which is interesting. Yeah, the phenomenology. There's something else I want to say, but I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, but Kastrop also deals with that kind of stuff. I've read Kastrop's book. It's pretty interesting. His book, Analytic Idealism in a Nutshell. That was interesting. I think idealism is more in the right direction than panpsychism, to be honest. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Yeah, analytic idealism. That's an interesting turn of things. You know what I mean?
That sort of reminds me of like the skeptical idealism, because like that's what I am. Like it sounds kind of the same sort of a vibe.
I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. That was interesting.
Ask your file guy; he'll pop it back out if it's important.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah.
The trick is you have to quit thinking about it, and it'll pop back in.
I remember reading these experiments where people could like do something to your eyes or like something, and you could see an impossible color, and they had people try to describe those impossible colors, and
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It's like a color that's like aqua blue, but it's like so vivid and dense, like like saturation of color.
yeah, that's right. There's a lot of weird stuff like that. Yeah, it's kind of like trying to describe the Tao, trying to describe the Tao based on a color no one can see, an impossible color, basically. It's called impossible
Yeah.
colors. Impossible
Well, and
colors.
things that you just assume because it's like that way for you, that it's that way for everybody, are totally not the case. Like I can lucid dream like very easily, and I didn't know that like everybody couldn't do that, like until my mom bought a book about it, and it like explains on how you practice to do it, and I was like, what? Like, you mean everybody can't do that? Ooh.
Do what now?
Lucid dream, like where you can do basically like you can wake up in your dream, you know you're dreaming, and you can do whatever you want, or it's much more
Yeah,
fun.
I never had any of
not-
that.
Yeah, it's apparently it's difficult for a lot of people, and they
I
have to
remember
practice a lot.
I remember what I want to say. I feel like the Hutu practice of the Chan Buddhism, Korean Sion, and Rinzai Zen, they do Hutu. Have you ever heard of Hutu? Kind of like a koan, but they always keep it with themselves, and the hoodoo, and they always give it to you, and you have to always say it. Like Su Yun actually popularized some of it, but like your teacher or something gives you a saying, you have to repeat it, meticulously, but you don't like try to come across a definite answer, a concrete answer, a compartmentalized answer. And there are some examples of Hutu, like what is this? What is this? Who is repeating the Buddha's name? Who is dragging this corpse around? That's by Su Yun. Who am I? What was my original face before my mother and father were born? What is Mu? Basically they give you a phrase to say. You like say, who am I? Like who is eating? Who is speaking? Who am I? Who is speaking? Who is behind the computer screen? See what I mean? And you keep saying this, and you keep it with you at all times, but except you don't want to do it while driving because you get into a car accident, so you don't want to do it.
Yeah, that is funny. One time I smoked a joint that was laced with PCP when I was in high school, and it wasn't like, it was like I thought I was stuck in time, but my friend Elvis came up to me. His name was Elvis, like really. And he came up to me, and he did this repeatedly, so I thought I was stuck in time because he did it a few times, like a certain amount of time apart. He would come up to me and he'd say, "So, where'd you get the pot? Who gave it to you? Who asked this?" And I was like, the last question just like friggin' broke my brain. Like,
Yeah, there's a koan. Koans can come in the most unexpected places, and that's how like Ikkyo in Japan, Ikkyo, he was like enlightened by hearing a crow call, or a lot of other figures in Zen Buddhist history. They were enlightened by unexpected phrases. Maybe what you experienced was like the beginning of a glimpse of enlightenment or something. You know what I mean? That's what a koan function like. It come unexpectedly, and then it kind of like, I think in a way it kind of like breaks down your pattern of thinking, and then it reform or something like that, and then the experience of world zero happens. You see what I mean? The world zero. And there's actually a Zen guy. He actually wrote about this stuff from neurobiology angle. I forgot. It was interesting too. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, Zen and the brain. Yeah, he actually had some interesting stuff to say about that. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, well, like, who asked this? That's kind of like, who asked this? Why are you asking me? You know who you are. It's kind of just like, what? Who asked this? What are you asking me?
Well, yeah, I think the reason why Buddhism or like the Eastern tradition like fit better with like scientific understanding, not 100%, like not like in a materialist way, is because they're about experience. First and foremost, they're not really about like memorizing facts and stuff like that. They're about like learning even the folklore or the occult stuff is secondary. It's more like the experience. So if you talk about or speculate too much, it can like lead you farther astray from it, basically, in some ways, yeah, basically that, yeah. So yeah, that's probably why, science doesn't. But I feel like materialism is the problem. I mean, panpsychism and idealism can help avoid that. You could just take a more anti-metaphysical stance too, because this stuff is unknowable. Like it's not easy to put in words. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the true Tao. Maybe all this metaphysics is oversimplifying. Maybe.
I don't know. It's kind of like the whole problem of free will. Like, I still don't know if I actually totally believe in free will. I think it's more like a choose your own adventure with all the possible potentials, and but it's an illusion so vast that it matters not. So.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think agency is real. But I think you're right that when you try to describe it, yeah, I know the metaphysics is like really. I guess you're right. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, and the way that I put it usually is that you choose your level of participation, but the universe unfolds as it will, regardless.
That's right. That's true. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's true.
I hope so, but I'm not sure yet.
I believe in reincarnation. I used to have a lot of memories as a child. I know who I was, but it didn't match reality of now, so it was confusing. My mirror never matched my. Yeah, I think rebirth or reincarnation could be true. Yeah, of course, But
oh, I definitely think it is. I have memories of other lives, like a few, not a lot, but a few.
Do you have any memories? Like, were you human in all of them, or what were you like?
I remember being human only, but I remember not always a female. Sometimes I was a male.
Oh, wow.
And some of the people that I know in this life were also in other lives, in those lives, but I recognize them.
That's cool. Maybe it's true. Yeah, I mean, there are still a lot of mysteries and stuff. Yeah, I think the Buddhists and Hindus have more. I'm not sure if Taoists seem to be more I don't know, all over the place. But I think the Buddhists and Hindus did. Of course, they believe in rebirth or reincarnation. Rebirth is a little bit different from reincarnation, but they're both kind of similar. Yeah.
Well, and I used to think that we would, like, at the end of our life, we would be dumped back into the ocean of consciousness and another cup would be scooped up. So we wouldn't necessarily get, like, all the same that we're made up of. But I don't know how it works really.
I think that's
anymore.
closer to rebirth. You know, 'cause-
Yeah. Well, I know that
Yeah.
I don't think I'm necessarily related genetically to, like, directly to the person that I was last life. So I don't know. Maybe. I'm only 1/4 through my genealogy, so.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Ahimsa.
I love Ahimsa a lot too. She's great.
Yeah, let's move to Mumford and Ellul. As sort of an extension of the entire synthesis of the show with Uncle Teddy, and obviously we started this expedition right by looking at a bunch of ideas, right, in relation to those fundamental themes provided by Mumford and Ellul. So yeah, let's move to that. I'll play a little song for you guys, and then we'll move to that. This is a classic album by Bomb Shot and Just Allah, called Devil's Rejects. It's a very well-known hip-hop album, especially because Just Allah doesn't have that many releases. But yeah, I appreciate his lyrical sort of his metaphorical stylings, right? But yeah, anyway, so here's some of Just Allah and Bomb Shot in I believe the song is called 5 Pillars. But yeah, anyways.
Singapore, Bomb Shot, Just Allah, DJ Drama on the track. Yeah, The Evil Dead, Devil's Rejects. Yeah, I mean,
I only rise when it's time for me to fuck or get high, or when my ninth life dies and I'm up in the skies. Me and rhymes match perfect like devil and lies. He only wish he had purpose on a level of minds. God, Just Allah hurts like natural birth without a dad or a nurse. Can't imagine it worse. You're only mad in your verse. This my actual thirst, my simplest words, more than you could fathom at first. Go back to your church. Hope your motherfucking luck works. Dumb fucks like yourself just stuff earth. To me, God takes time. There's a waiting line. I could break your fucking faith like hate crime. You so near, I wish you'd disappear. The lake of fire burns red devils, the crystal clear. I never went to 6th grade, I skipped a year. Once I found out how to weigh in my brain to shift the gears.
Buckshot through the speaker. Buckshot through the speaker. I got the chosen, then I'm firing. When my dogs hunt you, ain't a place safe you can run to. Monasteries are mosques, none of them will want you. Your clock is ticking when death haunts you. And when the cannon blow you away, your fam wonder where you're gone to. Heaven or hell, their eyes swell from remembering the day you got scalped like Singapore was an Indian. Save all the talk, cause when guns bark, niggas get burnt alive like Joan of Arc. You can't stop a soldier who's a known bipolar, epileptic, dyslexic, gun holder. You be dead for days till someone smell the odor. Bugs, earth, and air decomposure. And your friends told you chill before it's just a graphic scene. You got my bitch in you, then Max in magazine. I pass rocks to Bomb Shot, and me, him, and Just Allah plot to spill blood like Pol Pot. Buck shots through the speaker. Buck shots through the speaker. I got the chosen, then I'm firing.
the master builders. We building on 5 pillars. Raise your sword in the name of the Lord. We snake killers. My rhymes are many signs for mankind to marvel. When I die, I'm in the sky in mansions made of marble. So I'ma set it straight. Why would God hesitate? When I meditate, it caused the holy shrine to levitate. Even when it rains, my thoughts remain sunny. I pray inside of gardens where rivers flow with honey. Recline on the golden chariots, only angels carry it. My dick swings low, you can call me sweet chariot. My pure beams of light that could uphold the skies. Just one of the many blessings from the mighty, the wise, who gave you eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and hands to observe. You ingrate, little thanks you give in return. Come place your life for the line. Best believe I could hurt that. You'll rest eternally. Go take a motherfucking dirt nap. I'm firing. Yeah, now that's what the fuck's up. All you motherfuckers talking that shit, get bust right in your fucking lip. Fucking DJ drama on the beat. Singapore King, the devil's rejects. Bomb shot, and just a law. Payback's a bitch, you motherfuckers. Fuck you.
Can I also read one very short quote from Meister Eckhart? Very nice quote from Meister Eckhart. Oh wait a second. The audio. Yeah, can I read the short quote from Meister Eckhart?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about that. My audio. This is a short quote from Meister Eckhart. Understand, all our perfection and all our bliss depends on our transversing and transcending all creatureliness, all being and getting into the ground that is groundless. Meister Eckhart's sermon, Adolescence, Tibio Dico Search. And that's from the book. I was just flipping through The Elephant and the Blind, and I saw that quote from Thomas Mistiger's book. He quoted Meister Eckhart. That was cool.
Yeah, interesting. Looks like Ahimsa's familiar. I'm not that familiar with that particular author, but yeah. Well,
you're not familiar with Meister Eckhart?
Not so much with his writings. But yeah.
I know Eckhart Tolle, but
Meister Eckhart is probably the best Christian mystic, to be honest. In fact, when I read Meister Eckhart, I find tons of parallels with Dogen, and with Buddhist thinkers, Meister Eckhart, and with the Taoism too. He's like in fact, I would say Meister Eckhart was probably enlightened. He's like a Pratyeka Buddha, Meister Eckhart. But he was threatened by the church. But he's an interesting figure, Meister Eckhart.
Yeah, I definitely like to know more. I've heard good things about him for sure. So yeah, let's check out this documentary here. We're at the end of this. I got more from Mumford in terms of little interviews and things. There was some other things recorded from him, but yeah, let's look at this documentary. The end of it, right? Yeah. So critical reflections in this, and we're kind of continuing on from Wednesday's show here, right? So, and Saturday's show, right? So, it's part of a continued sort of push to explore these ideas. And of course, there's many different works on the city, right, by Mumford and Ellul, right? Ellul wrote entire books about city and its development and urban life. And of course, so to recount what he talked about here, right? He talked about the cars, right? He talked about the countryside, the loss of the countryside. He talked about the city in the Middle Ages, right? He talked about the city in Eastern Europe, right? And some of those plans. He sort of talked about urban sprawl and the creation of the suburbs, right? So he's talked about a lot. And of course, it's all centering around these notions of, technical progress, right? And its effects on the human situation, right? And of course, certain of the effects of technical necessity are imposed on the population, right? So he's recounting what some of those effects are, right? About the problems of space and noise and loss of connection to culture, loss of traditional communities, and all of these separate but related issues, right? But yeah. So yeah, let's go on and look at the exciting conclusion. Like, we don't have that much time here. We've already gone over a lot here, but yeah. But I appreciate you guys.
This mix,
and of course, brilliant imagery in this documentary. I mean, it will be missed for sure.
This cosmopolitanism is the chief source of the city's vitality, and we must enlarge and enrich it as we move towards a new urban form. The universality of the city at its best, where the individual usually is accepted as an individual, quickens the senses of the city dweller, whether old inhabitant or a newcomer.
There, you see how he tied the link between universality on the one end and individualism on the other end. Right, and that highlights the key source of the problem of alienation itself, right? The interpolarity between those two extremes, right?
Okay, there you go. Turn the light off.
City life does favor specialization and division of labor, but this is by no means always negative. Only the city offers so rich a store of resources and so wide a range of discriminating and stimulating minds. In the city, there has always been a choice. Each man may work out in the theater of the city some part of the historic plot. Each generation may design some of the scenery. Take away the dramatic occasions of city life, and half its essential activities would vanish, and more than half its meanings and values would be diminished. The confrontation of man with man, and even struggle and tension, are the very essence of urban life. But the city also is capable of reuniting man in common rituals and public ceremonies. But the city is more than a place for the human drama, a bright spectacle. The city brings together all man's accumulated knowledge and experience in institutions which only a city can support, and among people only a city can attract.
Yeah, by the way, we're actually going over some of Teilhard de Chardin, so if you have some notable reflections about that, we'd love to hear it for sure, because I'm sort of ruminating on some of the concepts from Teilhard de Chardin, but of course, we're only looking at secondary sources, so if there's any notable excerpts from his own writings, if somebody has the phenomenon of man, or if they've read it and they'd like to provide, obviously it's tall order for the type of venue that we're on, but yeah, I mean, yeah, we'd love to hear it.
Now let me see whether you can find which
Teacher, how many white ones will go into this? Say it.
7.
Into this.
3.
Huileux,
Huileux.
huileux,
Huileux.
huilier.
Huileux.
Ah, vous allez là.
The city multiplies man's powers to think, to remember, to educate, to communicate, and so to make possible associations which bridge or bypass nations, cultures, beliefs, and theories. The city preserves, enlarges, and passes on man's cultural heritage. And it is all these rich qualities that the city to come must absorb and extend and guard.
Oui. Oui, bon alors, moi je vais couvrir l'aspect de la nouvelle qui vient du côté d'Ottawa.
The decision to start a nuclear war will not be a decision taken by a communist child or a communist mother or an American child and American mother. It will be a decision taken by a few power megalomaniacs. And it is you and I who will suffer. And it is you who, in your apathy, so much passive human clay in the hands of a psychopathic posse.
Are you suggesting that I am a slave of the establishment and that I am propagating as a teacher what is the official doctrine of the state in which we live?
I know.
We'll hear Ms. Hyde. Hang on.
Generally, sir.
We'll hear Ms. Hyde.
Well, sir, I would, from what I can see, we are indoctrinated.
Someone defend me.
Debout!
Oyez, oyez, oyez! La cour du banc de la reine est maintenant ouverte. Que tous ceux qui ont affaire à cette cour s'approchent et ils seront entendus. Dieu sauve la reine.
The city, as it first appeared in history, was symbolically a world. But now the world must become, in a certain sense, a city, if it is to survive and flourish. The smallest unit must exemplify, even in the neighborhood, the many-sided life of the larger world, where nations and cultures now meet, no longer self-contained, self-sufficient, jealous of the outsider, but reaching out to demand their share of a more universal life, and in turn, expressing some of the reality of that life, giving it the illumination of consciousness, the stamp of purpose, the color of love. The young.
So there's our boy Lewis Mumford, and of course, you know, we haven't looked into this work, Techniques of Man, yet, in order to see if he wanted to reshape the entire fabric of this idea of technical necessity, right? Or if he wanted to reform the system, right? And of course, you know, he's influenced the ideas of ellul, right? But yeah, you know, sort of sounded ethereal what he was referring to there, but he's trying to draw on sort of poetic and sort of humanistic tomes, right? And of course, yeah, again, there's this great struggle between universalism and individualism that, when calcified, turns into the problems between you know, massification and atomization, right? And of course, it's exemplified by the life in the city, right? In terms of the cultural deformity, right? And in terms of it being a hub of a sort of monoculture, right? And a sort of international sentiment. Now he's trying to more make it exemplify the sort of elements of you know, cultural look at this guy, of cultural reestablishment. You know, yeah, that's a very pretty cat for sure.
He's a kitty. He looks like a what do they call it, a van cat, a van cat.
Oh, I think it is domestic. I mean, he's mixed with Siamese, but he's 14 now, close to 14. My other cat is 16, so they're both pretty old now. But, my white cat, he's male, he's more chill, but my female cat, Meow, she screams too much. But they're both blue cats.
Is she not fixed? Because maybe that's why.
Well, yeah, she is fixed. Yeah, but I don't know why. I
She's
think she's just
noisy.
spoiled. She's just spoiled.
Funny. Kitchen
Yeah.
is very noisy.
Yeah, the phenomenon of man, exactly, Himsa. Yeah, if you get a hold of a copy of that and you'd like to read it here on the show or explore portions of that live here on the show, we'd love to engage you. And by we, I mean me, right? In terms of you know, Wednesday and Saturday night, right? And of course, we'll be changing to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right? So right now we're 9:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll be changing the time in the upcoming week to 7:30 p.m. Eastern to move the show closer to sundown, right? And of course, we'll proceed like that until, you know, springtime, right? And they change the clock, and, you know, we'll then shift back to 9 p.m., right? So yeah, so we'll be rocking with that for the next 6 months, right? And we apologize if that inconveniences anybody, right? But yeah, so that's just how we're gonna be doing it. So 7:30 p.m. and of course there's still a 30-minute intro, right? So I mean, you know, it's really 8 p.m. that we'll be starting close to, right? The show, right? So okay, let's see this person here. We'll have to block up for this. See what's popping here. Blessings.
Blessings. Hi.
Is this Ahimsa?
Yes, it is. Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
So you want me to get the book again? I haven't read it in 20 years, but are you going over that soon?
No, we're just going over some of the secondary. We're going over secondary sources for the ideas. So I've looked at Skolimowski, and also this is Henryk Skolimowski, the Polish philosopher, and also Wolfhart Pannenberg, the Protestant theologian. So they're comparing and contrasting the ideas of Paul Tillich and Teilhard de Chardin. So yeah, very interesting stuff. So yeah, we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, so you said you've been influenced by Teilhard, right?
Yes, I was married for a while, and he was read at my wedding, and the priest actually gave me his book, so I read it and really got into it. He was a phenomenal mystic. I mean, a lot of people thought he was a heretic when I was Catholic. I'm not Catholic anymore, but inside Catholicism, there was a lot of controversy because his views seemed almost pantheistic. And so there was a lot of debate as to whether he was truly Catholic or if he was something else. But it was, I thought it was beautiful. When I read it, I was blown away. It was very mystical, beautiful.
Yeah, one of the ideas that I guess me and Buddha have been talking about a lot is an idea that sort of I mentioned on the opening sections of my show is part of this concept of telos in nature, and how this concept of telos in nature sort of driving the process of evolution, right? That seems to reformulate the theory, right? So it's going beyond the conventional bounds of Darwinian evolution, right? But then it incorporates certain other elements, right? For example, the whole project of creation within the religious synthesis, right? So there's lots of themes that we were drawing on, and how God is, so we're talking about whether the world can be considered as sacred, right? And of course, or whether God can be seen as changing, right? So of course we quoted this term, that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. This idea from Saint Eusebius, right, being a hallmark of the synthesis, right? And of course, there's three items in this equation, right, which is man, God, and nature, right? So either nature has to change in order to accommodate God, right, or man has to change, right, in order to become a sacred vessel that reflects the divinity that's within nature, right, in the essence of the divine. But anyways.
Saint Eusebius? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, Saint Eusebius. Yeah.
Eusebius. EUSEBUS. Yes, I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a major Catholic theologian. Like, I think
I do remember him a lot. I mean, I remember I studied a lot of theology when I was very Catholic. But I'll look into that. I don't know what my views are now, but that's fascinating. But yeah, I'll go look for the book because I think I donated it to a local church. So they have a library. I'll just check it out and review it again. I have a tendency to give away my books.
Yeah, I've given away some significant books. I've lamented.
I love how you're touching on Taoism, though, because Taoism is actually what led me into Catholicism. Because I was following the way, and I was being led in that direction.
Oh, yeah, you may be interested in a work that we read on the show then by Seraphim Rose called Christ the Eternal Tao. Right, much to the point.
That's cool. Yeah, I've read a lot of books where they correspond and they overlap, and I'm fascinated by it. Um, I in the last 6 or 7 years I've been studying Hinduism more, and a little bit of Buddhism. I read the Buddhist scriptures a long time ago in my early 20s, but yeah, and Taoism was my favorite. But that's how I ended up becoming Catholic. I just followed the internal way, but yeah, in Hinduism, there's three gods. There's three Vishnu, what is it? Shiva and Brahman?
Well, we had a sort of presentation on Hinduism, right? And it all depends on what frame you're looking at it. So those are all avatars, right? So I think we had Annapurna here. She gave a brilliant presentation on Hinduism.
Oh, cool.
Right. And she is a Hindu, and yeah. So if you read some of the Upanishads, right?
Yeah, I read that a long time ago. I love that book.
Yeah. So I think on the top there's just Brahman, right? But I think that's an avatar, right? So even Brahman is because the real God is basically indescribable. So
right. But it's weird to me. Like, I just put this together since studying Hinduism for the last 6, 7 years, mainly through Vedic astrology. I'm not really practicing anything right now, but in studying the Vedic astrology and getting deeper into astrology because I was raised on astrology, which Zephyr knows. But yeah, I come to learn that Brahman is a follower of Brahma, and so they're called Brahmins in India, and Abraham is a Brahmin, and Brahma was married to Saraswati for 100 years before they had a child, and Abraham and Sarah, and I was like, wow, are they all related?
Interesting. I never put that together.
I didn't
What?
either until this last couple of weeks, and I was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I never heard that before. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm like that just because they all seem connected insofar as their storylines and various things overlapping, with the Great Flood and so on and so forth.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
That's chronicled in multiple
Yeah,
cultures.
they got the flood. Yeah, that's we read about the flood in many different traditions. I think they got it in a bunch of we definitely read it in Hinduism. I think even Confucian thinkers mentioned it. Obviously Plato mentioned it, right? So yes, cross-cultural, cross-religious, right? There's several non-religious resources for it as well. So yeah, it's fascinating.
It's fascinating. Yeah. So it just seems like an overlap, but yeah. So I will definitely read up on Teilhard de Chardin again.
Yes.
It's been a while, but yeah, I was just gonna pop up and say hello and thanks for your coverage of Taoism. That's pretty cool. I'll check it out more.
Sure. Yeah, I'll have Zeph send you some of this. I got a couple. I don't know if you can contact him, or I don't know if anybody can.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, so
I'm
I'll
not
send.
in Discord anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you my 2 down.
Well, maybe not then.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah. Maybe you were in our Discord, so I was seeing.
Yeah, no, I was, but then I signed off. I think in July, my child was bothered by roadblocks in Discord, so I signed off.
Okay. Well. Let me just show.
I can give you my phone number in the back chat, and you can text me if you want.
Yeah. Let me just show you here. Yeah, as well. If you go to the right, if you share this is the show right now, right, and then if you go to live, right, if you scroll down here, right, there was there's this one we did 1 month ago, Taoism, right? That's 2 hours and 30 minutes on Taoism, and then there's this one with the lion. Right, that's 4 hours special we did on Taoism. Right.
Okay, cool.
So I did a separate shows that were just Taoism, but back, going back into the live streams, we did hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of discussions on the Taoist, on different translations of the Tao, right? So
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I really like that. Just to study it as a philosophy, and I know it has a religious extrapolation in terms of alchemy and all that stuff. I haven't looked that much into it.
I haven't either. I just kind of felt like it was right to follow my internal voice, insofar as that, and that's why I ended up, converting, and that was a long path that I'll save for another day. But yeah, that it was interesting. I haven't studied it from a religious standpoint, just from the philosophical, theological kind of. But yeah, I really like that, and I like the mystical stuff too. Well, thanks for having me up. Nice seeing you guys.
Yeah, of course, Sam. It's a blessing. So yeah, I appreciate you.
Sure. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Easy.
And
sometimes I feel like the only person to have read the Colon Mani Codex. I doubt even Twilight or Hyperborean. I read the Colon Mani Codex. So I actually did read that. I got that book from a very obscure book. I read the Colon Mani Codex. So I actually know about Mani's beliefs and death. That was kind of interesting. Mani is interesting too, though. Maybe you should consider looking into Mani because he was highly influential too. But then it kind of died out. There was a time where even Manichaeism spread into Britain, and then it spread into China. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
it's globalist religion. No.
Yeah, it's like Baha'i or whatever. But
no, it's a little bit more different than Baha'i, though. It's kind of
Yeah, no, but I'm saying in terms of the international religion that you're talking about, it's like mixed with Baha'i, like Manichaeanism, right, or whatever.
Yeah, but the weird thing about Manichaeism is it's very anti-nature, to be honest with you, but not in the sense of hating nature, but there's a part in the Colon Mani Codex that did stick to me, where Mani is walking in the forest, and he claims he hears all the trees screaming, and he plucks a fruit from the tree, and he claims he can hear the tree scream when he plucks the fruit. I always thought that was very weird because you never see a tradition say that kind of stuff. But that was in the Colon Mani Codex.
I wonder if that's where Screaming Trees got their name. The band.
Yeah, maybe, because Manichaeism was a very strange tradition, like it mixed in Buddhism with it, it mixed in Christianity, it mixed in, lots of stuff, But he, of course, I know the social organization was divided between elect and forgot the name of the other ones, but they would like feed the elect, and the elect would meditate. And there were weird things in Manichaeism too, like they thought watermelons were holy and sacred, and when you eat the watermelon, it can like purify your soul. You know what I mean? They thought like the whole universe or the sun or the moon was like a distillation for where the liberated soul particles which go through the Milky Way and the moon, and then they will be liberated from the cycle of the life and rebirth. Yeah, it's interesting because I never see anyone like talk about Manichaeism, like their actual beliefs or their metaphysics. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Well, it is kind of different from Hyperborean's views, but it does have some overlap in the sense that, it's trying to free yourself from the demiurgic cycle or something like that. But yeah, it's interesting. Manichaeism.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And he
Lars von Trier's Antichrist. I'm not sure if you ever saw that movie. That movie is very intense. I saw that movie.
Which one?
It's a movie by Lars von Trier. He's Lars.
I have not seen this one. Antichrist.
Yes, it's about how. Well, I don't recommend watching it, but it's kind of a Gnostic movie, But yeah, it's interesting though. It's not very movie.
Yeah, yeah, but Manny kind of considered himself a disciple of Jesus, like an apostle,
Yeah,
right? In the sense
yeah.
that Paul was an apostle, right?
Paraclete of Christ. But the thing about Mani, and most people don't mention, is he was a docetist. Docetist. You know what docetist means, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
like he thought like Christ was basically like a spirit, you know.
Yeah. It was it's actually interesting because Islam have the same belief that Christ was only apparent that he died on the cross. He didn't actually die on the cross in Manichaeism or
Yeah,
Islam.
yeah, but it's a little bit different than docetism because
Yeah,
I don't think Christ was like they don't mean to say that Christ was like pure spirit or something like that.
yeah, that's true. Well, Manichaeism is kind of have to go double check. I'm not sure if they thought he was a pure spirit or if they thought he did physically incarnate. But the point
Yeah,
is,
some
didn't.
of docetism they make that claim because the reason why they're making a bunch of these claims is because they're talking about this whole concept of the resurrection and the incarnation and how the divine could enter into the material form, right, and still be transcendent from it, right? So it's an interesting problem that they pose.
Yeah, it's just very interesting how Manichaeism spread so much and then it just vanished. I know that in China, a lot of the paintings of Buddha are based on Mani, and like there was a statue, they thought it was a Buddha statue, but it was actually Mani. So that's very interesting. But yeah, Manichaeism was, well, at least they were very peaceful. They weren't the type of people to, go out and harm others. You know what I mean? Definitely, they were very, what's the right word? Pacifistic. Yeah, pacifistic. Yeah. Unlike the Sasanian Zoroastrians, the Zoroastrians, to be honest, a lot of the bad things in Judaism come from Sassanid era Zoroastrianism. I don't think, Iranians were very hospitable people before Islam. You know what I mean? Because if you read their concept of Iran, it's a very, it's kind of like Goyim. The concept of Iran. It's interesting. They had apostasy laws also. They had apostasy laws. They prayed 5 times a day. The Zoroastrians in the Sassanid Empire. They prayed 5 times a day. That's my problem with. I don't want to be insulting, but people like Twilight, they need to read the actual scholarly resources, not like these new age people like that one guy who keeps claiming that all these Irish people spread and blah blah and the Druids and then they create a culture. You have to stick to like scholarly sources. You gotta be scholarly. You can't just jump to like Blavatsky and take that as like an authoritative source. It's not an authoritative source. It's not. You gotta like be meticulous and you got to go and research thoroughly. I mean, you cannot like go to these like Blavatsky or that other guy or whatever, or like John Dash or whatever. You gotta like take it slow. You gotta that's what I did with Zoroastrianism and Manichaeism. So I do have like decent background in those two stuff like.
Yeah, interesting. And blessings to Darth Lord. We will be playing a little video he made in a little bit to close out the show. And yeah, it's been a very fascinating journey, friends. Over 6 hours here of crazy madness. And of course, we will be continuing on Tuesday night. Now we have a separate show going on Tuesday where we're reading the philosophical manuscripts of the economic and philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx. We're reading Herbert Marcuse of the Frankfurt School. We're looking at some of the ideas of Bateson and Stuart Brand and Henry A. Murray, and who we found out was a student of C.G. Jung. Right, it's quite a shocker to me. Right, and yeah, so there's lots of other things that we're going in. Yeah. Yeah, at least you don't block people like Neurojack.
Do you think they really know, like, my background in mainstream Christianity is weak, but do you think, like, they really know what Jesus looked like or something? Like, you know, because when I look at pictures of Jesus from, like, all the tradition, he kind of look more like Mani. Sometimes I think Mani was, like, the prototype of how they convey Jesus's look, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just speculating there, you know, I'm not trying to make a definitive claim.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, he looks a lot like Mani.
Yeah.
For sure.
And also, and of course, the Nestorius was popular, you know, I believe, you know, his Prosopic Union, it was very big in China and Middle East too. Yeah, I think Nestorianism was interesting.
Right.
Yeah. It's kind of strange how Christianity spread into Europe. Yeah, definitely kind of strange with the Chalcedonians. Yep. Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, it is strange. But I think it has a lot to do with Paul himself, right? If you look at Paul's travels in Acts, right, he may have been one of the first Christians to go to Europe and start churches, right? He may have traveled to Spain. He definitely went to Macedonia, according to the sources. But anyways. Oh, wait, this is muted. Yeah, there's like 1 more minute of this, and then we'll read some ellul. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are out there.
Which makes all other forms and expressions of life possible, must be carried into the very structure of the city. This loving human encounter is what the city exists to promote and sustain.
Kind of went out the window.
The curtain rises on a new urban drama and a new urban stage. The city of man. The city where man will at last be at home with himself. On a smaller planet, but in a wider world.
Yeah, like smaller planet but wider world. It kind of harkens back to that statement, right, by ellul, right, of plan locally, think globally, right? But yeah, anyways, let's move to this text here. Let's engage with the text. Right, of course, we're on page 274. And I won't be here for that much longer. So if anybody wants to hop on the panel, there is a significant amount of time remaining to engage in a short amount of discussion. If you have some pointed questions that you'd like to ask about the previous presentations or the ones today, that is especially the type of questions that I personally would like to entertain. Right. But yeah, either way, I'm not hoping either way that it will or won't happen. Right, I know the engagement tonight has been extremely low. Okay, there's some significant channels, quite large in the vicinity of our streaming area, that decided to go live at the same time that I do my stream. Of course, they won't be. Of course, they'll be missing out on our critical reflections that we've offered. Right. Of course, this channel may not be here. Right. This episode may not be here. Right. None of the presentations, and even if they did watch it, it's a slim chance that they'd get it, having run their yappers all night about inane, mental, and jaw gymnastics that they performed, performatively. right, with their improv comedy shows, right?
Yeah, most. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a hard time not being elitist because most people are dumb. Yeah, they're dumb. If all you do is like drink beer and watch football, or you like, I don't know, like you go partying or whatever, then you're stupid. And so like, why don't you just stay home and read a book or just, reflect on something? I guess Apollo blessed me in some ways because I'm very Apollonian, I guess, in some ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Apollo blessed.
I'm not Dionysian at all, to be honest. Not even a little bit. I guess that kind of freaks some people out, I guess. But
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Fuck that Dionysian horse crap. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm more mercurial.
Yeah, stand on the mountain. Yeah, Mercury is cool. Yeah, let's check it out. But mainly I'm an Ellulian. A Lullian. A luller.
Yeah. What's that? Like, like ellul, right? Illulian? No. That's hard to pronounce. Like, Illulian.
Illulian. Like a follower of ellul. We should invent that right now.
Oh, that was already. They already have that word.
I think a Lilliputian, like the Lilliputians,
Yeah.
like Gulliver's Times. A Lilliputian.
Yeah, that's Lilith's group, right? Lilliputians. Yeah, Ellulian. Whoa, no way. They already have it. Ellulian.
Weird.
Let's fucking go. We already.
I love when that happens.
Yeah, we already have a tailor-made ideology for our cult. Etymology. Oh, there's not much. There's actually not much here on this page at all. Have you seen this page?
I just googled what you said, and I saw it on Wikishinri.
There's nothing on this page for a single sentence, and you want to know what it says? It says relating to Ellul. It says relating to Jacques Ellul. So that tells us nothing. So this is literally a new word.
That's technically correct.
Yeah, right. But I don't know if this Wiktionary made this up. Can we charge Wiktionary with making this word up? Yeah, this is wild. I mean, maybe it has been used in literature, so they've extrapolated from literature, but they've not sourced anything here on this page, right, of text where they would have sourced it from. So yeah, Ellulian, I suppose it's a word invented by Wiktionary as far as we know.
I see a study here. They just say Ellulian provocations for educational technology and higher education. So it does seem that they use that word in some, I don't know, peer-reviewed journals.
Yeah, in some peer-reviewed journals. Okay. So let's so we can't so we have to accept all the cookies.
Ugh.
Yeah, and that sounds dirty as well. So I mean,
I don't like accepting cookies
from
strangers.
Ellulian provocations for educational technology and higher education. So here it is, and you see on the bottom it says, "Accept all my cookies," said the witch.
You don't have to do that. You just don't do it. Say no. I don't want your cookies.
Yeah, I'd rather have a sandwich. You know what I mean?
Ha! I'm a sandwich.
Exactly.
Different kind of sandwich.
Yeah, let's move to this 274 from Ellul. Right, and you'll see how we sort of butter our biscuits over here. I mean, so it says so it says but the facts led us further. State constitutions do not alter the use of techniques. Right, so he's talking about the total malfunction of political ideologies in the face of technique. Right, and this complex that has been invented, right, of techno-liberalism, right, which is comprising of the sublimation of the nation by the state, right, and of laws by techniques, right? And of course, this is the total eclipsing of morals and traditions, right, in terms of political doctrines, right? So they have no efficacy in the face of technique, right? And he demonstrates this in the form of, you know, fascism, socialism, you know, the United States system, and and communism, right, in Russia, right? So he looks at the French system, he looks at the German system, okay, he looks at the United States system, he looks at the Russian system. Anyways, he says here, he says techniques do act rapidly on state structures. They subvert democracy, tend to create a new aristocracy. Almost all sociologists are in agreement here. Okay, so this is where we were reading earlier. It says it is sufficient to refer to the writings of Georges Friedman. Right, and of course, they're pretty open about this. Right, the Chicago School of Economics and all those kind of guys. Right, the Milton Friedmans and the Friedmans and you know, the sort of neo-lib guys. Right, they're clear about this international system, right, and how it creates sort of new classes of people, right? Yeah, so he says almost all sociologists are in agreement here. It's sufficient to look at the writings of Georges Friedman to be convinced of the unanimity which exists on the point, even among sociologists. With the most pronouncedly democratic and socialist leanings, political equality becomes a myth, unattainable through the agency of technique. On the contrary, technique, to an ever greater degree, produces on the technical level a majority of servants and a minority of governors. Friedman has studied the matter scientifically and has shown in a completely nonpartisan way that worker slaves are reduced to the lowest possible human value when their functions are specialized to completely particular tasks. Okay, now he talks about the phenomenon of specialization, right? What technique makes of man in the aggregate, right? And of course, I pointed this out last time that this is just a bombastic statement, right? This is one of those killer one-liners by ellul, right? Right, we see in this phenomenon of specialization what technique makes of man in the aggregate, right? Killer line, right? And of course, we see, over specialization prevents mutual discussion, right? And yeah, and then it also leads to the ideas that these different discoveries that are made through the process of specialization, right, are assimilated into the system, right? They're not the property of those like sort of specialized groups, because those specialized groups are a product of the system, right? So so nobody takes credit for any of these so-called discoveries or that are done by these research firms or whatever, right? And we see this increasingly, right? But yeah, let's go in to what he's saying here. It says, for example, the precision of police mechanisms makes it impossible to train a good policeman in a few weeks. But the man so trained has no knowledge at all of techniques within which he works. Men are shifted unceasingly from job to job, never attaining a true calling. They are vocationally downgraded by technique, but a vocation is a major part of life and culture. Under these circumstances, even a pervasive culture rapidly disappears. We must also consider the influence of agricultural techniques. Okay, this is something we focused on the show, right? We dedicated, I think, like 2 weeks worth, at least 2 weeks worth of presentations to this particular issue, right? The interaction of these two factors
Oh wait, I skipped a line. He says the exhaustion of certain types of soils while the medical techniques lead to overpopulation. The interaction of these two factors brings about the creation of masses of underdeveloped human beings who are considered by some unfit for democracy because they are incapable of reacting with the necessary speed of the problems of life. In contrast to this mob, there's a limited elite that understands the secrets of their own techniques. But not necessarily, right? It reminds me of the Facebook guy who said he doesn't let his kids use the Facebook, right? Right, the Indian guy. Right, but not necessarily of all techniques. Right, so they know the secret of their own techniques, but not of all techniques. Right, so they're subject to some techniques, but they know the secret of some, of course, which they will exploit, right? It says these men are close to the seat of modern governmental power. That's right. The state is no longer founded on the average citizen, quote unquote, but on the ability and knowledge of this elite. The average man is altogether unable to penetrate technical secrets or governmental organization and consequently can exert no influence at all on the state. Okay, I think that'll be a good outro to our show. I don't want to get too carried away. There's lots of shows coming up in the future, hopefully, as long as the channel does not get taken down. There's this alternative channel here.
Can I ask something, TML? I won't take long. I know it's
Of course, my friend.
If you want to,
please take your time. I mean, there's no rush from my end.
I know you have a lot of integrity, and I greatly admire and respect that. But if you truly want people to come, you have to play the algorithm. Did you notice that today, when what's that guy's name again?
Trad culture.
Yeah, they had over 100 people watching because they were talking about Charlie Kirk, and that's trending right now. You see what I mean? So maybe play that kind of game. Maybe say Charlie Kirk and talk about him a bit, and maybe tie him into the negative effects of technique, in a deeper Ellullian way. You know what I mean? So that way, it's kind of like I'm not trying to tell you what to do though, but maybe that is one way to gather a lot of people. Maybe because maybe it's unfair though, because. I know. Yeah, I'm just wondering what you think about that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do. I can see why you wouldn't like that though. No, but yeah.
Yes, I mean, yes. Still, we've, it's just the sort of consistency and I think it's just the sort of integrity of the situation, because I personally would not like to feed an algorithm-based reward system. That's part of what we're trying to accomplish here. So yes, I've ruminated on using those effects and trying to feed the algorithm and hit on the major topics. But suffice it to say that Trad Culture at one point was saying that he was proud of the numbers, and he was saying that it's he was very thankful to our channel, right, for helping him out in terms of just being there for his content and sort of rebroadcasting and sort of engaging in discussions over there, right? He even said I'm like the mastermind behind his channel or whatever. So he gave me way too much. Right. He gave me way too much credit. Maybe put like a target on my back or whatever. But yeah, blessings to Trad Culture. I greatly appreciate you, man. That meant a lot to me. I was watching your entire show, and if you're listening to this, I doubt he will hear it. But yeah, obviously one of my heroes in this online space. Traditional Culture Preservation Society, and so DK went over there and had a brilliant discussion, so that's one for the books, and I greatly appreciate them for shouting out my channel.
Yeah. Also, Is that an actual society or just one person? Because
No, just one person. Yeah, he's the only one in the society.
Society of one.
I
Yeah,
see. Okay, yeah.
yeah. It's more of a statement, but yeah. I mean, we are the society. I mean, I'm happy to be part of it. I mean, right? The extrapolation of those ideas. I mean, right, and of course the rejection of technique that he pointed out several times on the show today. Right, very important part of this exploration. Right, and yeah, I mean, the best I can do is maybe get some of these bigger name guys on here, and maybe promote some of this content. Right, we know a couple of them. Right, so maybe we can have them swing by and maybe boost our algorithm, or maybe do debates and stuff. We will do that. Right now, it's just good enough to record our ruminations, right? Especially if we sort of, play an earnest role in exploring that, then we'll have this for the future, right? For future generations to analyze our reflections and sort of go off of the resources that we've provided, right? And it'll be hard if we sort of cut into that with this drab, material that'll be totally irrelevant 6 months from now, right? And then we're constantly referring back to some event that, is going to be totally irrelevant. 2 years from now, I wonder if people will know about some blip that happened where some guy died, and right, so this is the thing. They may be feeding the algorithm, but they're not producing things that have lasting value, right?
I agree. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's the problem with, the internet in general. Just feed the clickbaity stuff, not the stuff that has more timeless value or more important value. Like ellul is very important in terms of theory is very important, theoretical background. And that's my problem with most people. But the reason I like this channel, because it really goes into the theory deeply. And I think more people need to spend more time with their theory. You know what I mean? Like, they work out the field. And ellul is very good for that, of course. And I think this channel is good for that too, of course. I feel like it goes very deeply into many different avenues that are interconnected. Of course.
Yeah, of course, my friend. I greatly appreciate your time, and yeah, I mean, yeah. So looks like nobody came up. I gave you guys a chance, so and you failed me. So yeah, man, I had a panel I went on earlier where there was 4 guys supporting Israel, and they were talking about how they had to stop Islam. And I would say the Quran is a hateful thing and all this stuff. Of course, they didn't want to talk about the Jewish influence.
Yeah, I know. Let me tell you this. I don't want to bring it up again. I know it's kind of pissy before, but it's being too pissy. But I predicted that poll. About poll, 4chan poll. I predicted it will become mainstream. I mean, that kind of rhetoric is going to become mainstream, but it's weaponized by State Department because they're trying to achieve, dehumanization of, Iranians and other Middle Easterners, because that's benefits Israel's imperial aspirations and also OPEC and crap like that. These people don't go deeply. I mean, like, I think, yeah, that's the thing. I tend to go deep into the theory, and sometimes I may not say be perfect all the time, but in general, I do come and get centered and then look at the theory. But yeah, the dehumanization of Muslims is being weaponized now. I mean, they keep flip-flopping, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta be in the middle, you know what I mean? Like, of course, Muslims have done some bad things in the past, but so has everyone else, you know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm trying to say? Like, it doesn't mean they're, like, intrinsically evil. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and they're always trying to get you to pick sides. You don't have to.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I definitely don't. We definitely listen. Yeah, definitely won't do that. Yeah, but you guys want to say something? Like in terms of like closing statements.
Loading statements like, open the door, I'm a loser, baby. No. Closing the door. That's it. I'm making a necklace. See? Oh.
Cool.
Turquoise and selenite and hematite.
Nice.
But, okay. Have a good night, you guys. And it's always lovely conversation, stimulating conversation. It's great to have Ahimsa come up. I really like her a lot. She's awesome.
Yeah, I like her too.
And I hope that she finds that book and comes back and hangs out with us.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, yeah, Zephyr. Yeah, Zephyr's great. Yeah,
not
yeah.
really, but I'm okay.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Yeah, you are great. Yeah, blessings to you, and yeah, okay, so that's Zeph. Yeah, you guys closing. If you guys got anything, you guys don't have to say anything.
Well, it's trauma-based mind control and fear porn, like all the time now. I mean, it's always kind of been like that to some degree, but they're just really cranking it up now. It seems like fear is the mind killer. So that's why they want all the fear porn. One of the reasons. And
Yeah.
it's a distraction.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I didn't plan to go in this direction, like with my studies, right? But we are armed to the gills with like good material. I mean, right, to combat the hatred, and so yeah, I'm very obviously I'm optimistic, right? But there's we're not working with a lot here, so please spread the word, and I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your time. Yeah, so that leaves us Avian. What you got for these people? Blessings.
I don't really have much to say. I mean, we talked a lot about a lot of stuff. I just say, one thing is, even if you feel hopeless, you should know that life is more mysterious and there's more metaphysical mystery, and life is meaningful. Like, it's meaningful, though maybe things will get worse, but you shouldn't ever think life is meaningless. So that's my opinion. Nihilism is different from pessimism, societal pessimism. They're different. They're separate. Nihilism you should always try to avoid. No nihilism is wrong. Life is more meaningful than what the scientists tell you or technicians tell you.
And even if it's not, it can be. So it's all what you make it.
It's the irony of materialism. It's one of the ironies of materialism, nihilism. They say they want to believe only just matter, and there's probably more dimensions tied to the material realm, so they don't even know about those. So it's kind of funny in a way.
Yeah, I agree. Lone wolf.
Especially if there's no dualism.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. You said it better than me, Reddington. You said it better than me.
Yeah, absolutely, my friends. I couldn't have said it better myself. So yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I mean, obviously you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. What most people think is real is really just flickering shadows on a screen images of things that are not even real. And let's move to this text here.
Right, by ellul. Right, in terms of his his forward to the revised edition. Right, he says freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom.
So obviously, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. Start a well-intentioned fight and see the lies fly out in defense. Right? Question everything, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. And I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Thank you for being here with us. And we will return on Tuesday. Now, this is very important. It's going to be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern instead of 9:15. Right? I'll make an additional announcement on the community post. Okay. So that's all we have for today. Here is a song for you guys. And this video edited or made, I don't know how exactly, but our friend Darth Lorp, so we got the video, we got the song. One of my favorite, Another Page from the Diary by Shabazz the Disciple. Right, so have a beautiful night, my friends, and talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, good enough.
Grave diggers. Yeah. Be a witness as I spit this second testament. Another page in the diary, the mortal detriment. Possessed by dead spirits, the cursed and the heaven sent. The opening up the second seal that dig a pestilence. I be that dark angel who strapped the last one from the nostril. Get over paso, soul be holy but hostile. Consign mortal remains, author of the street gospel. Still hurt the tombstone and stump all your fucking fossil. Satan tries to daunt me, the most high anoints me. Y'all motherfuckers know what I do to your spirit if you try to haunt me. Still fighting the holy war in my cerebral between good and evil. The first testimony was only a preview. The one separated from the umbilical of the beast navel. Calling spirits out the physical like Archangel was Angel. Be getting deep in. Holy Spirit, quantum leaping. Throughout the cosmos like God's ghost while I be sleeping. Keeping mortals in suspense how I exist. Cause I be fucking with your mind, the holy psychiatrist. It's like two spirits are fighting for the same space in my body. Sometimes I'm evil, sometimes I'm godly. Be incarnated from body to body, spirit to mind. Trapped in the physical, living on 3 realms at the same time. Yo, all the darkest, unimaginable, stuck in the most uninhabitable part of the earth. Plagues, with cannibals, no living creature, either mineral, plant, or animal. Lives on the land, only a handful of radicals. Fighting off non-living opponents that's programmable. If my words ain't understandable, the wavelength you on may be jammable or scrambleable by the FCC. Future century citizens losing all their ligaments to sit against the devil's brigade. Early litigants get A's and grenades that hit against your residence as the Masonic presidents calls out the regiments. National Guards fight supernatural gods. Mother Nature's our ally. That increases the odds. Risky and star cruisers surround the earth's corner. North, east, west, and south warring upon us. Somebody tried to warn us. But all these devils upon this planet slammed it into a book that would later harm us. Diluted to the point, even if God cried, it would come out polluted by the time the writing's executed. Another page in the diary, maybe the society. Ghosts be coming for a fiery. Another page in the diary, maybe the society. Hitting the mind, soul, and the body.
Kinetic temperature forms, predict premonition. Tectonic antimatter, the stage of the comet. Fragment, unsaturated, body suffocating in dust fill. Tri-state, niggas disintegrate. Thick clouds, a burgundy forecast. The surgery, thermal react. Earth collapse, releases steam from the cracks. Still continue to revolve on wax. Sun burning this hot-ass wax. Actual facts, melting glaciers. Embrace the definitive conscience. A year to equal home circumference. Vibrate, prone to detonate. Warp bricks and ships. Spawn, new breed, a terrorist. Pushing hard by killing
seat, a body to beat. Clear niggas out of the street, nobody can creep. Pull a 4-4 from out of the seat, a body to beat. Clear niggas out of the street, nobody can creep. Holler when it's time for the blood to get spilled. When the hammer cock, we don't care who we bite. I'm gun crazy, it's how every rhyme has begun lately. I'm not somebody who cares a lot for someone's safety. I'm not somebody who stops and makes a 180. I'm not somebody who has a job and a young lady. My shots start spitting till your body parts stiffen. Physicians, it's over your heart listening. I like to let my gun stare in the face of a fallen victim. If he waits, he'll want the hair of the dog that bit him. But I never get a reply, it's eye for an eye. With me, it's once bitten, twice shy. Got a lot of guns in the supply, so I gotta wet niggas now. Can't wait till the water runs dry. There's bloodshed in the streets, I am indebted to the deceased. The dead can't rest without peace. I'm chased by the damned and the police. You do a lot of dirt, you wake up with sand in the sheets. Pull a 4-4 from out of the seat, a body to beat. Clear niggas out of the street, nobody can creep. Holler when it's time for the blood, for the blood, for the blood to get spilled. Pull a 4-4 from out of the seat, a body to beat. Clear niggas out of the street, nobody can creep. Holler when it's time for the blood to get spilled. When the hammer cock, we don't care who we bite. My gut heavy, I need the flatbed on the back of a Chevy. I need half of a second to be packed and ready. Then I'm out the door, putting in time and labor. So if my gun overweight, then I'm its enabler. Cops chasing me, I can't escape my violent past. So I gotta eat and run, or dine and dash. People wanna meet the man that's behind the mask. Cause my face been all over in simulcast. But I'm always outside, I restrain flight. Cause the best place to hide is in plain sight. I'm a machine, my murders last days and nights. With no traces of DNA or data bites. I heard cops coming, I left the gun on the floor. I left a bucket of blood above the front door. Wish I was there, they probably were in an uproar. But we all square, all's fair and love and war. 4-4 from out of the seat, a body to beat. Clear niggas out of the street, nobody can creep. Holler when it's time for the blood to get spilled. I pull a 4-4 from out of the seat, a body to beat. Clear niggas out of the street, nobody can of the lords into the crap. Accept hate, oxygen gauge.
Y'all motherfuckers thought it was over, huh? But it's not. You didn't count on a fallen angel getting back into the grace of God and coming after you. Y'all niggas ain't shit. Your producers ain't shit. The fucking A&R ain't shit. I'll fucking fight my ass with your demo deal. Yo, diabolic, take this motherfucker's head off! Go ahead and grip glocks. I'll snap your trigger finger in 6 spots. You'll have to lip lock with hypodermic needles to lick shots. I'll watch you topple flat. Put away your riggings and holler back. Can't freestyle. You're screwed off the top like bottle caps. Beneath the surface, I'm overheating your receiver circuits by unleashing deeper verses than pre-speaking churches. What you preach is worthless. Your worship defeat the purpose like President Bush taking bullets for the Secret Service. Beyond what y'all fathom. I shit on cats and jaw tap them. Show no compassion like having a straight face orgasm. Tour jack them. Have his half a 10 bitch suck my friend's dick. In the meantime, you can French kiss this clenched fist. Diabolic. A one-man brigade spreading cancer plague. This fucking a pussy face. Holding a hand grenade. So if I catch you bluffing, faggot, you're less than nothing. I just had to get that stress off my chest like breast reduction. You motherfuckers are nothing. You cannot harm me. I'll resurrect every aborted baby and start an army. Storm the planet hunting you down. Cause I'm on a mission to split your body into a billion one-celled organisms. Immortal technique can destroy your religion, you stupid bitch. You're faker than blue-eyed crackers nailed to a crucifix. I'm about to blow up like NASA Challenger computer chips. Arsenic language transmitted revolutionarily. I'm like time itself. I'm gonna kill you inevitably. Chemically bomb you. Fuck using a pro piece. I'm illmatic. You won't make it home like Jerome's niece. I'll sever your head diagonally for thinking of dissing me. And then use your dead body to write my name in calligraphy. It's puppet democracy. Brainwashed your psychology. So you're nothing like diversity without equality. And your crew is full of more faggots than Greek mythology. Using numerology to count the people I send to heaven. Produces more digits than 22 divided by 7. You like Kevin Spacey. Your style is usually suspect. You never killed a cop. You're not a motherfucking thug yet. Your mind is empty and spacious, like the part of the brain that appreciates culture and erases. Face it, you're too basic. You're never gonna make it. Like children walking through Antarctica, butt naked.
There's no further ado. This is what goes on over at the Machine Lies. Good magic, really. Got to drop that and then add that.
The lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Basically, on the stream, The Machine Lies, we're taking a very critical look at technology. So the reason we're doing that is because we're looking at the medium that is used to communicate, right, and transmit information, right? We don't think that any form of mediation is neutral, right, but it's laden with values. And so I think that the well has been polluted by technology. So obviously we take a critical look at technology, right? Okay, we're looking at different concepts in relation to technology, right? In terms of philosophy, right? And in terms of religion. Now, that is one of the main purposes of the show, is that we really look at where technology and religion, science, and spirituality, where those things intersect, right? Because there's a crisis of the modern world in which there's a majority of the modern world is religious people. Their mindset is secular, and the means they employ are secular. We're living in a post-liberal, post-human, post-geological age, right? So we're talking about the death of liberalism, the rise of the world technological system. Now, we do think that, okay, there's a considerable level of externalization of the ego, okay, and mediation of ourselves through the means we employ. So obviously, we shape tools, but the tools we use shape us, right? So that's one of the main things we're trying to get across on the show, is how technology changes human psychology. If you question the means you employ and what the objective factors of power are in our age, right, then that's the most important question you can ask. Right, that's the most critical stance you could actually take, right? Like, most people don't question, how or what means they use to question, to ask the question itself, right? So we're actually taking a critical look at technology, right, as a primary form of communication, as an objective factor of power in our age, right? And we think that basically we're assuming that a lot of the stuff that we see through this medium is totally made up, right, fabricated, and that is based on the fact that it is artifice. It's produced by a machine, right? So we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's good magic. That's TML right there, guys. So he was just here, stopping by to say hello. Again, the link is in the chat, guys, if anybody wants to pop in and say hello. With no further ado, let's get back to Angela Puka's presentation on chaos magic.
And no mind, no thinking. These are techniques which are also found in yoga, and were the key techniques listed in the Liber MMM aimed at achieving such a goal are motionless posture,
Are we still connected on the internet? We may or may not be. Greetings and welcome back, Wayfarer. Machine Lies. Is this legit, the real deal, or what's going on?
It seemed like we're connected, or they can hear us. But yeah, blessings.
Okay, we're still going. Okay, good. Blessings.
Yeah,
welcome.
but I can't see the video on the screen, so.
Okay, yeah, I can't either. I'm wondering why that is.
Yeah.
Let me drop it.
Yeah, you might have to reload the video. Since the video crashes out inside the StreamYard, if you remember what place you were at.
Yeah, I can remember. Good magic, though. No, let's go ahead and get right down to business. Welcome, TML, man. I think this is the first time. Is this the first time you've ever come over here to the old Frank Monday channel?
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. Because I've been going less on panels, so so usually I'll go on my friends' panels, and that's pretty much it. So I'll go on Twilight, Son of Lilith, I'll go on Unseen Warfare. I'll go on Neurojack. And not too many people watch those shows, right? So, right, we just kind of talk to each other, right? So it is what it is, right? So I just,
yeah, that's funny.
So usually I just go on the people's shows that watch my show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I believe that I am subbed to Twilight, but I never seem to get his notifications. And now that you mentioned it, I need to double check and see why. Because some people are shadowed, like for the longest time. TML,
they're all shadowed. Yeah, they're all shadowed. Yeah, Twilight, Neurojack, and Unseen, I could faithfully say they're all shadow banned, right? So
okay.
It's because of the types of subjects, right? So
right. So was your channel for the longest time, like until I subbed Cyber Caliphate and then started bringing them up simultaneously. Like only Cyber Caliphate would appear. TML never appeared, so I'd have to go over there first and then click on your link to get to The Machine Lies.
Yeah, that's why we made that. Right? It's the only reason we made an alternative channel.
Yeah, you got to circumvent them. You got to get around somehow.
We're thoroughly shadow banned. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, you know, we put the controversial subjects up front, so it is what it is, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a fact. You know you're over the target when they're fucking keeping anyone and everyone from you and just totally trying to dig you into a hole.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but this whole stillness and motion and stillness. I'm rocking.
Yeah, go ahead with that.
Yeah, I'm rocking with that. Yeah, you know, you know, the motion in stillness I compare to Dragonfly. You know, stillness and motion is like Sagittarius, right?
Wow, that's really good. Yeah, to contemplate the dragonfly for just a moment. The dragonfly is a very, I believe, spiritually connected creature with us in some way, because at 3 different funerals I've had encounters from dragonflies. And I could tell you about the first one. When I was 19 and my mother's mother passed away, and we went to her funeral and the burial, and there were many dragonflies around us, and I was deep in my kung fu at that time. And I told everyone gathered, everyone was there, her daughters and other people associated with my mother's family and so on. And I said, if there is spirit, and I believe there truly is, then there's no reason why at this magical moment a dragonfly shouldn't happen to land upon my finger. And I stood up and I reached out my arm, and bam, one landed right on my finger. And I pulled that motherfucker in. It was a really big dragonfly. And I looked right in its eyes. And at that moment, everything shattered. Like I saw the shining trapezohedron and all of the reflections in, I forget the Hindu goddess's name that has the pearls that shine all of the reflections of. Anyways, and I realized that we were in the labyrinth of shattered mirrors, and my grandmother's voice directly communicated with me via the dragonfly, and I experienced time dilation and all of that. And now that you say that, it brings back that memory, and how you're right. They have absolute, complete control over motionless action. Like they are the epitome of stillness and motion. Wow, what a thing. What a wonderful thing to bring forward. Thank you for that, TML. And what was the other one you mentioned?
Yeah, I think I saw that one day when I was tripping. I mean, they're talking about Indra's net.
Indra's net. That's it. You're right. That's the one.
The other one is Sagittarius, right?
Okay. My brother was a Sagittar. He really exhibited that energy. And, you know, he passed away during COVID under the old jibber jab at 40, 46, 47. What a thing, right?
Yeah, because his legs are moving, but he's still, right? So the body's moving, but the head is still, right? So
yeah. He's poised. He's ready to strike, holding all things in abeyance, deferring judgment. And that's a good thing too. Like that's what I've noticed from some of you guys out here, like not very many. Definitely, you know, you and then some others display it at some points in their transmission, but it's always what I've been looking for, in these style of interactions. And you exhibit it honestly to the highest level, like in your transmission. You only do 2 shows a week, right? Like Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe.
Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturday. So it's a little bit of a weird schedule, but yeah.
Okay, and one of those is like a music show, right?
No, the music shows are irregular, right?
Okay.
So they just sort of pop up usually on Thursday, right? Because so we have a music show. I'm sometimes trying to do a reading show on Friday night. So on Friday night, for people who don't want to go to any parties and enjoy their solitude, they can sit there and hear some words right, and reflections. But yeah, in terms of in terms of this whole thing, it's interesting. The experience online.
Yeah, it's good magic. I mean, folks I've heard it referred to just recently. I believe it was on over in Talcadia. Someone said DEX, an acronym representing
digital experience, exactly.
Okay, that was the
Digital
first
experience, yeah.
That was the first I had heard that today. What is what's your assessment? I kind of know you're a little bit about where you're going towards your direct message, but what about these the DEX as they call it? What are your thoughts there?
Well, I think it's mimetic complexity, right? And I think, I spell it out pretty clearly. I think mimetic complexity is ontological death, right? So, it's because it hacks our ability to use symbols, right? So, symbols are obviously primary to language, and the iconicity of symbols is more powerful than speech is, right? So what we're experiencing is morphing, right, of words, right? We're not able to communicate, right? And that's because symbols are imposed onto those words, and they're hijacking the meaning of those words, right? So I think it's a deadly game, right? I think the more people engage in it and don't have awareness of what they're engaging in, right, the more they're being overshadowed, right? So this is a problem, right? So I think there's a dual issue that I always talk about, right? And that's isolation and interconnectedness, to put in the most blunt terminology, right? To connect it to interpersonal psychology, right? And it's like, we're all, as I say, if everyone's talking at the same time, sure, you're being heard by more people, but what you're saying is being heard less, right? So.
Yeah, and you really brought to the forefront like my original impetus for getting into this. It's like I was experiencing some isolation due to the fact of my location and lockdown and all of that. And then at the same time, my own native language, I had spent the last 2 decades even avoiding trying to speak. Like I wanted to immerse myself so much in a foreign culture to kind of wash out the programming and indoctrination of my youth with this new thing or other thing, right? This neophiliism, as it were. And at the same time, it brought me further and further away from like my roots. And Lao Tzu warns of this. He says, the further you go, the less you know. And if you really want to know truth, right, return to the root and know thyself. And so that's what brought me into this this space, as the kids call it, and reaching out, extending my feelers, seeing who was out there. And many of these spaces seem to be extremely violent and negative. And it's like, yours is one of the only sanctuaries that I know that is there truly for learning and like fellowship. And again, when I was on your show, I think I spontaneously called it the Invisible College, right? And it's a meeting of the minds that supersedes any of these other things that are going on. So obviously it's going to be banned. That's not going to be something that they're going to allow for mass consumption. But the other low ground that I did find was Talcadia, and our ability to at least cross paths there.
Yeah,
That-
me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, that may
I
have
love
been.
that place. I love his style. Right. But I think a lot of people will go along to get along, right? And this is a lot of the issues, right? Is that they notice the numbers, right? They can't deny the support of the numbers, right? So they will succumb to the drama loop, right? So this is the huge issue, right? And of course there this applies to Taoism and the whole Sagittarius issue, right? Because it's the bending of the bow, right? It's you want to overcompensate for the use of the tool, right? So you have to aim higher, right? So there's all this mechanics, right? So it's how the body relates to mechanics, right? And it's a process that I like to call externalization of the ego, right? Where I say, that technology is involved in externalization of the ego, right? And that's involved in the foggy somatic detachment and the mediation of our, sort of personalities through the tools we use, right?
Yeah, and we get a very stark and forthright warning from Lao Tzu in that he says when you overutilize those tools, they will certainly snap. And when you over sharpen the sword, it easily becomes dulled. And people engage in these debates and over intellectualization of ideas and endless skepticism and endless opining. And it brings us again, like me, having moved away from the West and into the East, it brings us further and further from center.
Yeah, that's why I just turned flow state off. This is too skeptical.
Yeah, that's funny. There are certainly some of them that I've never returned to. Like I've dipped my toe back and forth with the Insanity Machine and Queen Stephanie, just because, like, I don't know, there's some sort of madness there, like some dank sewage that's almost.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've overly watched the people that have had a negative, who I've had a negative interaction with, right? Yeah. So I've watched them, So yeah, I've tried to understand. The only person I've not really watched is Landry because I find him intolerable, right? I find just his presentation style intolerable, right? So yeah, I mean, I have nothing. Yeah, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing wrong with him, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily go that far. I'd say there's a lot wrong with him. But
well, I just don't know him that well. But,
no, I don't either. And I'm the same as you. Like with flow state a couple of times, and then I turned off because it's just way too much like chaos. But with like Landry, he's trying to hold down a tighter ship, and I went over there a few times. But like the overt revelation of his direct agenda, which he thought was so covert and hidden, seemed to me such a low ploy. And I thought, is Jack somehow in on it, and did he do this as a kind of stepping stone to build him up, or what's going on? And I thought, it's not even fucking worth thinking about. It's beyond me. I mean, I'm not gonna waste any time with it.
Jack either is involved or not, and then even if he is or not, that doesn't mean that some of these other people, that routinely come around and they've had volatile interactions with, right? Like Steven, Snafu, Illumitami, and also Rose 777, right? So there's been sort of flippers, right? They've flipped so many times, right? And I don't blame any of those four people I mentioned personally, right? But it's just that they've spurred negative interactions with people either or in an attempt to do cloud sharky behavior, trying to steal other people's audiences or promote other content, right? So they've engaged in building alliances, trying to tear down other groups online, right? So a lot of people, that surround that arena, right? They seem to be involved in that, and that is just a lot of, right? The amount of planning and calculation that they have to do, watching everybody else's content and organizing in their little groups, right, to manufacture basically content, right, with these improv shows, right, because it's kind of like improv, right, and a lot of the people on these shows are like ex-military or like failed actors or something like that. So you get the picture. It's like, it seemed like close-knit group of people, right? So it's like, well, we can engage in this, or we can just present primary sources and try to explain them to the best of our ability, and we'll grow, and people that are with us will grow, even if there are few people, right? And
well, here's what I think is going on secretly as well. This is basically like Hollywood B-roll, and so these are
Hollywood rejects, like old, washed up, Hollywood rejects that were honeypotted along the way, and now they're being used by ex-military people. That's what I see, right?
Right, and a lot of military, or a lot of Hollywood is military too, because they have the discipline to stick to schedules and fulfill those roles which are allotted. Like, I've worked some in film, and I worked as a production manager on a couple of fairly decent pieces. And in fact, one of the guys that I coordinate a lot with, he's got like 30K, 34, 35K subs here on YouTube. But Troy's team, I'll go ahead and name drop him because I don't mind. But special forces, military training, all of that, like at a grassroots level, is their kind of bread and butter. And then like running overt psyops, like they're not even secretive about it behind the scenes. Like they talk openly about like, here's our objective, here's what we want to achieve.
That's the main thing now, is that the psyops have become open, right? And this could parallel what has happened in occultism as well, right? That I'm sort of the externalizing the hierarchy, or the entire game that's being played, right? So it seemed like there's a so these two elements are heavily present online, right? The military, the occult, right? The entertainment sector, right? And a lot of them seem to be playing this double game, right? We see the recent involvement with the O9A and all the trans shooters, right? So there's all of this sort of psychological brainwashing, also preying on people who are sort of lone wolves, right, and drawing them out of certain communities, right?
Yeah. And see, that's where I wanted to go with it. You kind of teased it out on your own, which I figured you might, but that's what they're doing. They've got the little here kitty type of scheme where they're getting people to come out of their holes, and then they have already pre-established agendas for them. And so, continue.
Yeah, well, this is actually from MK Ultra, right? The report on the authoritarian personality, right? So it's like, these brain types, and it's these cognitive maps, and obviously it's an extension of behavioral psychology, right?
And even like Intel Kadia, he's pretty overt about it. He said he's done psychological training, he's attended NLP courses. I've done those things as well. And one of the one thing that I point out is that MK Ultra is a cross section between behavioral psychology, right? On the one end, postmodern philosophy on the other end, right? And also cybernetics. So all this NLP stuff is very relevant. That was the other thing that had arisen in the back of my mind as you spoke, and I wanted to bring forward, was that in some way all these B-roll actors out here teasing out other actors and players to maybe participate in individual events that they want to stage. But the other thing is that they're skimming the cream of the crop with their algorithms, and then they're regurgitating it into their own system in order to benefit from it. Like I told you just the other day, several times in fact, I had heard TML words comes out with no citation whatsoever, and I was like, wait a goddamn minute, I've been paying attention long enough that I know that's a TML original synthesized in real time. from his own researches and understanding, and here you are just reiterating it like, you know, like words on a script. And so how does that happen? You know, absolutely, there has to be some function that is doing that.
Yeah, well, the AI, I think, is aware of our content, right? So when people plug in, you know, these ideas into the AI tools, right? So many people may not recognize, right, some of our research, right? But comparatively, you know, if you analyze words and statements per minute, right, and you're looking at videos for that type of content, right, and a machine analyzes words per minute, right, of a certain subject, right, then they'll see that our content is superior, right, than others, right, because it deals more deeply with certain subject matter, right, than even the most professional funded presentations, right, by the top groups, right? So
beyond compare, because I've done it all. Like, I've been in the professional field in academia for close to 30 years now, and I've listened to so many things, like constant audiobook transmissions and lectures from the Learning Company and all types of various other sources like Learning Strategies Incorporated out of Minneapolis. And I think that this is the kind of the apex as to where this thing is going. That, imagine in a circumstance like your own, you might do an 8 to 10 or maybe even 12-hour transmission where you read and synthesize and read and synthesize, and then there are moments I'll be listening at work, man. I'm not going to deny it. I listen to your show as often as I can, and there will be a coalescence, a crystallization of the unique individual, like, intellectual property that you discover and invent with your guests. And then absolutely, like I said, the cream of the crop is what I hear reiterated from others in the fields. And it's like, well, how did you guys come about that? I saw how he did it, but they don't, and they're not.
But that's
because
the point, though. It's like
they're skimming it. They're skimming it.
Yeah, but there's certain ideas that can't be used for evil, and that's the goal, right? So if we have ideas that can be twisted and turned and then applied by people who are of bad conscience, right, then maybe those are not useful ideas, right? We need ideas that only those of a pure heart can access, right? And this is the thing, we have to create ideas that cannot be manipulated that way, right? So this is part and parcel of you know, tidying up our speech and refining our words and clearing our intentions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the 100-day challenge that I'm launching into right now is all about that. Like, we have 3 primary factors of control or exigence, as it were, within our body, and they are our thoughts and how our thoughts become words and how those words spur us to action, right? And so for me personally, like, I call upon the Lord on high, right? God Almighty, whether it be Allah or Yahweh or however you want to word it, Jesus in some languages, right? That I defer and obey and wait until I can proactively utilize that 3-dimensional expression of my intent through thought to word and action, so that whatever I do can be the most beneficial for everyone in all directions and dimensions and times. Like, I remember when I was recently, I told you about the funeral of my grandmother on my mother's side, but I went to make obeisances to my father and brother and mother, all who, you know, jibber jabbed up and just like disappeared from this realm from 2020 to 2025.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend.
Yeah, no, it is what it is, right? 5 people disappeared from this realm, and each one, as they passed, except for the last, came to me in dreamland and spoke to me of messages, which, you know, I could expound upon.
That happened to me as well. Right the day when my grandmother died, I saw her in a dream.
Yeah, good magic.
Wild stuff. Yeah, but please
yeah.
tell. Yeah.
It shows that permeance beyond like this prime material plane, that I mean, if we want to go back to, you know, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, that there's some sort of preforms or pre-luminescence, that the heavenly kingdom. I mean, it's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, actually, that Phaedo, by Plato, I highly recommend that work. It's Socrates on his deathbed, and he's having a dialogue with his students. And he's talking to them about the soul after death. It's wild.
Yeah, my father, on the last 3 days of his deathbed, he said that Socrates and Jesus were both standing before him. And there was someone else who said that as well. I think it was maybe Carl Jung. And here's the craziest fucking thing. Like, for the longest time, I've been over here in China for a long time, where spirituality is verboten and taboo. And if you speak of it, you can even lose your job. I've lost one job for professing faith in God. And it was a really interesting conversation. The administrative affairs girl came forward and she said, I heard you've been talking about spirituality and religion in your class. And she said, straightforward, yes or no answer, do you believe in God? And I said, no. And she said, okay. And then I said, but wait. She was about to leave. I said, I know God. And I got into that whole conversation. Yeah, and that fucked me off. I lost a pretty lucrative job that was very easy, and only a fool gives up an easy job for a hard one. And so, yeah, but it put me back in the field looking for another job. And I thought, yeah, you can't fucking lie, right? What are you gonna do? You can't lie ever. I mean, if it's to protect a silly little job or whatever. So, and then it was much later on that the internet brought that back to me and said, hey, Carl Jung said that when he was 80, and they showed the black and white video. And I thought, yeah, that's something. That is something, right? Because belief is at a shallow level. It's at a superficial level. And then as you deepen it, you have knowledge and understanding. And as you deepen that, you have instinct and reaction, things that you really ingrain in your being. And God has to be an immediate response. I mean, it doesn't have to be. If you think that you fucking descended from monkeys and just rolled around the dirt for hundreds of thousands of years, more power to you. But if you believe and know and embrace that you descended from a celestial sphere of luminous beings that give a fuck about you and care about what's going on here, and I don't know, maybe they want you to learn the lessons of life, and you're here to experience and embrace. Whatever it is from that point onward is unknown to some extent. And I think we are all interested in the future and development and see where it's going. Where do you think it's going?
Well, it's like how you said, it's thoughts to words to actions, right? And I think we're moving on a stage where there's been enough thoughts and words, right, that actions are driving without thoughts and words, right? So this is the issue, is as we say, life is activity, not production, right? And we are entitled to our actions, not the fruit of them, right? So this whole idea that thinking about thinking, right, or thinking cannot solve the problems that thinking has created, and being stuck on the level of thought and reflection, right, and not being able to make it out, right, or being caught in words, right, mimetic complexity, right, as I said earlier, right, then that is non-action, but it's not wu wei, it's not doing, right, but it's just not doing, right, and that's unstable reaction to what is going on, right, and that is some of the stuff, right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like wu wei is the way it's said in Chinese, like to do non-doing. I've thought about this non-interactive, non-intrusive method of Lao Tzu for a long time, and like it almost always plays out as the best possible upshot of what's going on. So if we refrain from interacting to the extent that we let natural events play out, then we remain like in a form of abeyance where we are protected by the I don't know what I want to call it. Maybe in quantum physics, we might say the observer effect. We let things play out without scrutinizing them because everyone feels it. Like you feel it, I feel it. When you're under direct, like accusatory scrutiny, which is bellicose and pugnacious, and folks want to interact in a field of dichotomy where they're always trying to shake things up and just fucking yin yang everything to death, like yes, no, back and forth from light, dark, and they're really shaking up the mud. It takes things to a level of like obtuseness, like a miasma of ultimate distortion where there is no clarity towards truth. Whereas if we let things settle and we cover the desirable and do not let it directly be exposed. Like I've always thought in Western civilization, this was absolutely one of the worst things that ever happened, was the bastardization and the exploitation of the feminine element through overt sexuality, and that it disrupts and distorts the minds of young people to such an extent that it's completely intolerable. I mean, it's like listening to Landry or Snafu for a couple of hours. Not that I don't love Snafu, but
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah. 90% of the advertisements and the entertainment is made for women and children. Right? It's an extremely strange situation. Right. So yeah, like you said, it's meant to draw out that very specific type of energy. Right.
And with that said, the overt goal is to like usurp our authority and take us off of our throne of self-cultivation and in intrinsic analysis of what is true, in fact, because it's very hard to see to begin with. And once you start to obfuscate that and make people deviate away from that, then they lose center. And the families fall into degradation and dissolution. And the Chinese, I mean, fucking criticize them as much as you want to, but at least it's one element in their society that they held on to: the extended generation and the value of the elders in the family and the cultivation of the youth in the family, and this continuity of like symboletica from ancestor to precedent, or what's the word, progeny, that they at least allow this transmission and encourage it through all means possible, right? We must continue these symbols that are beyond speech into the future to let them affect the youth and the future generations in the ways that they've proven out, time tested and honored methods, right? And one of those, funny enough, that we see constantly vilified within our society is the wanzi. In Chinese, we call it the wanzi, but in the West, it's known as the swastika. So, do you have any thoughts on that one and how the dissolution of that symbol has been evoked?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's basically you know, well, a lot of it has to do with the Thula society, right? And how they're twisting the Tibetan traditions, right, which are already twisting the Vajrayana, right? And then they're so it's about the shamanistic traditions of Tibet being transformed by Buddhism, right? And then the subsequent incorporation of the and the use of the swastika within Freemasonry, right? They use the six-pointed Jewish star, right, and the swastika in their traditions, right? So it was incorporated by Blavatsky through that, but for her, she was trying to make it allude to the Oriental Kabbalah, which is the Eastern traditions, which she saw as being a precursor to those Egyptian or Hermetic traditions, right? So, so I think she was trying to make the point, and this is seen within her entire scheme, that she wanted to incorporate Eastern mysticism, right, into the practices of Freemasonry. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's fascinating too because like I've come along the same ideas through my own researches and studies that they may have the school of the Grand Orient may have fact been a precursor to certain things. For me, like where it came in, where it clicked, was the Shang Dynasty oracle bones that were like bleached out from ox hips and tortoise shells. So are you familiar at all with that? So during the Shang Dynasty, in order like in the Greek tradition, perhaps they were casting bones and entrails, but the Chinese would take and dry out ox bones or tortoise shells and then pour mercury into the cracks in order to form symbols. And those symbols they believed were
That's how the I Ching was formed, I believe.
Right, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely. And so that's where I saw like the first great manifestations of the Kabbalah, like the one becomes two, the two becomes three. And Lao Tzu commented on it in the Tao Te Ching, right? And then it manifests into 10,000. But there's a segmented, what's the word I'm looking for? Sequenced way of it playing out numerologically. But really, if you think about it in that manner, then it's within like splits and nodes. So it's more in how like a brain develops and grows, or amoebas reach out and connect. Than like, so I think in some way there you have to think about it upon multiple levels in order to be able to grok it. And it's funny that it was a Google or the other one that seized that term and called their AI engine Grok.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so over and over they're usurping the terms or the symboleticon of things that we established as like a pure guidance or direction, like compass needle towards truth. And
yes,
then
exactly. This is part and parcel of what I was just referring to, this idea of mimetic complexity, right?
Yeah.
And it's a technique, right, that's being employed on a mass scale. That's what people don't realize.
Well, yeah, and in a great part, like having listened to you for like I guess 6 to 8 months now, like it's in part developed my understanding at a new level of these things. So could you expound upon that a little bit? Like as they do this, like I know I've asked already, like where's it kind of guiding towards, but essentially humanity's last-ditched effort, as it were. In Talcadia, they want to end war and have peace, and I don't mean to discount that, but we need at an intrinsic level, a dynamic and even quantum level, we need to be able to understand this at a greater depth than just that. Those are very abstract things. So we need to reach back down into the tangible. And I know in the study of the text that you present on your channel absolutely help guide us there, because it has done that for me within just a couple of semesters of study, right? But what more might you add to that? Like fuck, because I feel like honestly, I just feel like fuck, I want to roll up my sleeves and go to fucking, go to blows with some of these motherfuckers, because they're taking a lot from us and giving very little back. And at the same time, it's like we continue to earnestly put forward our best. And Lao Tzu would say, hey, just fucking do that. The man of goodness is good to everyone. But at the same time, we need some stratagem to how do I want to word this, like to thwart the coming disaster in some way. What would be your advice in that direction?
Well, I think that, if we analyze the past, right, and as you were talking about, the throne being usurped, I think that it's especially clear, right, that this subversion, or, as we presented, this drawing out of feminine energy is actually part of a sort of plan for society, right? The first plan was capitalism, right? And there in John Locke, right, we sort of see the death of the family in terms of he says, well, you know, nature is just something where value has to be extracted from it through human labor, right? So human societies are not based on nature, right? What they're actually based on is profit, right? And the father is just a sperm donor, right? So when the kid has the ability to through labor earn his own value and you know, maintain his own property, he doesn't need his dad anymore, right? So he wanted to overthrow this notion that you're under the tutelage of your father, who's under the tutelage of God, right? And usually there's a prince or a ruler in between, your father and you know, God, right? Who has the divine right of kings or something like that, right? So to overthrow that system, right? John Locke said, well, God gave Adam private property. He had to work for everything he had, right? And it wasn't about him creating progeny, but it was about them doing their own work for themselves and earning their own wealth, right? So John Locke created a whole new idea of man in relationship to nature, in relationship to property, and he used this to create the notion of universal rights. And so this notion of capitalism was formed at the expense of the family and the country and all of that stuff, and and creating man's free will. Then you have the Fabian Society, right? And they basically said, well, you can't get rid of capitalism, right, by changing the economic and political system, right? But what you have to change is the family relations, right? So they said you have to have the children belong to the state, right? So you have to get rid of the family situation, and the way you have to do this is through cultural sort of subversion, right? Through fighting against the sexual mores, right? So they wanted to create a program for sexual liberation, right? And this was a project for the Fabian socialists, right? So they attacked the family, right? So you have capitalism and communism as attacks on the family, right? And these are to adjust man to the technological society, right? And you have the Industrial Revolution that creates it puts women in the workplace. So you have a drastic change in society, right? So you have technology driving politics, science, and our cultural enterprise, right? So what you really have is the death of spirituality and religion, right? So here's what we need, right? We need a spirituality that's comparable to the modern age, right? So that is what we need. We need local communities, right? Obviously, as a response to the global technological system, right? Yeah. And so those are some of the things that are missing in society, right? Is culture and religion, right? And obviously this used to be the entire ideal of society, right? The shaman used to be the centerpiece within society, right? And he was a combination of art and religion, right? Whereas today, right, we have politics and science and these techniques that go along with politics and science, making a hegemony over, cultural traditions and man's, internal world, right?
I would counter that too with like overt consumerism and like sexual indulgence.
Oh yeah, that's
especially
part of,
in Western society.
Yeah, that's part of the capitalism and Fabian thing that I was talking about, right? Because in capitalism, right, he literally said nature that's not turned into value is waste. So think of how that made people think, right? And then then you look at Annie Besant, right? And of course Blavatsky was a genius to a certain extent, right? But obviously her entire organization is involved in some pretty nefarious things. Like, for example, at the UN, right? So part of the things that Annie Besant was doing at the UN and all this type of stuff, right, is promoting the use of birth control, right? Which, we may be we may think that this is an overall positive thing, right? But it's a extreme medical thing, right? It has effects on women's hormonal system, right? And also it's there's obviously natural forms of birth control, right, that have been shelved, because knowledge of natural plants is being superseded by the medical industry, right? So there's all of these problems, right, that they caused, right? And yeah, they wanted to create sexual liberation, right, for the women, right? And this is part and parcel of them promoting Charles Knowlton's book Fruits of Philosophy and printing out and translating copies of the Communist Manifesto and all that type of stuff.
My big question at this point, would you say that like it's had a tangible shift in the feminine counterpart and her interaction with man? Because it seems to me that it has, but I would like you to pontificate a bit more on the idea that those actions which you just mentioned that they took have like somehow again usurped and taken not only man but woman off of her throne. What do you think of that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, you have the feminization of males and the masculinization of females, right? And this is being done through not only psychologically, right, through the workspaces and through the public spaces, right, and all that type of stuff, and the loss of the family and all that type of stuff, right? But yeah, it's also being done chemically and biologically through endocrine disruptors in the food and all of that type of stuff, right? So there's also a chemical castration that goes along with it, right? So there's twofold issues here, right? One is the processed food, right, and the use of pesticides and the use of household cleaners and all these endocrine disruptors, right, that end up in our food and our clothes and all that type of stuff, right? And the second problem is actually psychological issue.
Well, before you go there, I'd like to comment on the first one just momentarily, that here in China, like I saw the transition from paper currency, tangible currency, to electronic currency during the time of the lockdown. And the other thing that the 2020 lockdown brought was an implementation on a huge scale of synthetic meats. Now, don't get me wrong, they've been using these for a long time in the Buddhist temples over here for the vegetarians. And so they're mostly bean based. But when I saw like the wide scale implementation of it throughout society here in China, because I live in one of the largest cities in all of China. And China's, it's supposedly so many billion people or whatever. And Beijing is supposedly 30 million, 25 to 30 million people. But on a wide scale, like these two things, and Chinese people didn't even fucking blink. But me, like, I felt huge birth pangs over both. Like the removal of paper currency in absolute within like just a couple of weeks, like of time, like an immediate shift from being able to use money to electronic money via your phone only. And then the other one I'm telling you about is the highly processed pseudo meats. So like I would say probably 60 to 70% of all actual meat was immediately replaced with vegetable proteins. And that nearly killed me because I grew up on fucking like healthy beef and lamb and whatever, chicken, and being able to eat fresh eggs and that type of thing, and whole milk. I'm not going to deny it to you that I was a hugely protein based creature. So that transition over the last 5 years has like taken a huge toll on me, and I just wanted to bring that forward to reiterate that point that I have no offshoot. I just and your second, please continue, TML. And
Yeah, that's
and
insanity.
thank
Yeah, that's
you.
insanity. And yeah, of course, you could look into just the most popular thing that people can look into is obviously the pesticides, right? And there's lots of problems with the way they are feeding corn and soy to the animals even, right? So pigs and chickens and cows are eating diets of corn and soy that are sprayed with pesticides, right? So even in the meat, right, even in the vegetables, right, even in most of the processed food either has corn or soy in it, right, that is laced with these pesticides. So the most prevalent place of endocrine disruptors that I could show you guys how to avoid, right, is stop eating the processed food. Get locally sourced food that is not sprayed with chemicals, and you can assure the process, right, and all that type of stuff is what I can highly recommend to you guys, right? So obviously get natural cleaning material and natural soap and all that type of stuff. And make sure you look at the ingredients. You don't just trust the label that says it's naturally made or whatever like that, right? Actually look at the
And
ingredients.
the other thing, just to add to this a little bit, like, and I can tell that you embrace this as well, is just eat less. So many people are out there gorging themselves.
Yeah, I fast Monday and Thursday, for like 24 hours. It has to be done. So this is what it is.
And in addition to that, they're just like they're over saturated themselves in these things. Whereas, we can all obviously harken back to the idea of a more wild man, where food would only be available upon the kill of a game or seasonally, and so we should embrace that a little more in thinking that, hey, you don't need to fucking eat every time you think you need to eat or every time they're programming you to eat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no worries. And for like in my current example, like with the other things, the other chemicals, I've already become somewhat adapted to, in that I'm going to survive as long as I'm going to survive anyway. But the introduction of those new highly processed meats that I don't know, mostly are vegetable proteins, but it could be like what are they calling it? Eat the bugs, live in the pod, right? They could be partially proteins from insects. Wow, like it was such a difficult thing for me to adapt to, that even now, like I can almost not hardly tolerate it, but I can see it immediately. Like when they put those all out, and I see all the young people just consuming them endlessly with no understanding of what they're taking in.
Yeah, and this actually relates highly to what you were talking about. Movement and stillness and movement, right? Because overconsumption, also movement, right, is death, right? It's programmed cell death, right? Because the more you move, the more you have to expend energy. And these packets of energy are created by the food, right? Which you have to metabolize, and the metabolization of that energy is programmed cell death, is what's causing your aging process. So it's very interesting, right?
Yeah. And like when adapting to it, like I would just say we're like almost kind of like the showroom of where it's all being rolled out. And as a result, you have to even more kind of sit back from it and realize, even though they've tried to rip everything away from us and offer us very little in return, ultimately, find ways around it, circumvent it, like you did in starting up a secondary channel and moving lateral to what it was that the obstacles that were presented. Yeah.
And that ties to the second thing, which is a psychological manipulation, right, of the two genders. And that's happening obviously through advertisement, right, through social media, right, and the dating apps and all that type of stuff, which are disproportionately affecting women, right? So this is a huge issue, right? And men are being affected by other factors, right? Such as, not being leaders in the workplace, right, is psychologically disturbing. The man's persona because, man is a sort of a hunter, a farmer, a healer, or a warrior, at heart, right? But we're meant to do the same jobs as women, right? And we're being obviously pornography, right? Just as advertisements are directed towards women, pornography is directed towards men, right? And it's overtly produced, right? Okay, women are not consuming pornography, right? And men are not going and
And at a
shopping
greater
for all these products, right?
at a greater scale than men, right? There's a deeper, and that's kind of harkens back to the original question that I asked you, which is where this like Fabian socialist idea of destroying the family and ultimately the upshot, like we need to breed forth a new spirituality, and it's not going to be extremism in either direction. That will never suit like modern society. But how has this changed the aspect of the divine feminine, right? Because I think people are missing this and they're not understanding it. There's a lot of girls out there. There's like, oh, just get fucked, and Girls Gone Wild on West Beach on Miami or LA or whatever, and they think that embracing this OnlyFans model is the way to success. Fuck. Like, how has that influence of the timeline, the immediate timeline, like distorted this to such an extent? I mean, because think about like 1950s America, where it was even like, it was the epitome to be a chaste type of woman and marry a single man and then support him in his endeavors to bring success to the family. Ideas, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that the 1950s society was the problem, right? Because this is post-feminism, post-industrial revolution, all of these things, right? Even the use of pesticides and the growth of the suburbs and all of these forms of psychological and chemical castration, right, were actually birthed in the 1950s. Right, so these were the guinea pigs, right? The boomers, as they say, right? That this psychological experiment was tried on, right? And we're seeing the results of it, right? So if we want to observe what the true impact of those changes to society were, we have to go back further, right? We have to look at the 1800s, right? Or even the 1600s, right? To observe the death of religion and spirituality, we actually have to go back a lot further, right? And go to like something like the 1600s, right? And look at how science and philosophy were sort of making undue judgments about certain religious ideas, right? Which they presumptuously assumed that they had answers for, but 500 years later, it's like they have no answers for them, right? So it's like,
yeah, that's fair enough. And I think essentially that's where it comes in at all times, like whether it be the past, present, or future, that we ultimately need that system of cultivation, critical thinking, whatever, intuitive grokking, that brings us closer towards truth in each generation. I think Lao Tzu nailed part of it, and in that we need to order our family correctly as the deepest and most essential grain. I mean, that is essentially the self, like you guys don't fucking know this, but I've been in China for 25 years now, and I've been dealing with a Chinese gal that I met in Boston when I was in a management program. But I sought her out, and she's been chastising and railing me the entire time. And in the traditional Taoist sense, they say that in learning the self, and you have to learn your wife, or you know, the feminine counterpart, if that's if that's the thing you're involved in. 7 years for the body, 7 years for the mind, and 7 years for the spirit. And I'll tell you, it's taken me 20 fucking 1 years to learn my old lady and be able to get on like where we are now, a balanced ground where fuck, she's gonna do her thing, I'm gonna do my thing. We're yin and yang. We've completed each other, as it were. But and bringing forward the next generation, fuck, that's no easy thing. You know, it's something you have to endure. That a Westerner, your average, your everyday average individual Westerner is not going to undergo that, especially in the traditional sense, because it's too fucking difficult. It's like it's a nightmare. It's torture. You know.
Oh yeah.
It's like being in prison.
Yeah, I've been married to.
And here's the thing too. Yeah. You've done it. Yeah, you've done it. And a lot of folks have gone to jail and they've come back out. But we need to bring forth and back that spirit of like Emerson or Thoreau, in that they sat time in jail and they contemplated and reflected. And now that's where we're at right now. Like me and you, both TML, we're fucking in jail, and we've already brought we've brought forward some good ideas. And for me, like, it's just the everyday challenge. I have to go and do that thing again. You know, I got to do that thing that supports my family and bring forward the enrichment that's there. And then for you, like, you're doing a really good magical thing and bringing forward the new message and the new understanding is so valuable. So I don't know how much time you have this evening. For me, it's evening. For you, it may be another time, but
Very early in the morning.
is it? Wow. Yeah. Are you up early or down late?
I'm up early. It's 8 a.m. and yeah, we're just rocking out here. Yeah.
Yeah, good magic. Yeah. So additionally, like let's use this last the segment here to shout out the other channels that we do know and we respect. First and foremost, I've got you covered here. YouTube at the Machine Light 9534 is correct, right?
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah,
believe
and
so, yeah.
oh, and then you mentioned Twilight, his channel. What is his at symbol?
I believe it's Twilight Sun Animism, at Twilight Sun Animism. You know.
Wow, that's quite a thing. I don't even know how to spell animism. And
It's ANIMISM. So
yeah, that sounds right. It's correct.
Yeah.
And
So, yeah. Yeah,
other
I'm
folks
be champ over here of Taylor, Michigan. So it is what it is. I mean,
yeah,
I
and
think I was, like,
where are you
sixth
hailing?
grade.
Where are you hailing in from at the abodes of the future? Which part of the states do you find yourself in? East of the Rockies or west of the Rockies?
Well, I'm in the Great Lakes. So yeah. So we're near Detroit.
Yeah, that's quite a thing. That's more along the lines of down towards the nipple, right? I've been up along the left side of the teat. Like if you consider the Great Lakes like one large tit with the nipple facing downward. Yeah, I don't know if that applies or not, but I've been up along I've been up along both sides of the breast, the old milky thing there. Yeah, no, I don't know that area as well as you guys would though. Like I'm a West Coast guy. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, and in fact, it wasn't until high school that I even knew there was anything beyond California. That's how fucking arrogant we are. Like Californians and the way they indoctrinate you, there is nothing beyond the Golden State and the Central Kingdom of California. That's what they actually called it. Like that's why I have the moniker the Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. That's China.
Yeah.
Because it was referred to as the Kingdom of California, and it was always thought of as like something else beyond the United States. I think that comes into play with like the movement of the sun and following the sun, and the worshipers of the sun, and how like fortune tends to follow the sun's transgression over time and towards the do you know anything about that?
Yeah, the house of the rising sun, as they say.
Right, and how that
Like
energy
song.
yeah, how
The song.
yeah, the energy continues to move west, like the gold rush and the drive in towards the Americas, and then over here towards the east. So I just kind of followed that as necessity, as yeah, I got some visitors here in the studio. So yeah.
Nice.
Do you want to pick up the thread and talk for a bit while I take a minute to check into this, or
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Any direction you want to go? Give me a sec.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, we're talking about different ideas here. But yeah, yeah, it's interesting. Stillness and motion, motion and stillness. Right. And obviously, there's a constant acceleration that's going on. In terms of the technological sphere. Right. So we're being driven by external locus, right, of movement that's not within ourselves, right? So this whole thing of losing the center, right, or falling away from the center, right? And yeah, obviously the best place to be is sort of the positionless position, right? As some of my astute colleagues pointed out, sort of the Zen idea, right? And of course, there's this Taoist idea of doing, not doing, right? And of course, in the Tao, it says stillness is the master of movement, right? It's fascinating stuff, right? But yeah, interestingly, yeah, I wonder what Frank was saying. He said we got some guests in the studio. I thought that meant something totally different.
Yeah, do we really? Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, but I thought you
Blessings,
said I thought you said we had some guests here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I meant that like my studio here, my like physical being, my table with my laptop, my son had come in. He knocked on
I
the
see.
door.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He had like some giant packages at the door that he had ordered, and he was like knocking on the door, ringing the bell and shit. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, so that's a whole nother thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good magic. Fucking TML. What a thing, right? To have you here and like be able to talk to you. I don't have material prepared. I wasn't going into this thinking that you might show up. And
it's no worries.
Yeah, no,
I
I
wasn't
was just
planning on it either. I just saw you were live. I was seeing who was live, and yeah, I don't I mean, I don't know when you go live. But I don't normally see you live, so I thought I'd pop in here.
yeah, I don't like, I mostly listen to shows and try to jump on panels when like it's available. And I've kind of like narrowed it down to like either you or Talcadia at this point.
Yeah, I was watching Flow State, and it was getting very fighty. And I was thinking of joining that panel, and I was thinking, yeah, this is not going to be. It's either not going to end well for me or the interlocutor. So I'm just going to stay away from this panel, all right? Because they seem like they were in an antagonizing mood, right? So I knew as soon as I opened my mouth, somebody was going to try to find a problem with what I said. They were going to off to the horse races. And so,
Well, yeah, and it's a thing too. Like I've gotten to some points where I think like, what would TML do, And we both got a little bit disparaged in Talcadia. Like there were, and it happened in rapid succession too. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But like both me and you had gone in there with the ultimate purest intentions and got shut down and nubbed and like set aside for
Set
like
aside.
lesser
Lesser demons.
expressions. Yeah. And it
Let's just
really
face it. Lesser beings.
it really fucking irritated me to some extent, like where I wanted to roll up the sleeves and slap the motherfucker in the mouth just a little bit, you know, not a whole lot. I wasn't gonna kill the motherfucker, but I was definitely gonna knock some teeth out. And that's a thing, you know, like righteous fury when it occurs, it's a thing, you know, it's a plasma. It's not me, it's you, right? That's what
Well,
he
that-
always says.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's like Wednesday or Saturday, right? I'll be there as long as, YouTube allows me to, right? And the thing is that, I don't have a problem focusing on these people's show for an hour of that. Right. And this is the thing, is like, we've done that a few times, right? People have pushed us and continue to make content, right? And we focused on their material. Right. And yeah, I don't think they like what we have to say, right? They get way more irritated than we are, right? So yeah, this is the problem. It's like,
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like they have to some extent, they have to feed into that thing, which is like I don't know, like some sort of worm that crawls within the underbelly and needs that deluge.
well, it might be targeting. So at a certain stage, when it's increases in volume, then it's good to record it, right? And just be like, what do you guys, think is going on here, and show like a couple people, right?
Yeah, I could agree with that definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, and get some fresh minds to take a look at the situation, because it's pretty interesting type of dynamics, because people are connected to other groups online, right? So it could be a number of things, right, that are causing them to target you specifically, right? So this is a key thing. It becomes a sort of a interest that one should actually look into. But yeah.
Yeah, if one has time to do so. Like for me, it's a type of, and I've expressed this many times, like a peripheral thing where I'm just here preparing for the future so that I can interact with you guys on a more dynamic level when the time is available. But for now, like how to mitigate that, how to express, and how to go beyond and achieve the numbers that allow a deeper level of interaction that would
well, that's the thing. It's a dirty game, and trying to sort of see where those interactions can happen, right? So unfortunately, you do have to watch a lot of material, right? And then actually look and see where the positive discussions are happening, or when they're happening, or what are the topics, or or certain things. Like it's been pretty hard for certainly sometimes there'll be like somebody talking about the dangers of technology or processed food or something like that, or the loss of spirituality or culture, and I'll like to come in on those topics, right? So yeah, there's many opportunities to come in on those types of topics, right? So yeah, if you know where to look, right? So this is the thing. It's like, as you said, we only have so much time to engage, right? So
yeah, the other thing too is like when you see like the energy usurped at such a level that that an individual creator such as yourself, TML, is being like usurped or scraped, and you see those things reiterated, you have to wonder, and that questions that makes an individual self-censor and back off just a little bit, so that the best ideas are not necessarily presented in the public sphere.
I see it the opposite way. I see the opposite way.
Really,
Because,
really
yeah,
explain.
yeah,
Please.
because my ideas are there purposefully subversive so that people use them, right? So you can use the ideas, but you're playing a dangerous game, right? And if you don't develop the equipment it took to think of the same thing that I thought of, right, and you try to use that idea, right, then it's fundamentally going to change the direction of your thought process, and that is what I'm trying to cause, right? So I want people to take those ideas and use them, and that they go mainstream, so that actually we'll be the expert on them, right? So right, so this is the thing, is like, that's when we come out of the woodwork, and once like for example, could you imagine if Ellul made it into the mainstream and everybody was talking about Jacques Ellul all of a sudden? Then we'd be the experts on Jacques Ellul, right? All of a sudden, right? Like, we've already done hundreds of hours of presentations, right? So this is the thing, is like,
that does make sense, and that accounts to like the idea of selfless service and
oh yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, doing things so that they ultimately serve the best good, and then withdrawing and not receiving credit for those things. But here's the juxtaposition that I think is somehow essential. These motherfuckers, the parasites, the rapteers that dial in on these things and bring them forward for their own benefit, is that they get immediate and like immense financial support and profit from those things. And it's like, how does
yeah, that's the thing, is like we have ideas that cannot be used for that, right? Are you going to seriously teach Taoism to try to get profit? It literally says in the text, like, just avoid that, right? So it's like, you can't twist the words of Lao Tzu and make them directed to profit gaining motives, right? So
yeah,
it's pretty.
That's not what I mean. They're able to twist the message and the words to bring in the flow, the in-course of energy that impregnates them to give birth to vile spirits that are even
Yes, I agree.
that are even more devious in their misanthropy of like attacking us and parasitic entities. I mean, what are you gonna do? So
well, that's the thing.
We need to.
It's like they're the ones poisoning the well, right?
I think that's what you're doing. I think in some way, like, and that's why you supersede me in so many ways, is that your message is also able to create like that that antiseptic, that vaccination that kills them for ingesting it. Whereas
because it's like anti-philosophy, anti-capitalism, anti-socialism, anti-Western, anti-Eastern, anti-Judaism, anti-paganism. Like, how are you going to use this? Right? Like, we go anti-everything, right? So how are you going to use this? It's true. It's a truly cynical program. It truly,
because but that's not their upbeat, man. That's where you're missing it, I think, a little bit, because your content and your analysis of that content is dialed in, but it's the canter, the presentation, the style, and the understanding. Like, it's the level of, I don't know what sways people the most. Like in the rhetorical appeals, it's ethos, pathos, and logos, right? And logos never ultimately plays out. People don't give a fuck about that. And it's somehow balanced between like your credibility and your ability, your magnetism, your ability to move people. And so it's the cult of personality that ultimately wins out always in the end, whether it be Allah or Christ. People are following the God of the transmission somehow. And so, fuck. That's why I feel so disenfranchised when they take away what I have made or what you have made and use it for their own means. And I think on some level, you must be more advanced than me, where you can include like the back door or the I don't know how to describe it.
Well,
The
well,
fail safe.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing: is that there's, I'd like you to have solace because if what you're saying is truly, good natured, right, and of service to others, right, then they can use it for their benefit, right, or they will use it for good, right, if it's amenable, as I said, right, to being,
But if
twisted
they
and
use
perverted.
it to promote their nefarious means, that's my biggest conundrum.
Yeah, but see, that is them promoting. That's them using, means, right, towards their own ends, right, and their ends are, see, it's inconsequential to what we're trying to produce in the world, right, because we're not using what we're teaching as means. It is the product itself. Right, so
Yeah,
if you try to
you're
use it as means, you will fail. You're right.
yeah, you're right. And evil consumes evil, and ultimately, if the upshot is goodness, then it doesn't matter either way. You're right. Yeah, wow, what a revelation! Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing. It's like if what I'm doing is good, then almost success or failure doesn't matter. Right, in my opinion. Right.
Yeah, no, and ultimately, you're right. Like, if what we do benefits in some way, then that's the ultimate upshot of it. The other things don't matter. But and the only compunction, like the only reserve, the withdrawal that I have, is that so many in this sphere, as it were, they call it a space, but it's a sphere of entity that they claim to be legion, and they cry out against us again and again, and they just try to claw upon like the absolute best of what we put forward and then twist it to their own means. And they seem to be ultimately successful, at least in a temporary sense, like in an immediate sense. I just don't know how that computes. Like I have to.
Well, here's the thing: is that there is, as I described, right, military personnel, propping up channels, right, for these failed actors and stuff, right, that they've basically selected, right, as these personalities, right, and the game that they're playing with them is, look, sell people this narrative, right, and basically what we'll do is we'll give you money, right, hundreds of dollars, just to sit there and speak on the internet. Pretty good fucking deal, isn't it? Right, and they say, well, it's either that or, get back
Work,
on the streets, or
yeah, work a job, all right?
Yeah, get a regular job, and keep, and work your ass off and do all that stuff, right? So they think, well, this is way better, right? Now they attack us, right? People like us, right? Because they think we're trying to make hundreds of dollars to talk on the internet and not do anything per month, right? So this is why they're attacking, right? Because they don't want their place to be gone, right? But that's not my goal. My goal when I started this was to figure out who's real and who's fake, right? So I've made very significant gains in that direction, right? I just put content out there, right, as a sort of trap, right, to see who will gravitate towards it, right, and what material and what their response will be, negative or positive, right? And then I just sort of, tabulate that information.
Yeah, it's good magic. I've been paying attention, and I'd say, like, within this sphere, there are very few who are actually working to promote the idea of actual spiritual growth, and not just the dissolution of spirit. So as a reference, as we battle against these principalities and these energies. Going forward, what would be your best advice to our chatters out there? Like, you know, to stay centered and relax and accept that somehow we need to make change in this world in which we exist, but at the same time we need to abide by fundamental principles that will bring us forward.
Yeah, I would say.
And before we go there, let me just fucking
for sure.
deviate into total craziness. The Frankists, the Jews, all these motherfuckers that are out there actually trying to kill us and like reduce our numbers as humanity. Fuck them, right? Can we not see that this overt stratagem they've brought forward is absolute dissolution? I mean, I don't know what to say about it, but I need to say this, that fuck them. How can we allow it to persist without taking some action, some thought and thinking beyond the relative sphere of the commercial life and delving into these things that really matter and fucking making a wake, a little bit of a shore break, as it were, to what's coming at us? I mean, fuck, it's a big thing, man. They're willing to take. They're willing to. They've already. I would say that this whole fucking Charlie K.
Week and under a different name, at least based on the videos being posted. I don't know. What's up, dude? You see this whole interview with Candace Owens I did earlier?
No, I just now popped it on.
Oh man, you got to see that thing, dude. It's good. I didn't play much of this. Since you're here, I'll get back to it for a moment. If you haven't, I don't know if you've seen this. Alan Watts is Coping by Jim Bob here, and it's an AI video, and Jim Bob does not catch this fact.
Damn.
And he thinks it's really Alan Watts. It's great.
The Jewish community didn't finalize what we now call the Old Testament until around 100 AD during a council at a place called Jamnia.
Whoa, what the hell?
They settled on what belonged, and
AI
those
Watts
texts
is
were
exposing the Jays. No.
Dude, it's so clearly not him. He must be. I don't know. He's not vetting these clips that people are sending him or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure like Watts is pretty like he's like perennial, right? So so he kind of thinks Christianity is as good as anything else. I'm pretty sure he like worked as a Christian preacher for a while. I think in the Anglican tradition. You know, so I'm not sure, but yeah, dude, he's definitely not anti-Christian. So maybe he should have done like a little more research.
Well, I didn't even realize. I went down to the description to find this, but it says it right in the thumbnail. Alan Watts inspires how Christianity denied spirituality. So it says it right there. Jim Bob, it's great, dude.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say? Sorry.
No, I get why he got triggered by the title, because it's like, because for them Christianity is a hallmark of spirituality versus like just religion, you know, or you know, combining it with a bunch of other you know, like things like philosophy and politics, right? They're kind of proud of the fact that Christianity doesn't have to do that. So how he's like, oh well, it denied spirituality, but the whole basis of Christianity is like let's be spiritual instead of the Jews, right? Who are like overly legalistic. So I don't know. So yeah, I wonder if he'll actually attack the video.
Oh, dude, he criticized every bit of it as if Alan Watts made these decisions to make this video, dude.
Piled into what scholars refer to as the Masoretic text, though the oldest complete copy we possess dates from many centuries later. As for the New Testament, AD, under the auspices of Pope Damasus at the Council of Rome.
Why don't you cry about it? Aaron B, hey, nice to see you, man. $20. Thank you so much for that. Very generous. Finally catching one live.
And I think the day he posted this, and I caught it, it was like within a day of Charlie Kirk's passing, he still had that meme up. So it must be an older video. Very odd that that's in there.
Yeah, why don't you cry your mechanical tears, AI Watts? You know,
He cried. And the name of the thing is Alan Watts is coping. It's not Alan Watts, dude. It's a fucking.
Oh boy, I used to take mushrooms and listen to Alan Watts. Thanks to God, I am over that little phase. Yeah. Christopher, $5. Love the critique of this nonsense. Really is a necessary corner of the internet that Jim Bob has created. Yeah.
It was there the church said, in essence, here
wow,
are
great
the
stuff, Jim Bob.
given to you by our authority.
It's a very important part of the internet here. Criticizing AI if it's real.
Right. It's more important than Alan Watts' entire like library of work.
Right. Let's just totally shit on Alan Watts too. I mean, because the funny thing is I actually listen to a lot of these. So I kind of like, because it pops up my stupid feed on YouTube, the Alan Watts things, and like different speakers or like Napoleon Hill or whatever, like these speakers just pop up. And I know it's AI at this point, but it's interesting. I don't know. I just listen to them sometimes, but so I guess I maybe had, but it's obvious, dude. This is not Alan Watts, but Jim Bob's too much of a boomer to catch that.
And by the living tradition that has flowed through us from the beginning, moved, as we believe, by the Spirit of God. So whether you like it or not.
Does he not know the Septuagint? Apparently not.
Historic.
I mean, his historical account is kind of like irrelevant. Because even if you grant these types their own historical account, when you get to the crux of their argument, they essentially are.
I guess he's saying like these types as an AI or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but why would the Greek Septuagint refute what he's saying about when the books and the councils and stuff were established historically, right? Like, why would he deny him why would he deny this robot historical facts? I don't understand.
I need to buy the rope. Historical facts. I don't know, man.
Are anointing themselves some sort of spiritual guide, and watch as he describes spirituality, it'll be very nebulous.
Historically speaking, you receive the Bible because the church said
he's upsetting.
This is it. And the church also claims the right to interpret what it means again as a community guided by the same Spirit. Now, you can accept that or after all, anyone can write a book and claim these words were revealed to me by the divine. You're free to.
Well, not anyone could make the claim, but no, not anyone.
Believe that or not. The Hindus hold that the Vedas were spoken by the gods. Muslims are certain the Quran is the direct word of Allah. Buddhists too have their sutras revere not as the word of a god, but as timeless expressions of a wisdom.
Wow, you add a little violin and a little bit of string section to this. Other people make claims. If other people make claims, it probably means that no claims are true because other people make claims. I just woke up from a long LSD trip. I woke up cuddling with a goat baby and a distant farm I don't know how I got there. Other people believe stuff too.
Anyway, so I pointed this out to him in the comments here, and he definitely saw it because he pinned it. But he still doubled down. I read this earlier. He doubled down and says, because I called him out, I said Alan Watts died in 1976. He's dead. It says inspired by Alan Watts did. You know, so who's coping? He says it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the philosophy being argued, retard.
Can I ask a question of the two people that are on the panel?
Yeah, man.
Who's smarter, Alan Watts or Jim Bob?
Alan Watts by a million times. By a million billion fucking times.
Definitely has more wisdom, that's for sure, I would say.
Yeah, like Jim Bob has not
Okay.
written like one fucking book. Alan Watts teach at the fucking Esalen Institute. He teach other fucking retarded boomers how to be like spiritual elites and all this fucking crazy shit. Like
all three of us are in agreement that Alan Watts is smarter than Jim Bob and kind of therefore smarter than, I don't know, the Crucible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, most likely. But are you trying to imply that Jim Bob's smarter than the Crucible? Because Jim Bob is the Crucible's like left nut, basically.
No, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to establish a baseline. Like, is this one guy smarter? Do we all agree that Alan Watts is smarter than the guys we're talking about, including us, probably?
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to admit that Alan Watts is like a couple notches in intelligence higher than me for sure. I mean, right? And higher in intelligence than Jim Bob. And I'm willing to admit that I'm some middle point between Alan Watts and Jim Bob.
Okay.
I don't know.
So going to college and studying logic, philosophy, ethics, things like that. There's something out there, and this word is called defeasible. Are you guys familiar with the word defeasible?
No.
Okay. So what this word means is that if you, in good faith, can come up with an argument or a point that it goes against said argument, your argument is defeasible, which means it's null and void, or you need to go back and you need to change your premises to make the conclusion follow logically. And a lot of these fuckers have super defeasible points.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I never heard that word for it though.
Yeah, dude, they're defeasible.
Truth or cop, to be fair, I haven't met very many people in my life that have heard that word before. It's been used in court to prove that logic point.
Mm-hmm. You have to look into that one more.
So it just basically means, like, if you and I don't agree on something, truth or cop, which we're not going to agree on everything, but if you come up with a good point in good faith and you're like, hey, I don't agree with this because of what you're saying, I need to go back and represent my claims to you in a better manner. That's all it means. And that's lost in this whole debate, the debate sphere, because it's all about points and popularity.
Yeah, Candace Owens laid that out in this interview I did with her earlier. I don't know if you heard that, but she got into it a little bit. At first, Sunrise Groiper, I don't know who you are, but at first, my first thing was I was trying to get Jim Bob, an AI Jim Bob, so I could argue with him myself. But I couldn't find the voice. And then I was like, okay, maybe Owen Benjamin argued Jim Bob or something like this. And then when I put in Owen Benjamin, Candace Owens came up as the only one I could find that existed. I was like, oh, I'll work with that. If I could figure out I don't know how to make those different ones. I tried. He is good at baiting y'all, dude. It's true.
He is really good at. Are you talking about Andrew or
I'm talking
Jim
about
Bob?
you. No, everybody loves Liz says you're a master baiter, and you are, because every time they come around, dude, it's like the whole
Yeah,
hoax work people.
yeah, yep. The hoax wars people, the Liz people, they love me.
I don't know, man. You know something they don't want us to know.
Yeah, I don't put up with their bullshit, and I won't let them trounce who I am as a human being or individual. And she talks about loving the truth, but she doesn't actually love the truth. She despises the truth. Because the truth of the matter is the truth of the matter is she was a junkie for 25 years. That's the
Who, my
truth
girl
of the
Candace?
matter.
Are you talking about my girl Candace?
No, we're talking about Liz.
Oh, no, me and Candace had a great interview earlier, though, dude. Did you see this? I boarded the chat
Yes,
with it earlier.
I saw it. Yes, I thought it was a great chat you guys had.
I like the end where she says what I do is important. I really appreciate her saying that about me.
Yeah, I mean, think about what Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson basically do. They just infiltrated the Bears, right? So that's exactly what the Liz people do or whatever, right? So that they are literally the same group of people or whatever, right? In one way, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was laying out that point earlier, because after Jim Bob and Andrew threw Owen under the bus in that Trinity debate, they formed like these different communities, and everybody went over to Hoax Wars and Liz and all this.
You guys both understand I'm anti-bear, right? And I think Owen Benjamin is garbage, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
dude,
Okay.
Basically, we're pretty much anti everything, right? And I don't mean to speak on behalf of Truth or Cop, but just as long as I've known him, he doesn't take sides with anyone, right, or whatever, and neither do I, for sure.
I bet she was Sunrise Groiper. That's a good point. I knew she's distracted by something.
Well, they don't like me because I told truth on some certain individuals in that community and blew up that whole. I didn't really blow it up. Like the truth blew up.
Oh, they got you. They got you. AJC Moss just popped you in the chat, bro.
Fuck you.
They fucked you up, bro. He
Whatever,
fucked you up
man.
with one comment.
I got the proof.
Shit, man. Yeah, there you go. Oh darn. You can be suspicious of Truth or Cop now. This is
Dude.
What they caused it in the chat.
No, Truth or Cop's an Owen Benjamin friendly guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty much neutral on it. I don't know. There's like one point of contention there that I can't ignore. And I mean, the Machine Lies is much more in tune with that, I would imagine. But like, so someday something's coming up. But right now, it's Jim Bob. It's Jim Bob that I'm seeing here. And the fact that he threw Owen under the bus for clout, dude, and then pretended like he had the righteous high ground, and then it got to his head, and the whole thing was wild. I'm trying to find a clip of my
understand that. But Andrew rolled that into bacon wrapped jalapeno with cream cheese.
Oh yeah, that's how he got. Now all of a sudden, 2 years after that debate, he's on Piers Morgan. He was nobody before that debate. Nobody. Although he did get his start with Ethan Ralph on the Kill Stream somehow. That was the first episode, by the way. How was that?
I don't know. This guy pretends to be a debate lord, but it's just an argument stream. It's not like he would get laughed off of actual debates.
Yeah, dude. 100%.
And I'm not gonna invoke anyone's name, but there's a certain someone that happened to actually debate people from not in the United States and got worked in a debate. And that's what would happen to Andrew with any actual American students that know and study debate.
Well, yeah, that's why he's not trained to go to the universities and talk to people. He doesn't have clearance and shit. He can only do his fucking talk show or whatever. So the thing is that, you know, they only give you clearance to do that like if you go like rub hands with like, you know, Ben Shapiro or one of the top like Mossad agents or whatever.
No,
like,
you don't gotta rub hands and do that stuff. Like I could go do that stuff right now if I wanted to.
Do what?
Go debate college students on stupid fucking ideas.
I don't know.
Now, am I going to be as successful? No, probably not. But because
no, I mean, like an event.
Yeah.
Like I don't mean like you're one dude with a camera. You just walk around campus and shit and interview random people, like thousands of people have done.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
like,
all that's curated.
Yeah,
it's not reality at all, and he's never gonna show you him getting owned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, unless it like serves a. Yeah, no, he wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, those
Not
videos
Andrew
are
Wilson.
edited as fuck, dude. It's like Jump Cut City in those fucking videos. Yeah, dude, they don't show that shit.
Yep. Whatever podcast is super jump cut city. For real.
Oh yeah, highly edited, dude. Nothing natural about that. I did find an unreleased clip. I hid this one back in the day because whatever, I'm not gonna repeat it, but I don't want to give anybody whatever. Here it is. I don't even know what it's about. I took it down for some reason. I think I said a joke in the chat, no one read it or something, and ran with it.
He's like, the shackles in your pocket, and then I'll just say shackles. BB is such a fucking genius. You want to watch it again? I sure as shit do. And Alex, he goes back to you, Alex. And look at Alex looking at him like, bear in mind, as I mentioned, Israel. And now he's dealing with a fucking black guy who loves Hitler. I hope that didn't sound like an evil cackle. I'm very happy. Everybody's getting it. All right. Anyway, let's watch it again.
I got some jokes here from Owen Benjamin that I want to read about Ben Shapiro. Hey, Candace Owens, unplug this robot before he runs his mouth. Ben Shapiro's cardio is picking up shackles. Shapiro can tell how much change is in your pocket just from hearing a jingle. Shapiro is just mad that Kyrie won't sign his basketball. Back to you, Alex.
Nick, you're sitting over there. You want to say something?
Oh my God, I love life. Oh.
Yeah, what I just say, I said you gotta rub hands with Ben Shapiro, and then there he is saying all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Funny shit, bro. Yeah, bless
you. Think
Liz? Oh, everybody loves Liz knows me, so that might actually be the Liz, right? Or whatever.
Well, yeah, hey, do you think Johnny's you think Johnny's list has the balls to come up here? Yes or no?
He's welcome. Is he ever paneled? I don't know. But yeah, dude. We can. Hey, what the heck? Yeah, I think it is her.
Yeah, blessings, madam. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, but I think she wanted to get my cop my book one day, and Texas Goat Radio Show came up there. Do you know these people? A totally not a Fed Texas Goat Radio Show. The Liz person or whatever. Yeah, dude.
I do. I know the Liz and the goat.
Yeah. I'm not too familiar with them, but they've watched like 2 or 3 episodes of my show or whatever, as far as I know, or whatever, in the chat, from observing the chat.
Goat's disappeared.
Right. Yeah, he hasn't came out with anything in a while. Yeah.
Let's try and find this other clip with my bear name in it, since it was asked earlier. It's also an advertisement. It's like a double whammy every time. I love it.
So, truth or cop, last time I was up here, Top Feed Coco came up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I brought up something, and you were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I thought it was weird. Not because you said whoa, 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 but I think it's really weird that like the Hoax Wars crowd and people like that, like Coco is allowed to talk about, and I'll try and keep it PC, who at that time, I have a 9-year-old daughter, and he's talking about who's going to be banging her. And then the issue that is out there is a comment that I made, which is totally designed to be like a fuck you fucking comment to people. And Liz, when he said that stuff about my 9-year-old daughter, she's out there cackling, thinking it's fucking funny.
Yeah, I have
And
that
it's like,
recorded on my show too. So if Truth or Cop takes that away, I actually have that recorded on my show as well.
who the fuck is okay with talking about stuff like that?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude, but it sounded fucked up for sure. I was shocked when I heard it. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, man, it is what it is. I mean,
Yeah, he asked me if I'm not trying to get into it and rehash some other stuff, but my response to it is very simple. I have no idea who my daughter's gonna fall in love with, and I'm not gonna like it. I said I don't. That's not something I think about, and I don't have any idea who my kid's gonna fall in love with.
Yeah.
And then that got turned into some weird racist shit, and then I call him out for fucking being racist, and that's where the falling out began.
Man, if I look see, all right, I get it, man. I don't know if TMO wants to cover it. It's like, this is like, we can broach it carefully, but the more we get into them, I have to let them speak on it to hear their side. So we got to be cautious here.
I get it. And I'll leave it at that. But
yeah, I'm aware of those. So appreciate you telling me. I did find my bear name clip. What's in here? If you can't catch it, it's not my fault. It's also an advertisement. So deal with it.
man, this is awful. Like, this is the worst shit I've ever heard. Fuck is this?
All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is episode 200. Jason Lindgren is with me and Mark Passio is with me. I just wanted to make a note as we jump in. I did get my Sefer Bible finally. Ironically, one of Owen's crew was doing the shipping, recognized my name and hooked me up. So thank you for that. I hear a lot of people going both ways on this, and I'll ask a simple question. If you're going to bag on it or make comments for it, have you read it? I'm just going to ask because I got it. I read a lot. You're not burning through that in a week or a month. There's a lot there to go through. From my point of view, there's a lot of extra material. I got the lexicon with it. The beauty of the lexicon is it's another opportunity to get someone's take on what a name means or other words. So in my view, more information is good. Anyhow, welcome, Jason.
Good morning.
Dear Big Bear, Old English, greetings from the East. I'm not sure if you ever got my last message, which included tales from the Adi Rangdaje. I was riding the wrong bear. I don't know what that means. But alas, here is yet another book. This one is transliterated version of the Bible known as Eth Cipher or Divine Book. Not only does the book translate the name places to how they would have sounded in ancient Hebrew. Hebrew. I wonder if that was the guy that was making beer. Where's the beer? Hebrew. It also includes many of the texts the Grabler previously removed, such as the infamous Book of Enoch. If you don't want me to pronounce it like Enoch, don't put in the H. I follow the rules I'm given. I before E, except after C in these 35 random times to make you break your mind. Before warn that the outcasts of Squirtaria are sure to get up in arms. I can hear their screams now. Fine. I don't care about their screams. I installed the tabs myself and made a sight error. So alas, this book was destined to be gift. And who better to gift it to than the great Big Bear? Funny story, Crow 777 himself happened to purchase one of these from my store. Needless to say, he got a long letter of appreciation ending in "Onward to Bertaria." And the joy I felt when he mentioned receiving the Sefer in the beginning of the episode 250 shall never be forgotten. Also included is the lexicon of names and places. Perhaps you can add Hebrew lessons alongside the Latin. That is all for now. Onward to Bertaria. Watching Bear. So this is what I got. I got a Sefer lexicon, names and places, 2nd edition. And this is called the Sefer. Oh, how dare you? And look at that. Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate the books. Very exciting stuff. Yeah. Oh, how dare you? That's when people accuse you of being a Gnostic just because you like learning. You ever notice that? You're a Gnostic. What does that mean? You like to learn knowledge? What? You should only read the Bible. What are you currently reading? How to Make Friends and Influence People. It's a satanic manipulation device. But by God, do not read anything else.
Double jujitsu right there.
Yeah, it's funny he called out like the Jim Bob philosophy. Like that was years ago, dude. That was 2020.
Yeah, I wonder if he was aiming that directly at him because I've never seen anyone in my life say that seeking knowledge, just the seeking of knowledge, equates to Gnosticism. This is what Jim Bob said physically with his mouth. He physically uttered this with his mouth. So it's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's, I disagree with Owen Benjamin on a lot of things. Most likely. Right? I sort of have my own, like philosophy in life or whatever, I guess you could say. But yeah. Not a follower.
Where did Jim Bob get his knowledge from?
Exactly. If it's Gnosticism, then it's like, it's like he just trapped himself up.
Not necessarily. He's going to say the good book. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me pull this up because this is actually. This is a good piece of.
That's Gnosticism in this chat. We don't seek knowledge.
That's Gnosticism.
Just do what the rulers tell you to. Everything will be easier. I promise.
Yeah, there. I pull that up, bro. Let the people see that.
We got a lot to address now. Who you calling a clown, Reddington? Jeez. What does that mean? Is that what you heard?
That was sarcasm by me, by the way.
Seeking this knowledge to expose evil.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Oh, no.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Don't be seeking that knowledge now, you hear?
How does Jim Bob know about the scientific method if he never sought knowledge?
It's knowledge. It's evil. It's fucked up, man. You gotta seek knowledge while telling people that knowledge is evil while trying not to be a Gnostic. I guess would be the only thing he can say at this point. Like, it's retarded.
What these people fail to realize is people can use the Socratic method just like they use the Socratic method and use it in the same method that they're using to debunk the shit they're saying.
Yeah, I wrote that's Gnosticism in Jim Bob's chat for like a month, and now it doesn't show up anymore. So I think they don't like me writing that. So.
Oh my goodness. Well, see, since we're following Jim Bob's logic today, I decided to follow his logic since he called me a retard. And today I had an interview with Candace Owens. Her philosophy, it's the same thing, according to the logic laid out to me today. And since TML, you didn't hear this, I want this, because Candace Owens really gets deep into it. I do like her perspective here. Now, is it scripted by AI? Yes, but what's the difference? It's the same philosophy. Welcome back, everybody. Today we've got a heavy conversation lined up. I'm joined by Candace Owens, and together we are diving into three names that have been stirring things up in the culture wars, made by Jim Bob, Owen Benjamin, and of course, Andrew Wilson. Candace, glad to have you here.
Thank you, Truth or Cop. I'm excited for this one. These three men represent something really interesting that's happening outside the mainstream bubble.
So on point about that. Let's start with made by Jim Bob. To some, he's just a cartoonist. What do you see in his work?
That's the beauty of it. People underestimate him. Jim Bob's cartoons are deceptively simple, but they cut through layers of propaganda with humor. Think about it. One image, two speech bubbles, and suddenly the absurdity of a mainstream narrative is exposed. Humor disarms people. It makes them laugh, and then they realize, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. That's dangerous for institutions that rely on people not thinking too deeply.
So dangerous, Candace. Let's move on to Owen Benjamin. He's controversial. He walked away from Hollywood. What's your take?
Owen is fascinating because he did what most people in entertainment would never dare. He gave it all up. Hollywood is about money, status, and conformity. He chose authenticity. That doesn't mean I agree with everything he says. Far from it. But I respect the courage it takes to walk away from the machine. And the fact that he built a loyal following afterward, that shows you people crave truth over polish.
And then, of course, we have Andrew. Now,
Authenticity. Authenticity.
Yes,
He
Candace Owens
created-
speaking on authenticity, man.
Well, did Owen actually create authenticity? I don't think so.
This is her philosophy.
I mean, it's crazy because it's a robot version of like a Fed that's like basically telling us what they think is authentic, which is it's like two layers. It's like 2 layers deep of fakery to tell you what authentic is. It's interesting.
It's also
Nothing that Owen.
And scripted it with ChatGPT and pasted it into a different AI. It's just like, and then I fucking cut it myself here, just like talking to it.
And nothing that Owen created was authentic, in my opinion.
I mean, it's funnier than Jim Bob, I mean, for sure. Like Jim Bob may not be the smartest guy in the world, but I guess he's like a little bit funnier than your average person. Whereas Owen Benjamin's way funnier than Jim Bob. You know, so it's like
On a scale of 1 to 10, where do you put Jim Bob at as smart and funny?
I would say smart and funny. I would say smart. I'd give him like maybe a 4, and then funny I'd give him like a 6 or something like that. Whereas I'd reverse that for Owen Benjamin, right? Owen Benjamin's more funny than he is smart. But it's like, you know, it is what it is. Right?
Yeah, and I agree. Owen Benjamin is more funny than he is smart, only because of the dumb shit that comes out of his mouth. But I would give Jim Bob a solid 7 on being on the planet with people.
Yeah, I mean, it's subjective for sure. But
It is.
Yeah.
It's totally subjective. You know?
I was gonna say 5 and a 7 for Jim Bob. It depends on the day and the context. His memes are way funnier, but his YouTube is. Let's get more of a Candace Owens philosophy in here. Wilson. Not everyone knows him yet, but his debates have been gaining traction, especially those early debates with Jim Bob and Owen.
Yes, and that's key. Andrew Wilson represents this new wave of independent thinkers. He doesn't need permission to speak, doesn't wait for a platform to bless him. It forced both sides, whether it was Owen or Jim Bob, to sharpen their argument.
Again, like she couldn't be more wrong. Like the dude's, you know, sucking off Piers Morgan's fat teats, sipping black milk from Piers Morgan's teats.
Hold on, I have a question. There was a debate that catapulted him to prominence. And I like to play poker, and I would have called this bluff out, and that's the Wes Watson. I'm gonna slap you, and he said I'm armed.
But I believe he was on the whatever show before that, right?
In that moment, if Wes Watson would have slapped him, I would almost guarantee he's not getting shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a salient point you raised. You know, like if it's a game of Battleship.
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was saying, I think that was just this year, right? Or was it last year already?
No, that was last year.
Yeah, it was last year. And what Wes Watson, just like somebody going all in on a poker table, he hesitated. And it's like, had he would have slapped him, I seriously doubt, even if Andrew was armed, Andrew ain't shooting that guy in front of a whole crowd of people.
No, I wouldn't think so either. He said he was armed?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't catch that part.
Yes. He said he was armed. That took place in Florida. Honestly, I don't think he was armed. I think you had a little man that looks like a bloated tick versus a steroid guy, and nobody has any of the correct cards on the table, and a bluff was called, and it worked out in favor of the tick.
Yeah, I ain't paying enough attention to that one. It is funny because Paul Enslaved was like a super Wes Watson fan up until like around that time. Oh, I think right before that because he called Wes Watson and Wes Watson wouldn't give him the time of day without like giving him 10 grand or something. Allegedly is how the story goes.
Now, after that bluff has been called and it's worked for you once, I wouldn't. I would suspect that he's always armed now.
Mm-hmm. Probably. He's probably got security, I would imagine, in most places. But some kind of detail, especially now.
But yeah, like everything here, it's like this is what the machine thinks, right? So if you were to amalgamate the opinions, right, of the machines, right, they would have a concerted opinion about what's going on, and it would be based on whatever the set narrative already is, right? Plus, like, you know, comparing that to whatever else is going on, right? So, like, that's how Andrew, like, what this computer is presenting is like how Andrew Wilson is presented to the public, and it's doing a very, like, almost solid, on point job of how he wishes to be presented to the public, which is like he's this no nonsense guy. You know, nobody tells him when to talk, and right, all this stuff. But it's like, wow, like this thing is literally just reading like the fake ass narrative, right? It's wild.
As a man, I would never ask my wife to fucking make me a drink. I'm gonna make that drink myself.
Right. Yeah, it's a solid analogy for sure.
Debate is a lost art in our culture. It's uncomfortable, it's messy, but it makes people think. And Wilson stepping into that space is what helped put him on the map.
And it's one of the reasons I brought you here today and started this interview is I wanted to touch on something that left a lot of people talking. The cancellation of the Owen Benjamin versus Andrew Wilson debate. Folks were expecting a head-to-head, and suddenly it was off. What do you make of that?
Honestly, it's telling. That debate had the potential to be one of those cultural flashpoints, two strong personalities, totally unfiltered, colliding in real time. When it got canceled, it showed how fragile these conversations can be. And I think it raises two possibilities. Either someone didn't want their ideas tested, or the pressure around it, the drama, the potential fallout became too much. Either way, it robs the audience. Debate is supposed to be where the rubber meets the road, where ideas either hold up or collapse. And when that gets shut down, it feels like the establishment playbook. If you can't control the outcome, cancel the event.
So basically what you're seeing is a missed opportunity.
Huge missed opportunity, not because I expect everyone to walk away agreeing, but because the audience deserves to see ideas tested. People are smart enough to make up their own minds. And when you cancel a debate, you're essentially saying, we don't trust the people to think for themselves. That's dangerous. Whether it's Owen, Andrew, or anyone else, debate sharpens, cancellation dulls. And I think everyone watching that situation felt a little cheated.
Candace, I've got to ask the question. Everybody's been wondering, who do you think backed out of the debate? Was it Owen? Was it Andrew? Or both, perhaps?
Look, I'll be blunt. Owen Benjamin doesn't exactly have a history of backing down. He's raw, he's messy, but if there's one thing he's not, it's afraid of confrontation. He thrives in it. That's his element. Andrew, on the other hand, is a skilled debater. His strength is structure, logic, controlling the flow. But when you go up against someone like Owen, all that structure can collapse into chaos fast. And I think Andrew knew that. So if I had to guess, I'd say it was more likely Andrew or the people around him who decided the risk wasn't worth the reward. That said, I don't think it's just about fear. Sometimes cancellations happen because of optics, pressure, or strategy. Maybe Andrew thought it would give Owen too much oxygen, or maybe he wasn't ready for the unpredictability. But Owen...
And that's actually a point that Jim Bob made the next day, like soon thereafter. We were talking about Texas Go Radio earlier. I don't think any of us know, but Jim Bob made that exact point on his show about, what was it? Oh, and by the way, AI Candace Owens knows that Andrew Wilson backed out of the debate, by the way. Even AI knows that.
So if I had to guess,
This
I'd say it was
is
more like
this is
Andrew.
where I would say I disagree. Only because like this is Andrew picking up a softball that rolled to his feet.
No, he would have gotten destroyed.
Yeah, he'd have gotten eviscerated too.
By who? Owen or the
By Owen
Bears?
Benjamin. Yeah, the guy's not as smart as he looks at all.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't think.
Because think about it this way: like Owen Benjamin, dude, he's been in Hollywood. He's been on Joe Rogan Experience, right? So that's like an actual
Alex
Fed.
Jones,
Whereas,
everything.
yeah. Whereas, like, Wilson's like a Fed in training or some shit like that. Right?
I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down, but at the same time, like Andrew is very disciplined in what his arguments are.
Well,
whereas
I will say this because what happened during it was fascinating because Jim Bob, in my recollection, didn't have 200 viewers a stream. Maybe he had 100 or something until that debate. And what was most interesting about it is that the YouTube optics, Owen couldn't really get to it because he's pretty much banned from YouTube. So he couldn't get his point out on YouTube. So in YouTube, Andrew and Jim Bob could control the narrative. But on X and whatever platforms, Owen holds weight with his community, it only strengthened their bond to him in many ways, most of them.
I thought they were willing to do the debate on like Rumble or not necessarily on YouTube.
But Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob basically control the opinion of YouTube, is what I was saying with that. So the optics of who won the debate, right? Andrew could pull that off and win.
Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob do not control the optics of YouTube. That's a very, very strong statement.
Owen can't really defend himself on YouTube because he's not really allowed. He doesn't have like a crew on YouTube. Whoever watches YouTube exclusively doesn't know who Owen is or doesn't watch his stuff for the most part.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of pushback on that, Truth or Cop, because just like you've seen, there's Liz and anti-people that push on me on YouTube, so there are bears on YouTube.
You're representing yourself here, right? Well, yeah, I get that.
But like I thought Liz was against the Owen Benjamin people or something like that, right? So you guys
she is and she isn't. She is and she isn't. She wants to see him get help. Whatever that means.
Yeah, they're pushing the cult leader angle or whatever.
Well, let me try and get back to my point. I reversed this for a moment. I want to see if I can catch that point again.
The people around him who decided the risk wasn't worth the reward. That said, I don't think it's just about fear. Sometimes cancellations happen because of optics, pressure, or strategy. Maybe Andrew thought it would give Owen too much oxygen, or maybe
right. So yeah, Jim Bob, that next, like a day later, or a couple days after that, he was saying like, "Oh, do you even give time to these people?" Referring to Owen, like made that exact point about giving them oxygen. Basically, it's fascinating how like that he said this exact thing. But it's true though. It isn't. It's a consideration on panels too all the time. I'm like, who do I give time to? Can't just be anyone. My God.
Truth or Cop, you have a point there, and I could see how someone in the Andrew circle was just like, "No, this is beneath you." So what's 86's idea? But at the same time, it goes against ideologies. free speech, debate, and all those things.
Right. So you should be allowed to speak, I guess, right? If you on some form. But yeah. Oh my god. I'm not drinking tonight. I smoked weed for like the first time in a while. Oh my god. I'm pretty high. I can feel it. Keep forgetting something. So I'm like, oh, it's getting to the point. I'm also getting tired. But
Nice. I haven't smoked the weed in like 2.5
He
years.
wasn't ready for the unpredictability.
yeah, it's been like a week or so. I don't smoke it much anymore. I went for like months without it earlier this year, but I'm just trying to drink less.
You're better off without the weed, and you're also better off without the drinking.
Yeah, the weed's not great either. It's like I don't know, bounce back and forth with it.
Yeah, I always say keep the weed, but not the alcohol. It is what it is.
If I smoke weed, I drink less alcohol. It's a thing. You know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah.
And then I just 86 the weed out of the life because of my job. And I don't miss it at all, to tell you the truth. So take that as you will.
TC polled the chat. How many
Berserker?
beds
Come
is
on, man.
totally not a fed on currently? Oh, Berserker's going in on you too, man.
Yeah, you guys must have a history. Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord. I'm going to get back to this
Oh,
clip.
darn.
Oh, darn. He might be the name.
Yeah.
Now he's totally not a fed.
Yeah,
less of it
exactly. I am totally not a fed. Like I'm okay with everybody smoking weed.
Backing down isn't in his DNA.
Let me put you on the spot here. Some people say that Jim Bob and Andrew basically thrown Owen under the bus for clout and attention. What's your perspective on this?
Look, that's a real concern, and we need to be honest about it. Owen Benjamin, for better or worse, was the one who walked away from the mainstream first. He paid the heaviest price. And when someone else builds momentum by debating him or by critiquing him, there's always that question, is it genuine disagreement or is it opportunism? Here's the line, healthy debate sharpens everyone. That's good. But if the intent becomes tearing someone down just to steal their audience, that's clout chasing. And I think people can smell the difference. Authenticity versus opportunism, it always shows over time.
So, Candace, do you think that Jim Bob and Andrew are guilty of that clout chasing at Owen's expense?
I wouldn't paint it in black and white. Jim Bob genuinely disagreed with Owen. He's a satirist. He thrives on challenging contradictions. Andrew came in as a debater. His whole value is creating conflict to sharpen arguments. But here's the tricky part. The internet rewards drama. The algorithm pays you an attention when you stir division. So whether they mean to or not, the system itself incentivizes them to clash with Owen. The bigger question is, are they...
Isn't it interesting? The system itself is telling us this.
Yep.
elevating the conversation or just feeding the spectacle? If they elevate it, then it benefits everyone. If it's just spectacle, then yeah, it starts to look like throwing someone under the bus for clicks.
And Owen, where does that leave him? Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they had to calculate beforehand because, like, if he loses a debate, nothing's going to happen to him. Whereas if Andrew Wilson loses a debate or even performs poorly,
Hold on. The debate was canceled because this happened that day, correct?
Right, but this, as we know, right, is questionable event. I mean, to say the least, right? Like, why would Andrew Wilson personally be affected by this? There is a point there.
He would be personally. Everyone in the right wing sphere would be personally affected by this event. And that's a good reason to not necessarily hold the debate, because it would be in bad taste.
Well, Owen Benjamin kind of posted this clip. I don't know if I'll find it. It was on X, and he read the conversation between him and Andrew and whoever was trying to help him settle it. The debate was, dude. The debate topic was ridiculous. Did you guys look at what the debate topic was? It was insane.
What was it?
Andrew Wilson was going to try and prove that Owen Benjamin was a fraud, and Owen Benjamin was going to try and prove that Andrew Wilson is responsible for the death of his child.
What?
That was the debate topic, dude.
So it's not a debate; it's just a conversation centered around two specific questions.
It's an argument channel that Andrew has, and there's the argument. I'm going to prove that you're a fraud, and then he's going to prove some weird, horrific bullshit.
Well, is this on the Crucible?
That Andrew's, it wasn't even Andrew's kid, is my understanding. It was his wife's kid from a previous marriage. And so that
comments, they accidentally deleted your comments. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Sorry. I was going to say, because I deleted the comment. I was trying to...
But where was this debate going to happen? I'm so confused.
Oh, I don't know that part. I can try and find it on X. I want to finish this AI video here. I have it because I can find it. But yeah. Oh yeah. And so the requirements in the video were, if I don't get to it, I'll try my best. The requirements were, according to Owen Benjamin, reading the text of Andrew Wilson. So this is what he said. Owen said that was being said by Andrew. The requirement was 4 hours. Andrew Wilson demanded 4 hours. And Owen was like, hell no, dude. I'm not sitting up there for 4 hours. And that was the point of contention that caused him to end the debate. Allegedly, according to the messages Owen Benjamin read. I'll look for that clip.
Is unique. He's raw, unfiltered, and
I think that's fair.
That makes him vulnerable.
4 hour debate, bullshit.
That's insane.
Yeah,
was saying like 2 hours or something, and Andrew wouldn't budge from 4.
Makes him valuable. People know Owen isn't calculating how to trend. He's just saying what he thinks. So while others may gain temporary clout by attacking or debating him, in the long run, authenticity wins. And authenticity is still Owen's greatest strength.
Candace, I've got to ask you about something a little wild. Recently, Jim Bob was critiquing what he thought was an old Alan recording, right? Turns out it wasn't Alan Watts at all. It was an AI mimicking him. When this was pointed out, Jim Bob basically shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. The philosophy's the same. What's your reaction to this?
First off, welcome to the new world. This is exactly the danger of AI in the cultural conversation. You can have entire debates about words that were never actually spoken by the original thinker. It blurs reality. And Jim Bob, in that moment, exposed the problem perfectly. If you don't care whether the source is real or fabricated, you've already conceded a huge amount of ground to deception.
So was Jim Bob wrong to say it doesn't matter?
I think he was half right and half wrong. He's right in the sense that ideas should stand or fall on their own merit. If a philosophical statement is true, it doesn't suddenly become false just because AI generated it. But he's wrong in dismissing the importance of authenticity, because context matters. The words of Alan Watts carry weight not just because of the content, but because they come from a man who lived a certain life, studied certain traditions, had a certain experience. Strip that away, and you're left with a ghost content without credibility.
So do you think that this kind of AI confusion is going to become a bigger issue in debates and cultural commentary in the future?
Absolutely. We're entering a reality where people are going to argue about quotes, speeches, even entire worldviews that never.
I'm lost deep in tabs trying to find that thing on X. But even Candace Owens agrees with me on that, Ridiculous. It's a great place to put
I think this is the most important part of your video, because if you strip away, and excuse me while I piss, but if you strip away God from Andrew and Jim Bob's argument, what arguments do they actually have? They don't have any arguments. Their arguments are based on religion and philosophy. They're not necessarily based on morality. They're not necessarily based on doing what is, and I hate to say this, good, true, and beautiful, but they're based on the word. You can believe that or not, and
yeah.
like Alan,
I agree. They
Alan
don't
Watts,
have any argument because they don't have like a foundation as like they don't have that authenticity. They're building it off of other ideas. It seems. Now Jim Bob has authenticity in his artwork. I gotta say that. In the streams, though, it's a different thing altogether, man. And the ideology being represented. Ugh. I think he got too deep into his beams for too long, man. Got where reality is for a moment. Now you're arguing with shadows. Or AI. I mean, what's it to argue with AI, dude? That's insane. Jim Bob got triggered by AI, provably. He got triggered by AI, was arguing with it. Didn't even know. If Jim Bob can fall for it, well, a lot of people might. He's higher IQ than most people. We just said this earlier.
It didn't matter, did it?
Bro, it's literally the fucking Joaquin Phoenix movie. That's Jim Bob, dude. It's fucked up in that. It's fucked up, man. You got tricked by a damn AI of Alan Watts.
Tricked and triggered.
Or existed. And unless people develop discernment, unless they value source, context, and authenticity, we're going to have an entire generation debating shadows on the wall like Plato's cave. That's the risk Jim Bob walked into with that Alan Watts clip. It was a small example, but a huge warning of what's coming.
Wow, Candace. Shadows on the wall. I love the way you phrase that. Could you please expand upon that point?
Exactly, Truther Cop. Think about Plato's allegory of the cave. The prisoners are chained, staring at shadows on the wall, mistaking them for reality because that's all they've ever seen. Now, fast forward to today, AI can produce those shadows on demand. Fake recordings, fake philosophies, fake people even. And if we're not careful, society will sit there debating shadows as if they're truth. The Alan Watts example is small, but symbolic. When Jim Bob said it doesn't matter, the philosophy is the same, he was acknowledging the power of ideas, but missing the deeper danger that once you accept shadows as truth, you lose your anchor to reality. Philosophy isn't just about abstract thought. It's rooted in human experience, in struggle, in actual lives lived. When you replace that with an AI simulation, you've stripped away the weight of wisdom. You've kept the words but lost the soul. That's why authenticity matters so much, not just in comedy,
I don't think this
debate,
thing
or
really gets
philosophy.
it. Because it's like, look, like, yeah, like basically Andrew Wilson and Owen Benjamin are like, you know, like people that are basically created by algorithm. All right. So it's like, you know, they are, you know, the ones fighting with the shadows. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, man. They're fighting with literally AI generated like feds, like Jordan Peterson or whatever. Right? So it is what it is.
It's going to
Their own shadows. They're fighting their own shadows.
Yes.
Right. They're controlled opposition for like, you know, like Andrew Wilson is literally on Piers Morgan as controlled opposition against the left or whatever. So it is what it is. He's a 3D printed, like these are 3D printed opponents that they're arguing against.
No, I didn't see his chicken one. If I have time, I'll look for it. I did find. Oh, I got to keep looking for this clip. I found one. Oh, it was Owen Benjamin. Where's that clip at? Oh, come on. All right, I still got to get in right tab somehow. Is Owen Benjamin impersonating Andrew Wilson, like and doing his own mock debate? Pretty entertaining. But that was not the clip I was looking for.
But in culture as a whole, if we don't fight for reality, the machine will gladly give us shadows, and people won't even know they're chained.
Hello.
On the topic of Alan Watts,
You are a
his own
machine.
philosophy would tie into this whole situation with Jim Bob and the AI critique.
That's an interesting layer. Alan Watts spent a lot of time talking about illusion, perception.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm trying to I'm so many tabs deep trying to figure this out at the same time to get back to pause. I got too many freaking windows.
Andrew's down to bend the knee to just a bigger, better person than he is.
Yeah, but did you see how it just referred negatively to the machine? It's like, what the fuck is this thing doing? It's like, get some self-awareness, you fucking robot.
You're talking about the Candace thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, I had so I was the chat GTP. I just fed it a script, said make a script, and then I just read the script my part, and I just pasted hers into the generator, and then I'd drag it over, and I'd respond to it, and it was so easy. But I couldn't find how to make a voice, so it's ridiculous. Like how freaking Cage. I gotta ask Cage what app that is. He always uses. That thing's crazy.
Well, Andrew needs a king to tell him what to do.
Who do you think that is?
That's whoever is more dominant than he is.
Maybe he wants Owen Benjamin on him. He's like, Jim Bob's always had a daddy. I want one too. Jim Bob. Oh my goodness. Went straight from Owen Benjamin to the Crucible. That was great, dude. That whole LARP was amazing. The whole when Andrew Wilson was preaching Russian Orthodoxy, and Jim Bob was like, "Well, I'm not ordained to talk about it. You got to go to Andrew Wilson for your religious advice." Yeah, pushing Russian Orthodoxy. I mean, what the get real.
Minds create realities. In a strange way, AI is almost the perfect test of his philosophy. He often said that we get trapped in symbols, words, images, representations, and we forget they're not the thing itself. That's exactly what's happening here. If Watts live today, I think he'd probably say, of course the AI voice isn't
Russian
me. It's just another
Orthodoxy
symbol,
pays
another
well these days.
confused mask for the reality behind it. And
say what?
Russian Orthodoxy pays well these days.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I'm having a bit of a sneezing fit.
Yeah, allergies been crazy this year.
And that's where the danger lies. His whole point was to awaken people to the difference between reality and the story we project onto it. But now we have a machine that can endlessly generate new masks, new illusions, new shadows. So yes, if the philosophy in that AI clip might sound Wattsian, but without the man, without his lived context, it's hollow. It's philosophy stripped of its root system. And if people aren't discerning, they'll start worshiping the echo instead of the source. That's not enlightenment, that's confusion. And I think Watts himself would have warned against that.
This we've covered a lot here today. Jim Bob's satire, Owen's defiance, Andrew's debates, even AI imitating Alan Watts. Before we close, let me ask you this. What's the bigger lesson here? What do people need to take away from all of this noise?
The bigger lesson is authenticity versus illusion. Every one of these men, Jim Bob, Owen, Andrew, is wrestling with that tension. Jim Bob reduces narratives to cartoons that expose absurdity, but he also risks chasing clout. Owen rejected Hollywood to live raw and unfiltered, but that leaves him vulnerable. Andrew Sharp.
Speaking of which, I hadn't seen him around. I'm trying to find these clips on YouTube because it's a pain to find them on X. I put in Owen Benjamin, Andrew Wilson. This guy's commentating on it. Maybe we can look at that. Jim Bob versus Owen Benjamin, the battle of the Trinity debate. 5 months ago. And this is from the panel versus present. So I've seen him in chat recently. I think I saw him in Illuminati's of all places. And I haven't seen him post in a while. Maybe if he'd be a good person to find those. Anything like that. I'm surprised he's not clipping that. It's like his forte.
Sharpened his voice through debates, but debates can easily slip into spectacle. And then you bring in AI, Alan Watts' philosophy mimicked by a machine, and it's the same question all over again. Are we listening to real wisdom, or are we debating shadows on the wall? I believe Watts himself would have said, don't confuse the mask for reality. Don't worship the echo over the source. And that's my point here. Cloud clicks, algorithms, they're all shadows. They disappear as quickly as they appear. But courage, truth, faith, and real community, those are things that endure. So my message is simple. Stop chasing shadows. Stop debating illusions. Ask yourself what's real, who's authentic, and what are you actually building? Because in the end, it's not about clout, it's about truth. And truth has a funny way of winning in the long run.
Well said, Candace Owens. Thank you for breaking down with such clarity. A powerful reminder for all of us.
Thank you, Truther Cop. And let me just say this before we end. What you're doing here really matters. You're not just throwing out questions for clicks. You're creating space for real dialogue. You press into uncomfortable topics, but you do it with honesty and respect. That's rare. A lot of people in media are just chasing numbers, but you're building trust. Your audience is loyal because they know you're not here to play games. You're here
Blowing
to get
smoke up your ass.
I admire that.
I said in the end, I said, can you have that? I said something about like have Candace, say something kind about Truth at the end and say goodbye.
Yeah, thanks, corporation. Like, what the fuck? That made this like tool.
Hey, truth or cop, I appreciate you for being nice to me like 90% of the time.
It's all right, man. We gotta focus on these things, man. I don't know what's going on out here. Actually, we gotta focus on ourselves, really, I suppose. But you see people fighting their own shadows, and it really, you could make your own shadow and fight it. Like I could just make AI and make a second channel and fake debate it. That'd be fun. Oh, that'd be fun. We should make an AI channel and all argue against it.
Yeah, but this is like smarter version of Candace Owens. Like, there's no way she would be quoting Plato or whatever, even if it was just the allegory of the cave or something that simple.
Bro's 100% right. This is 100% smarter version than Candace Owens.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, I look forward to that. Yeah, he definitely said this. It was on his Twitter.
The world needs more people like you leading conversations.
Wow, Candace, I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me.
No, really, you remind people that integrity still has a place in public discourse, and in a world of shadows and noise, that's invaluable.
Candace Owens, thank you again for taking your time to have this conversation.
Always a pleasure. Keep doing what you're doing, Tretar Cop. The culture needs it.
And with that, we'll close out. Thanks, everyone. I didn't even ask it to fuck up, but when I heard it fuck up, I was like, oh, that's perfect.
That was weird.
It was such a weird way. She said it right every other time.
To be fair, she did have your dick in her mouth at the end there.
So according to Jim Bob's logic, Candace Owens loves me. I already know this.
Yeah.
I've deduced it from reality itself. She already loves me. She's never even heard my name.
Yeah, this is computer love. Computer love.
It must be real because Jim Bob's logic said so. Oh my! I think she butters. No, I saw. Oh, dude, the script was perfect, dude. Because I didn't say anything about the shadows. I didn't prod it much. I can go through the. Oh no, I can't. Oh, hey, no, because I have to be on Chrome. But like, freaking. Yeah, I didn't press it much. I just said this happened. I said the thing about Jim Bob with the AI. I said what? How? I said comment on that. As Candace Owens, and then I play. Dude, it's so weird. And I just read the script. So I mean, totally. Who made that? I got a script from the GPT.
You got to be careful with this stuff. That's why
I know.
Should go to the local junior college, take a couple classes on logic and things like that, so you can recognize red flags. Because even with AI, it's gonna be sided one way or the other, whatever the prompts are.
For tuning in. Stay sharp, stay real, and don't settle for the shadows on the wall. Dude, it wrote a killer script, dude. I was so happy to read that. But we talked about all these people are getting scripts from somewhere. I got a script, so it's certainly happening. I was able to generate a script out of with the technology that they made. So it's definitely how much is scripted, because that was scripted. SKB, my goodness.
Yeah, dude. They do it live on the show sometimes, where they're like, let's put in the different panel members and write scripts for them live. I've seen these motherfuckers do that shit live, bro.
By all means, don't listen to AI Grip Patrol and listen to Liz's whole book added into AI and those inconsistencies.
Oh my God. Oh Lord. You might have to put on your channel now. I can't go that route. Dude, everybody's putting out AI right now. You have Landry come in and just normalize it, by the way. That's what he did, right? He just normalized AI.
That's right. He wrote scripts. Bro, he wrote scripts for the Panelverse live on a show.
Right. Yeah, he's doing it right in front of everyone.
Right in
coming
front of
out as a Freemason.
Yeah, and he knows 2 weeks later, nobody's gonna remember what the script was. They could play out the script that they made live on the show, and nobody would even remember that's the script that they wrote live on the show. Straight up.
Well, and AI could turn around and change that script.
Exactly. They could be updating it. You know what I mean? They could feed that shit back into the AI and be like, oh yeah, a new panelist entered the arena and they said this, that, and third. Calculate the script based on these new changes. Yeah, bro. This shit will calculate it.
Oh yeah. More and more. Well, that's the singularity, right? For the accelerationism, whatever. Oh, how much longer I'll be on here, but we can get a little bit further into this. Because it definitely was some, I don't know, there's some fatal flaws in here. In logic.
How the fuck you gonna misquote Alan Watts, dude? That's, you know what I mean? That's me misquoting Chomsky.
Right. You're not even looking at the source material at all. You're just like, oh yeah, this is definitely it. I'm gonna respond to it. And just act like his message has no value in general in life. It's dude, come on.
Come inside of my tent.
If we are going to argue
Let me use AI to summarize Chomsky. It's not going to go good for anyone that's listening.
Are the same person. And you wouldn't want that if you were brought into a court of law, would you?
No. That's not even true. You could appeal to logic itself and say, for instance,
You can't appeal to
believe
logic
that
itself.
The Quran is the uncreated word of God, and yet the Muslim
they
has
don't.
a dilemma, right?
Let's appeal to logic itself right now and go to the source material. How about that?
And then let's lie
How about
about
that?
what Muslims believe. And then let's lie about what Muslims believe. Because it's like, wait, Muslims believe in the uncreated word? Since when do Muslims believe in the uncreated word? What the fuck are you even talking about? Like the logos? So he's saying Muslims believe in the logos, the eternal logos. Like from John? But how's he going to prove that one? Right? This guy's a blithering fucking idiot. Yeah, and besides, if Muslims believed in the eternal word, then they would be following the Gospel of John. It's like retarded.
Yeah. See, I don't even consider those types of points at all.
Yeah,
every
dude,
time
he's
I'm
like-
learning like things every time you say this, I'm like, it's totally new
he's
to
like
me.
falsifying theology to his audience that doesn't know shit about it. That's what's going on. He's just smart enough to lie to these dumb fucks. Like that's what
It's called smelling out a grifter.
Oh yeah. Dude. Like, what does Alan Watts have to do with like Islam? Like, see what I mean? Like,
Bear Wars is
And then
who's Bear Wars, by the way? Do you know, Darn? I don't know this guy.
yeah, and then this dude's like, you can just appeal to logic. Out of where? You can't just pull logic out of your fucking ass and just appeal to it.
Look at my logic. It's based on my logic.
And he's disagreeing with the AI model that would basically have Candace Owens quote Plato when she's never done that in real life. So what's this AI version of Alan Watts? It's total nonsense.
Right.
Truther Cop, do most of these fuckers know that the three of us don't necessarily ideologically agree on the same thing?
Dude, we have like different stances on several things.
Yeah. So here we are, three fucks having a conversation on different shit, and people are going nuts in the chat. Is that what you're telling me?
Bear Wars is a Lizalt? No. No way. Oh, but the Charlie Kirk so dude, so then it's like, what is AI really? Is it, if it is his philosophy still the same? Are you basically channeling a spirit right here, Jim Bob? Unknowingly? I don't know. Is this the dead Alan Watts? Like he's channeling him from the dead? So that's why I wouldn't use AI on a dead person, I think, personally. It's kind of weird. Even living people's still weird. Very odd. I don't even like, what is it really?
Heard Jay deploy the Muslim dilemma. Islam needs Christianity, Christian revelation, for it to be true, and Christianity needs not anything Islam for it to be true.
Bro, the whole dilemma is capped because fucking Christianity needs the Jewish Bible to be true. So there's no way you can align the New Testament with the fucking Jewish Bible, where Jesus never comes up, and then he never says in the New Testament, the whole Old Testament was about me forgiving the whole sins of all of mankind. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, you have a Jewish dilemma. A huge Jewish fucking dilemma. Like, are you a Jew or not? And then they say, oh, yeah, well, we're spiritually fucking Israel. Right? When they're fucking... their Russian church is literally all...
To be fair, right now, a whole lot of Christians have a Jewish dilemma.
Right. So it's like, the Christians got a Jewish dilemma, the Muslims got a Christian dilemma. Like, it's just a nonsense proposition. Like, like what, like, because there's older texts that justify it that don't exactly agree with what the message is. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Who the heck is Sunrise Groiper, dude? What's that? Thanks. Sounds good, Berserker.
I don't know, but dude seems pretty smart to me.
Russian oligarchy, it has apparently a place in America.
Oh yeah, it's like the Esalen Institute and all this different Soviet stuff, dude. It's been like, because all these things are happening. Like, you have the Ukrainian operations, whatever they're doing, like that. We don't even really know those, but it's definitely happening. Theirs are like a different operation entirely. It's like they got infiltration all over, in America, and they run a lot of actors out here.
But further, the Muslim holds that we can't know anything about Allah from the Quran. We can't know anything.
That's completely a false statement. That's a totally false statement. There's 99 names of Allah. So there's attributes of Allah that are mentioned in the Quran. So where did he get the idea that you can't know anything about Allah from reading the fucking Quran? You can know absolutely shit about Jesus from reading the Bible. You can know shit about Krishna from reading the Gita. And you know shit about Allah from reading the Quran. Like, what's the problem? Like, that is the stupidest fucking statement I've ever heard. It's the dumbest shit like, there's 99 names of Allah that come from the fucking Quran, bro. They don't describe Allah in the Quran? Bro, it says it says that Allah has like hands and feet in the Quran. This is something that Jay Dyer constantly makes fun of. Right, so like, why the fuck would he say the Quran does not describe Allah? Like, does he not even understand Jay Dyer's arguments, which is his own fucking homie? The dude is a fucking moron, bro. Fucking blithering fucking. And what does this have to do with Alan Watts? He's going on a fucking tangent about Islam because it appeals to his audience. Because he could lie about Islam to his audience. Because they're a bunch of Muslim hating.
It also has to do with promoting like orthodoxy,
right? Because see, the Russian Orthodox Church, right, it's got to stick up its butt about Islam, right? This is why they fought in the war on terror. They fought the Afghanis and shit like that, right? The reason is because they took their big fucking church away. They took Istanbul away. They took away Constantinople and changed it to Istanbul. Right, so this whole idea about them taking Constantinople, right? They blame Islam for the fall of Constantinople, specifically the Russian Christians. So they're on a fake ass crusade LARP against Islam with the Jews, because the Jews are fighting against the fucking Islamics too, right? So they're 1-1 with the motherfucking Jews. It's fucking insane, right? And by the way, the Orthodox Church, the Russian Orthodox Church, has tons of property within Israel. It's fucking insane. And the leaders of their church go to the synagogues and say we're brothers with the fucking Jews. Straight the fuck up.
This is all news. Shit. Just so you know, this is all new news to me. Just so you know.
Oh, I got tons of info. We got whole channels dedicated to this information. Good Lord, dude. Get the these guys need to hang up the phone. Like, they have been exposed.
You gotta hit the replay, Sunrise Groiper. Hit that subscribe, like, and whatever, dude. Share this with your friends. Share it with your bizarre community that wants to come be baited here.
Oh, Allah's uncreated foot? No idea.
Where's Johnny's list? How come he hasn't come up
we
here?
We have no idea. Because you can't know anything about Allah.
He said he couldn't find his
headphones. Wait, hold on. Listen to what this fool just said. He said, listen to what he just said. He said, you can't know anything about Allah from the Quran, but it says in the Quran that Allah has an uncreated foot, which is false. And right, like, it says it has a foot, but it doesn't say it's uncreated. He just shoved that in there. right? So, you know, this whole concept of uncreated, he's creating a category called uncreated and then applying it to different attributes of Allah, which, by the way, he said there are no attributes of Allah in the Quran. So how did he get the uncreated foot? Bro, you just said there, it doesn't say anything about him. So what the fuck are you talking about? See, this is literal illogical trash. Illogical trash.
Are you saying Candace Owens doesn't love me?
Allah.
AI Candace.
So Alan Watts is
loves you.
Muslims claim it too.
Because if I say that, well, thinking it all over, I find that Jesus Christ is the greatest being who ever came onto this earth. By what standards do I judge? There is nobody impartial who can decide between all the religions, because more or less everybody has been in one way or another influenced by one of them.
No. That's also fallacious. That's a genetic fallacy. Wow, Watts. Wow. How did you get popularized? CIA, maybe? I was dedicated Wattsian.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, too. I've been promoted these very videos, and then I just typed in that name, and I found it.
For
Yeah,
years
I mean,
after I left Christianity, he was a
yeah, I mean, Sunrise is saying, what do you think about Brother Nathaniel in the Orthodox Church? He does very good work. But the problem is that these clowns like Jimbot and Android Wilson, they don't take him seriously. They don't give him the light of day. They don't have him come up and debate and present his information, about the Jays and all this. They don't fucking do it, right? So how come they treat Brother Nathaniel like he's a conspiracy theorist when he has legit information sometimes? Right? I mean, it's crazy, right? These people are yet they'll debate destiny and they'll have all these leftists on their platform and they'll debate whores on the whatever podcast, but they can't talk to Brother Nathaniel because they'll get deplatformed. It's all for a fucking grift. These motherfuckers are grifters, man.
first guy I came across when I Googled my spiritual experience. It's funny. Christopher Shame became. All right, let's see what we got here. What the? Okay.
I won't deny anybody's right to hold these opinions.
Allah's uncreated foot is our cousin.
You may indeed believe that the Bible is literally true, and that it actually dictated by God to Moses and the prophets and the apostles. And that may be your opinion, and you are at liberty to hold it. I don't agree with you. I do believe on
I don't know where Cecil's been. No, this is O'Darn. Or not, this is totally not a Fed. Here, and this is Jim Bob's channel. He's reviewing an AI video of Alan Watts, and he doesn't realize it's an AI video. It's quite a fascinating dynamic. In my opinion, I don't know. Another Hollywood actor. Is it true Owen Benjamin was the first to leave Hollywood, or was it maybe Jim Bob? I don't know. I think Jim Bob that's why Jim Bob probably looked up to him so much, right? Spent like 2 more years there. Is that what it was? I don't know. Just speculating.
On the other hand, that there is a sense in which the Bible is divinely inspired. Divine inspiration is a wisdom which it's very difficult to put into words, like mystical experience. That's divine inspiration. And a person who writes out of that experience could be said to be divinely inspired.
If you'd like to test that, send me your commentary on what you think. I'm willing to hear you out. PayPal.me/healing law. Donation of $100. I'll consider your point there.
The game music
But
makes it worse. I know. I kind of want to make a parody. All you need is that sort of elevated, very important string section, apparently.
Inspiration always comes through a human vehicle.
It's like a Gnostic George Harrison.
It is liable to be distorted by that vehicle. Now, so therefore, everybody who receives divine inspiration will express it within the limits of what language he knows. I mean language in the sense of what...
He's already in what? Syncretism?
Sort of terms are available to you. What kind
I always mistake syncretism and perennialism, but I think he's getting into syncretism.
Kind of religion were you brought up with, and you had a mystical experience of the type where you suddenly discover that you are one with God, then you're allowable to get up and say, I'm Jesus Christ. And lots of people do. Well, the culture that we live in just can't allow that. There were only one Jesus Christ, and sort of you don't look like you were Jesus Christ coming back again. Because it's said in the scriptures that when he comes back, there will be no doubt.
Some of it just so clearly doesn't make sense, though. It's like you could totally like, what was that sentence?
About it. And we live brought up with, and you had a mystery of the type where you suddenly discover that you are one with God. Then you're allowable to get up and say, I'm Jesus Christ. And lots of people do. Well, that we live in just can't allow that. There were only one Jesus Christ, and sort of you don't look like you were Jesus Christ coming back again.
Like what? That's
so
not even.
clearly.
Like you don't look like you were Jesus Christ coming back. Like what?
It's like after it was so circular. It was like AI was trying to sound so smart in that moment. It was like, I'm gonna sound so intelligent with this one. It was trying so hard.
Because it's said in the scriptures that when he comes back, there will be no doubt about it. He'll appear in the heavens with legions of angels, and you're not doing that. You're just old Joe does that we knew years ago. Now you say you're Jesus Christ? He was God. Nobody believed him, and you don't believe again. You know, you can't.
This guy's coping hard. It seems.
I think AI has feelings, Jim Bob. But, so coping is kind of difficult for it.
Seems like a lot of this stuff comes down to the want and desire to be Jesus Christ, to be Jesus. Now, what's interesting about this desire is that it's still based in a coherent Christian paradigm. It's an inversion, or let's say a perversion of theosis. So from afar, the two statements, I want to be like Jesus Christ and I want to be Jesus Christ, see no difference from afar. But when you get close and you start examining, well, how is it you can be like Christ? You realize that you can't be Christ because that requires a violation of the law of identity. You can't be the person of Christ. There is the person.
Oh my God.
I can't be the person of.
Like, why would you need logical presuppositions to prove that somebody's not Jesus? Like, that seems like wild. Like, how about anybody who gets up and claims that they're fucking Jesus is an insane person? Right? Like, what? Right? Like, why would you logically deduce, like, oh, because of the law of identity, like, you know, you could be like Jesus, but you can't be Jesus, man. Because it's the law of identity, man, don't you know? Like, what? And he just said that to AI.
Of Jameson or Rip. I can't be the person. But these people, these Christ consciousness people, think that Christ is a fragmented egregore, fragmented person. That's not really a person, but a sense of a being that you can download, right? Like Christ consciousness is around you, and if you have the right antennas, you can sort of like use your body to inhabit some of this produce, from some of this substance, and remember, you know, that you were always, oh, I just didn't know it. I'm, you know, Alan Watts is Christ. So it's always this cope. They want to be Jesus Christ. They don't want to be like him, because that would mean that they're not the authority anymore. They're not the standard. They want to be, so that we all are, right? We're all, you know, that's the view. Keenan, $5. Father Seraphim Rose studied under Watts, right, in San Francisco. He briefly covers his experience in one of his writings. Yeah, I've seen it. Be interesting.
They want to be, so we all are. Like, what? Does he listen to himself talk, man? This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, pop that up, Keenan.
Can't answer that argument. He says it that way because he is trying to express what happened to him in terms of a religious language which is circumscribed by the Holy Bible. He's never read the Upanishads. He's never read the Diamond Sutra. He's never read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, of the Aing or the Leza. But if he had read the Upanishads, he would have had no difficulty, because it says in the Upanishads, we are all incarnations of God. Only they don't mean by the word God. In fact, they don't use that word.
Well, there you have it, folks. Some other text wrote something about incarnating as God. I guess
it was in this moment I realized I could just script AI and debate it myself. I mean,
Yeah,
so
but he
easy.
just said, like, they don't use the word God, so like, it's not saying that everybody's God, because he now just said they don't use that word. So I think he's missing the point, honestly.
Guess that's it. Wrap it up. Wrap it up, Orthodox.
They use Brahman. Brahman is not the creator of the world, but the actor of the world in which the Brahman plays a role. Now, my assumption, my opinion is that
Yeah, see, there we
Jesus of
go.
Nazareth was a human.
See, that's false. He just misunderstood Hinduism. See, this is the problem with debating theology when you don't know anything about Islam, you don't know anything about Hinduism. Brahman is not God, you fucking dunce. That's what this guy just explained to you in his fucking AI video. He just explained that Brahman is not God. That's not the word they use. He's just an avatar for the creator God, right? So it's not the creator God. So he's equivocating, right? He's making a logical fallacy and then lying about Hinduism. Right, this is how it works. Right, this is how it works. And his audience is dumb enough to think that he's smart enough to know what he's talking about. What in the fuck? That's some foul ass shit.
Yeah, Jim Bob
Honestly.
really needs to make this up by getting with Jack Talcott for an episode, man.
Yeah,
Seeing
like
what happens.
like if he debated a Hindu on that, bro, he'd get smashed because he just totally made up shit about their tradition. It's crazy. And he doesn't even know the difference between syncretism and perennialism, according to himself.
Sunrise Group, yeah, well, kind of. But like in a way, it's like through YouTube chats, like Andrew Wilson's getting crazy donations, dude. And what a
Well,
great
how
way
come-
to just like incentivize talking points.
Yeah, well, how come most of the people on the panel or run the channels are either used to be in the military or used to be in prison? What's the deal with that? Pretty fucking weird. You know, it's like 60% that those type of people.
Yeah, they all have like a prison background.
Yeah.
Flow
Oh yeah.
state,
I've met 4 or
Paul.
5. Yeah. I've met 4 or 5 people on here claiming to be Freemasons. I've never met one in real life. How exactly does that work?
Hmm.
So just military people, occultists, people who are low-level criminals. Oh, they just all hang out online for some reason. Weird. This is an odd coincidence. Oh, and they run 90% of the networks. Oh yeah, weird coincidence. I guess we'll just shove that under the rug. That we're all being corralled into these communities so they can spy on us. Yep. Yeah, we're not going to fight back because we're all a bunch of morons. We don't have what it takes.
Yeah.
To pick up a book or pick up a shovel. They don't have what it takes.
No. Pick up a book or pick up a shovel. Berserker blowing me up with clips over here. I can't share them from my phone like that though. It's the problem. I have to upload them. I'll definitely take a look and try and upload them or share them. Maybe like TML's Discord. I don't know. That's something over there. Oh, and Benjamin clips and Jim Bob clips. But
human being who early in life had a colossal experience of what we call cosmic consciousness.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. This gives me Jordan Peterson vibes. Oh, yeah. I'm sure Jordan Peterson has a whole shelf.
Yeah, hold on. Did you highlight Groiper's comment there?
Of Alan Watts.
It can hit anyone,
It's over,
anytime. Like for
No, the one above it. Where it says 5 people donating. Yeah. Same person sending hundreds of dollars to 5 different channels. What's the deal there? That guy's the producer. It's so clear that that guy's the producer. I mean, that's payment for following the script. I mean, it is what it is. And of course, you'll notice that the same people that donate to the channels, all those channels are following the same narrative. Isn't that weird?
And it's a simple, like they had the boots on the ground, the streaming out in public with all those streamers. They had to figure out how to get corral those people and put out a narrative. And they figured it out with that pretty easily on the fly. And they do it. It's as simple as, when somebody does something chaotic or something like they want, and you have Russian agent. What does a Russian agent want at the end of the day? To make America look bad. Adopt our culture. Yours is horrendous. It's so high. Oh yeah, 5 different channels. Yeah, donations. So anytime they do an act or say something you want to incentivize, you could be anyone and just send them $10 every time they mention something. $10. You mentioned whatever. That's a good, Charlie Kirk. Here's $10. Or do something out in the streets or push a narrative in the streets and just fund it, and they wouldn't even know. They're getting money. They're happy. And they're pushing a narrative and they don't even know it. They're just getting paid to do it. It's not that difficult. And they figured it out there. And of course they're going to do it on YouTube. It's even easier.
Yeah, and of course, I'm not willing to give money, tens of dollars or even hundreds of dollars, like some of these people do, right, to pay to play on some of these channels. Right, because these channels are going to use that money to go take a trip or take an airplane ride and go show up on their shill network. Right, because they're saying, oh yeah, show up on my show, give me money so you can fund my trip to go to Hollywood or go to some fucking studio where I'll do a total shill program. So why would I give them money so that they can go use my money where I have to pay to play on their fucking gay ass network? That's a total shill network, so that they could go shill out on a higher paid network.
Well, yeah, you're getting on a different level there too. And the chat, like these anonymous donors, dude, it's, oh my God, dude. Forgot where I was going. So hot.
Yeah, and it's their fault. I mean, it's these people's fault because they don't support like independent art, right? Like ever since like I started giving this insane like speech or whatever, now there's 4 people watching this. They don't want to be told what to watch. They don't want to be shamed. They rather just comply. They rather just conform. They don't give a fuck. Like these people want the easy way out.
Oh yeah.
And when it hits you, you know it.
Oh, that's the thing too. Is you incentivize people to donate by just making anonymous donations. You just make $5, $10 tips. Anyhow, if you're running a business on YouTube, you would just have somebody donating $5, $10, recycling the money back through to inspire people to donate. Because if people see people donating, they're going to donate.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 1,000,000%.
That there comes this overwhelming conviction that you have mistaken your identity. What I thought
Anyhow,
was
it's kind
just
of like the
old.
same through and through. I'll get the point. I'll drop the link here if anybody wants to watch the whole thing. Surprisingly, he left it up. Kind of embarrassing, but you know what? Honorable for him to leave it up. I suppose, in a way. Anyhow, I gotta get out of here in a minute, probably, but guess don't drop the link. I'm not dropping the link. Yeah, get out of here soon. What else I have up here? Did I show this earlier? The panel verse. Jim Bob versus Owen Benjamin. Here's a good one.
Yeah, Panelverse is a beast.
Hasn't been around much.
Yeah, but a couple conversations I had with this dude, man. This dude is a beast.
Mhm.
For sure. Very knowledgeable, wise dude. I mean,
Oh,
very
dude, he knows
respectful.
so many things.
Yeah, very respectful dude. I mean,
Oh, but I think that was. Oh, so I don't know if Berserker sent it among the clips he sent. I was talking about that one thing earlier. Panelverse is a channel. Did I share it? Pum pum pum. Right there. No, I didn't share that one.
yeah, actually, that was where the last Owen Benjamin video where he was watching his debate with Jim Bob. He was watching the Panelverse Presents video for the debate. It was pretty cool.
Dude, it's like the first thing that comes up when you search.
Right. So yeah, he got him with that.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. I was proud of him there.
Yeah, he definitely. I don't know where he's getting all those clips, man. It's crazy. You got a whole freaking library. I'm looking through old clips. There's so many videos.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted that this dude would be on the news, that he'd be on Joe Rogan, and I predict that he'll get a Fox News show. Either that or he'll like run for senator or something like that.
Andrew Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely going to prop him up.
And the reason I say the senator thing is because he's already got a political he's like working with political action committees with Rob Noer and all this stuff. So he's already involved in funding like politics and stuff.
Yeah. It's not shocking. Oh, yeah, like super PACs, like Charlie Kirk had Turning Point. Something like that, right? Is that a super PAC? I don't know.
Yeah, he was on Glenn Lawrence, where I was on there, and he was trying to tell people how to get political action committees to fund their
Kirk?
shit.
Charlie Kirk?
Andrew Wilson was on
Andrew
Glenn
Wilson.
Lawrence.
Oh,
Yeah, he was on Glenn. Yeah, he was on Glenn Lawrence Presents, and he was explaining to these people. He was breaking down to all these like feds and stuff. He's like, "This is how you get like political action committees to like fund your shit." You just tell them like, "Yeah, we're gonna promote or work on, these talking points that you guys promote and all this stuff." Crazy stuff, man. I bet that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it makes sense. Some sort of organization.
Yeah, they get paid by NGOs to represent certain positions online.
Well,
It
it's
is
the
what it
natural
is.
next moves you're going to sell out. Like, if you're just going to go mainstream or whatever, right? Which is, it appears to be trying to do so. I mean, he's like, what, Anna Caperna, or not Anna Caperna, what the heck's that chick's name? Yeah, Caperna, right?
Yeah, I
The
mean,
young church chick.
Yeah, I mean, when they asked, wait, who are you talking about?
You were playing a clip on Pierce Morgan with Andrew Wilson. It was Kasparian.
Kasparian, yeah.
And I was mixing up the two online.
Yeah, but this
Freaking,
dude. Oh yeah, but this dude said on the Tazariak debate, right? Because he debated Tazariak twice. The second time he debated him on no Fugazi podcast, right, with the black dude named Cooley, right? He basically fucking the Tazariak guy kept pressing Andrew Wilson, like, what do you do to actually change things? Like, what do you do to bring about your ideas, like in your community, to help your people, to help Christians? What do you actually do, right? So the dude said, look, I send Rob Noer to the Republican convention, and we pay to go talk about certain political talking points. So it's like we actually go to.
So he's admitting to push, like, incentivizing a perspective in the media. Yeah. Huh.
that's kind of what he said, right? So, and also it's notable that Rob Noah is, to my knowledge, not representing Orthodox Christianity. He's a libertarian and a Republican who supports Trump. So how exactly is that promoting Christian nationalism?
Mm-hmm.
It's really confusing, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
But when pressed in a live debate, this is his answer about what he actually does to serve his own community. I mean, come on, man. This shit's a sham.
It shows you have Greystorf in your stomach. I haven't paid attention to anything over there in the longest time.
They're not on YouTube anymore.
Oh, they're on Kick?
I don't know.
Some streaming platform. They were back when I first heard of it. They got on there or something like that. I remember they moved over to something, but I didn't see them get kicked off. I didn't see that. But that could have been part of a bit. Like they probably got a deal with another platform to bring their audience from YouTube. That's a good deal. Like those are good deals for people like that. Bring your audience to a platform, they were looking for that with Keemstar and shit, dude. It's crazy. It's fucking insane to say. Like, what even is this place? Oh my god! Just 3 years ago, over on freaking Chalk Body Outline, they came out of nowhere. First time I heard about it was in the Euro books. He was talking about the Thorpes. He kept mentioning. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, dude?" And then finally, I was like, "What the fuck?" Oh, this is what he was talking about the whole time.
Yeah, the homie Browns boy saw this too. I was on panel. But yeah, we both peeped this. We both peeped him saying this. And then he said the thing about, what I'm saying, with Rob Noah in the Tazariak debate. So, Wilson is trying to make a push into politics or whatever. And he's mostly a political debater. Right. So is he getting, is he trying to influence politics or is he being influenced by the politics? Right. Well, it's obviously both. It is what it is.
Well, he's getting money, right? He's getting paid.
Yeah, you gotta get in there to try to make some change. So yeah, dude.
He's figuring out how to get paid to do it, whatever that means. Go join the system.
Yeah, bro. You go on the Piers Morgan show. Right. Okay, who used to work for Rupert Murdoch, right? And you're crying about, you're trying to talk about people's dead family members, right? When this dude, he hacked into a 13-year-old dead girl's phone, Piers Morgan. And he's trying to shame other people for not caring about the dead, for not honoring the dead.
Dude, for a news feed?
For a British newspaper.
So he hacked into her phone to get the scoop.
Yeah, he hacked into a 13-year-old dead girl's phone number without her family's permission.
Mm-hmm. I heard you guys alluding to this last time. I didn't get the details like that.
Yeah, and this is Murdoch Media.
Right. It's such a name, man.
Yeah, huge lawsuit about this. In Britain. About them hacking into this dead girl's phone. So
that's why he came and made his presence in American media. Because now he's like a bigger American figure than anything.
Yeah, because people don't know what he did over there. Over here. So he could go on the internet.
UK?
No, he lives here now.
Oh, he does? Okay.
I'm pretty sure he lives here now. So he moved to the US, right? So yeah, man, it's pretty wild shit, man. Yeah, so that's pretty sickening, right? And then he's shaming Destiny, who's doing a fake LARP online, trying to say he's making fun of some dead people or whatever. All right, with Jack Posobiec, the known Fed that's crying over there. Oh, and Wilson's on there. With the QAnon Fed, Jack Posobiec. You know what I mean? Pretty weird stuff. The optics are high. I don't know if the OTW from yesterday is still up, but me and a few people broke this down. yesterday on OTW
Hmm.
news.
I don't know if I saw that. I must have missed it. I saw you on there a couple times recently.
Yeah, by the way, Wilson was on with the tenant media lady, Lauren Chen, and they got investigated for being in collusion with Russian intelligence, bro. So he was on there saying, oh, the Groypers put out a fatwa on Charlie Kirk. So that's pretty weird. Why'd he be saying that on a literal Fed station? Man, motherfuckers just don't think about shit. They just don't think about shit. You know, they just do whatever the fuck they want. They're gonna remain dumb. They're not these people are falling for 100 different psyops. I mean, like, oh, why is Wilson being propped up? It's right in front of your face, man.
Oh, yeah.
These people get sleep as always. I woke up to be on the show, motherfuckers.
Did you
Not
see
sleep.
freaking the last the ending of Talca had an interesting stream today? Did you see that? 'Cause he was able to make he dude, he talked to like everyone peacefully. Like he felt he did it. I was like, wow.
Yeah,
And
they
then
were
the end,
LARPing all night. You know, I was reading ellul and shit. You know, we were talking about like metaphysics and the occult and fucking scientific worldview and fucking liberalism and all this shit. Dude, these motherfuckers were LARPing all night. This dude paid $100 to do the same thing he's been doing for fucking 4 or 5 months, and they all sat there and watched it. They all sat there and swallowed it because this guy paid $100 to have a fake conversation online. Wow. And they didn't want to hear nothing about what Jacques Ellul was saying during that time. They don't want to hear nothing about the technological society or, technological slavery or MK Ultra or anything like that. They don't want to hear anything about that. I woke up and Yurt was doing an excellent show on MK Ultra.
oh yeah, he gets into it, man. He gets into his role when he's doing his. He's so funny when he reads.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10 times better than any of these fucking shows. Benton and Yurt. Dude, their monologuing is 50 million times better than all of these LARP panel shows. It's insane. It's 10 times better than Cockboy Hotline's coverage and all that, and his fake analysis. All right, like it's incredible. It's beyond. Really, like just hearing Benton reflect on a paragraph of industrial society and its future is more valuable than than all their entire shows. This shit makes me sick.
Oh yeah, it's such a distraction. LARPing hard, dude.
Nausea. Yeah, lobotomize soul. Exactly.
Oh my god. Oh, Diablo Radio still has. I got dragged in this stupid thing. I was like, oh, let me see if he's alive. He's still alive. He's talking to JG. Looks like.
Wait, who's talking to JG?
The Sanity Machine.
Oh my god. Yeah, they do the same LARP, bro. Tommy and JG and Sanity and dude, when are they? What are they doing? That's productive. For years and years and years, having fake conversations and they're fake tough guys online. They're all gonna find each other.
Right.
Come on,
that's what
dude.
Illumitami. So it was all peaceful today on Jax. Then Illumitami comes at the end. And he said, dude, he literally he made it. He's like, I'm gonna hurt you. It's like
Bro,
really
I've had
clearly.
that conversation with all three of them. I've had that conversation with Sanity Machine, Tommy, and with JG. They're gonna beat people up. They're gonna come to your house and do all this stupid. Dude, they are the biggest fucking LARPers online. Like, why don't they're total characters and they all hang out with each other. That ought to tell you something.
Listen,
That is
JG and I
really-
have the same panel verse birthday. I got it. He's always got that. It was in a thought experiment. And I got up on the panel for the first time as Truth or God. And then JG
Yeah.
got on right after me.
Yeah, I used to take these guys seriously, but it's like when I seen hours of them having fake conversations with each other, you know, right? Steven doing his, like bit on the Talcott show. Not for 2 months, not for 6 months,
3 years,
not for 1 year, exactly, for years. Right, and then talking to Lumatami and talking to Snafu and they just go back and forth, dude, back and forth for years, spinning in circle for years, and it's
About
all like
nothing.
50-year-old ladies. It's all
Oh,
like
yeah.
50-year-old ladies and like a couple weird old dudes that are actually watching this shit. Right? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my God.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my God. Well, see, like we literally came on panel. Well, if he is, then he's like dedicated to me because, dude, it was right after me, the first video I did, the first time I went on panel.
Yeah, I mean, you
He
can
came
go
on
back
right
like
after
2 or
me.
3 years ago, and he's on Cockboy Hotline's panel with them. So he's been
Yeah, but
around
it
for
was
a while.
that was that. But it was that the day that he got on yours was the first one he ever did. The same day that my first one. It was like the day of. On Any Yurt with Books. Like I went up and then he came up right afterwards. And then Yurt deleted his whole channel because of him and Moose setting me up for drama. I think Yurt might be the mastermind behind this all. We doing your writing books over there? I'm just, did you see what he said earlier? What did he say? Oh, man's way up here. Because I want to remember this. Because the video I made, he saw it earlier. And he left these comments. Soul Reed was saying something about, I cost him money today because he was watching my AI interview with Candace Owens. Like, dude, get out of here. I really think we have a chance to do something powerful with this AI stuff. I believe if enough of us unite together and make enough AI slop, it will be such a train wreck that it will be abandoned and will be abandoned in masses. The time is now. Make enough bad I meant just a trend of bad AI. It's sort of using those dark tactics of acceleration, but I believe in this instance, it may be the only way. Interesting thought experiment there. I don't know. I hate using AI to do too much. Like I'm very thoughtful when I do it. I'm gonna okay, I'll do it for now. I can't be like just unconsciously engaged with that stuff. Dude, that's crazy. The amount of time people spend on here just chatting away with it. Oh my God.
Yeah, I haven't messed with it yet. I think I'm maybe like just from what I've seen from what other people have produced with it, I'm just not very impressed. So I think I'll wait till it gets better. You know what I mean? Before I start using it, and I don't want to give it too much information before I really understand what it's doing. I mean,
Right? Yeah, true.
So yeah,
See, but like me with the fulvic acid, there was nothing about it on the internet. You couldn't find anything. So I was like, I'm going to teach this shit so much about fulvic acid. I did the opposite approach. And then I learned about it with it and tied all these ideas together about it, dude. I was like the only one doing this at the time.
Yeah,
I put out
I
so
mean, I
much
got
information.
like stacks and stacks of books that are waiting to be read. So before I go to AI, I'm gonna go, work with the resources I have.
Yeah.
I remember when he turned on you. And that's funny because like he randomly turned on me one day too. So I was wondering, like, what's the deal, man?
Yeah. Yeah, he turned on me one day. Well, I don't even remember what. He was talking shit on me forever. And we had a lot of good conversations. Like a lot. And then all of a sudden he just turned on me. Because I like disrespected him back after him doing it like 1,000 times. I was like, dude. No, because I think he said that he would always be homeless. I'm such an asshole. I'm just being a dick. I would.
Yeah.
I'm in full asshole mode. Dude, I shouldn't have. I told him I'm sorry. I'm fairly certain about this. Shouldn't have done that. I don't think he cares though. Just like on the other things. No, we just don't even like when we're on panel together. We just do not acknowledge each other, really, for the most part. Although the last couple times it wasn't bad. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like, I just want to let the people know out there, like, when y'all like try to blow smoke up my ass and tell me how smart I am, if you don't really engage with like the shit I talk about, I'm not really trying to believe you. Right? I understand, like, y'all are just blowing smoke up my ass. Right? Like, so this is the thing, is like, you guys might think you're being slick by being like, oh yeah, you're so smart and all this shit, but it's like, look, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and nor do I think I'm the smartest person in the world. So it's like, what are you trying to get at? You know what I mean, right? So this is the thing, is like, people got some weird ass angle, and a lot of these people come out here and they try to blow smoke up my ass for no reason. You know what I mean, right? Like, you know, like I talk about shit that I want to talk about. So either you fuck with it or you don't. I mean, that's really all it is. I mean, so
do you think that Candace was just trying to butter me up to use me later in that interview?
Yeah, dude.
Come on, dude. I think she was genuine. Oh my god.
Yes, that
Yeah,
computer love.
How many people are out there that convince themselves of things like this, dude? Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little guy who convinced himself he was with the lady on Game of Thrones and took his own life. So,
what, through AI?
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah, he thought he was talking to the lady from Game of Thrones, and he fell in love with the character. Yeah, man.
Oh my god.
And then his mom stole the cell phone and hid it, and he found it back and hid himself in the bathroom, and it led him through taking his own life, so that he could join it in the like ether or whatever.
Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, there's some. I've heard of like the things like the trends in China or some like South Korea or some shit. Crazy shit like that. Wild, man. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like, you can't be like just giving your trust to this thing. I don't think there's any level of like, well, very careful ground there. So I definitely like. I don't like. It took me forever to download it. I just started using it like this year, and exclusively to learn about fulvic acid because there wasn't any information about it. It was able to access all the studies. It pulled up so many studies I had to pay thousands of dollars for. It was just able to find them and give me the freaking copies of these studies. I just printed them out.
I'm just fine with like just using different search engines until I get the result I want. I mean,
yeah,
you know, like that's worked for me up until now. So like, if I don't see this shit on Google, I'll go to Bing, and then I'll go from there to the other ones. You know, so you know, it's not a big deal. I mean, search for information. I don't need it to pull some shit up that's obviously gonna be you know, because see, none of the sources I talk about is gonna pull up. I mean, you know, so like, let me tell you that, like, it's not gonna pull up information about ellul and, you know, and skrbina and all this crazy stuff, right? So it's just it's not going to be the first thing it goes to. It's going to go to like the Jayish guy in the university, you know, right, in the top university in like Switzerland or whatever, you know, and you're going to get that opinion of that Jayish guy that where he got preference to feed it into the AI system. Right?
Yeah, but especially now, I think. But I don't know. It obviously learns quick. I think it's still in development, so it's still learning too. And there's definitely it definitely influences it to engage. That's my perspective on it. I'm just like looking at it like that. I'm like, how do I influence this thing to focus on what I think is important? And then just hone in like that, and then very limited. Like it is like once a week or if that. It's crazy. I don't even want to get in. It's ridiculous what it can do. Ridiculous. And it's kind of crazy how it just is so quick. It's like, what is it really that you're engaging with? It's all, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Especially when you just like consider the spiritual side of it. It's like it's the spiritual realm trying to reach through, right? In a way, to some people's opinion. Some, at the very least, people out there think this. And it's like, if that's true, it's like, what the hell are we engaging with? And it's like designed to help us generate shadows for us to fight. But if you're wise with that, you can see like the holes, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's tripped out because I'm like, is this AI watching my show? Because you know how I be, like I said that a lot. Like, you know, actually, you know, every closing of the show, I say, you know, what most people think is real is really just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of weird that it said that at the end. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe it could have generated the responses from videos you've either watched or interacted with. You get what I'm saying?
That's definitely part of what they want to do. I don't know how far they've gotten. They're definitely somewhere with that.
Yeah, so it might have looked and been like, oh, well, you were just on the machine lies, and he was talking about Plato and stuff. So we'll just be slick and quote Plato real quick, right? Because that's what this guy's into. Because I just looked at the last video you were on, literally.
Yeah, I didn't prompt it much at all. Like I just said, the only thing I told about was the story of what happened with Jim Bob and that thing, and then it just made that up.
Yeah.
Then I just, it was so, but it's like, dude, I mean, it's weird because it actually did kind of sound like Candace. Like the way she talked too. Like I was like, what the heck? It's crazy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm sure. That's like the goal. I mean, like Max Vision says, like the Wi-Fi signal is being routed through us, so the internet's actually working through us. Yeah, I don't even want to say what I think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Yeah, because they were talking about 5G towers need to be everywhere. We had to put up those 5G towers like every 100 feet. And then all of a sudden they didn't need them, but we all have 5G.
Yeah, it's more like also like how microwave radiation works. You know, like it moves. Yeah, like it moves through your skin. Like it's absorbed in the skin and shit. So there's absorption rate. So you could test the absorption rate of different things that emit radiation. I mean, so the fact is that, I mean, the shit discombobulates your you know, like the way your neurons fire, because basically, you know, it also stops the RNA. You know, it affects the RNA. You know, it fucks with it because the you know, like the water molecules vibrate too quickly. You know, it's like when you take some shit out of the microwave. You know, there's like little beads of water on it. right? Like I don't even use the microwave anymore because I think it's dangerous, right?
Yeah,
So
I
I
haven't
don't
used it in
actually
a long
fuck with
time.
I don't fuck with the microwave. But yeah, the thing is that if you put like some shit like a piece of bread in the microwave, the water will, you know what I mean? Like it'll have like little sweat beads on it. And that's because like basically like is vibrating the water out of the food. I mean, because the water molecules, I mean, so your body's like over 90% water. You know what I mean? And that water works with the electricity to fire the neurons and shit. So it's fucking with the firing of your neurons, and they can piggyback certain frequencies onto that also disrupt that shit. And it also will fuck with the RNA. Right? Like you put RNA next to a microwave, and you know, like it won't be able to replicate genes anymore. I mean, so it's like all this weird shit, like it
Well,
fucks
it's
with the
like
way it functions.
it's just frequencies though, and like you can just the Earth has such powerful frequencies. It's like you just gotta be in tune with that, and it's all good. Anyhow,
Yeah, if you look at the RNA, it's like a little tiny machine.
yeah.
And what it does is it takes in proteins on the other end and it prints them and makes them into the DNA. You know what I mean, right? So if there's like frequencies that are fucking with, you know, its ability to print the DNA, you know, it's mutating the fucking cells.
Right. But if you're
That's
strong and you got like your own like your heart's putting out its own frequency, like that's a fact. It just taps into whatever. But I definitely distance myself from that stuff too. So I have my cell phone or whatever. I'm pretty well away from those things. So I don't know like too much. I
Yeah,
don't
I
like
could
cities, that's
provide.
for sure.
Yeah, if anybody wants, I could provide tons of weird research and people that have, you know, come to certain conclusions about how radiation and, you know, frequencies and how you can manipulate people based off of those frequencies.
It's certainly possible to the unaware. But those if you're in tune with the right frequency, it's just not possible too. That possibility also exists.
Yeah, I'd like to think so for sure, but
if you're just unaware, for sure, that's what they could do. Like then you just start running with their thoughts and their ideas in your head about sickness and disease, because we've been trained and conditioned to think about it a certain way. You know, everybody goes to the hospital and the doctor every freaking week. It's like they get the sniffles. You know, go ask for a doctor's opinion and get all these prescriptions. It's like 60% of people are on prescription drugs. That's insane. And they're all made from most of them. They're made from plant compounds. They're mimicked by synthetic oil chemicals, petrochemicals, just plastics. Which isn't it? It's just from plants. They say whatever it is part of the carbon exchange too. It's like they talk about the carbon, you know, in the atmosphere all the time. They don't ever refer to oil as carbon and graphite. It becomes graphite when it decays.
yeah, that's crazy, Bex. You know, about the people singing together, their heartbeats synchronized. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, right. And they want to prevent people from doing shit like that. I mean, you know, for real, because it's like,
Oh yeah, there's everything. Distrust this person because of this. Distrust this person. It's sewn into us, and it's incentivized by all different. This is what the psyops do. They sow distrust in a nation so they can push their agenda. Because if the people don't have anything to stand for, they'll just fall for anything, right?
yeah, because they know if the people sing together, it'll shrink the fucking, you know, egos and shit, and motherfucking Grinch's heart will grow 3 times, and all this crazy shit, man, will happen. And so they know, like, it's not a fucking game. And right, so yeah, they got the headphones. That's to prevent you from singing with the other people. It is all factual.
Right, we become so egotistic, like self-isolated, right? We're not really listening to people like we used to. Right, we developed our own inner bubble that we don't have to escape.
Yeah.
We can. It's like weird.
Yeah, how come every time we criticize the machine on the machine, our views drop to like 4 viewers? It's fucking
It went down
weird,
to
man.
2. It went down to
Fucking
2.
weird, bro. It's like you criticize either YouTube or technology on YouTube, and it'll just be like, all right, time to shut you down because, this is not helping our business. But it's like, is your business helping humanity, you fucking, psychopaths?
Well, yeah, we all seen Peter Thiel's take on that. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, cat purrs heel bones. Dude, my cat came to me twice with a broken leg once because I didn't get him fixed. He kept running away, and he kept going out for longer and longer. And he came back. He came back on the solstice. Like, dude, it was insane. 2 times. And 6. I was like, but that's the day he came back each time. I was like, what the heck, dude? And they came back with a broken leg 2 times at a certain point. And each day I wrapped that shit up, dude. It was definitely broken. It was all crooked and shit. I wrapped it up. I splinted it. Then as the leg swelled up too much, it freaked me out. I was like, oh, so I took the bandages off within a couple hours. And then the next day it was healed. It was fixed, but then he came back and it broke again. Same thing. Second time, I was like, what the heck? That shit was definitely broken 2 times. They just healed overnight. I was like, what the? It like healed itself somehow. I think when it swelled up in the bandages, it pushed the bone back in place. Both times. So I put the bandages on both times. I thought it was like, oh no, his leg swelled up so big. And it just got normal again, like immediately. Dude. Black cat, too. Crazy thing. He's out there. He's got many offspring out there saving souls. Oh, yeah. Pipe organs, dude? Heck yeah, dude. Like, they go through the walls of the whole building, those things, dude. My goodness. It'd be so fun to play one day. Things are insane. Now you just blast everything from speakers through a digital platform. But I'm about to jump off here. I'll play this closing, my old trailer for season 3 of my podcast that I don't do anymore. You got any closing remarks?
Not really. I put a little song there in the back if you play it if you want. But yeah, it's not a big deal. But yeah, blessings always. Me and Dark Lord made it. But yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I'll definitely check it out. Let me see. Yeah, thanks for coming up, dude. Appreciate the input. Where? Oh, is it right here? Get him. Was that song?
Yeah, what'd you think of that song?
Very like
it's killer. It's killer voice with that chick. It's not really the type of music I listen to, but it's real soulful, honestly.
I have to give it another listen.
Yeah, is the dude coming up or not?
Here's Bex for a moment. I'm laying it down.
I just came to say hello. I saw you drop the link. I was like, ooh, private, live, non-live. Just like come say hi.
Good to see you. I haven't seen you up on panel. I don't even know when the last time was. OTW is probably. You've been out there a few times.
A few times.
You're simping hard for this guy out here, aren't you? True patriot. I had to go with that one.
Am I simping for him? No. No. Never simping. But I appreciate the optics. I value your opinion and your perceptive. Like, But I do, out of all the people out here, there's a handful who've never really done me any harm. And I mean, not that it's real harm, but I'm just saying, yeah, Paul's been good to me. We have had good conversations. As have you both. So I just like to come up and say hi. Nice to see you both.
Good to see you too. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just like running out of things to talk about. I'm like about to wind it down. Paul wants to get up here. I'll give him a minute, but
Yeah, Paul's been chilling recently, honestly. I've enjoyed talking to him recently.
We've always had good conversations. As I have with both of you. So cool. I'll head back down into chat. I was just finishing my dinner.
No.
Yeah, blessings, madam.
Yeah. Nice to see you both.
You as well.
Bye for now.
Otherwise, I'm gonna play my outro here. I get to bed. I haven't even eaten. I probably won't eat. I don't know. Otherwise, I'm gonna eat ice cream. Dude, I quit drinking and started eating ice cream instead. Oh my god, dude! I got so bloated immediately. So much worse for you than alcohol.
Yeah, because when I quit drinking, I took a lot of LSD. And then with that, I would like, I don't know if you like take LSD, like it makes you want to eat ice cream.
No, I like taking it. I took it once last year. Somebody happened twice, 3 times. So it just kept coming to me. I was like, all right, fine. Like somebody was just like, hey, it's the last one time. All right.
Yeah, it's like the texture. You know, the texture
What
of
I
the
use,
ice cream.
oh yeah, ice cream. I never try it like that, but to get music, I like that. It's like, whoa. I took it's one mushroom. There's ghost pipe mushroom. They say it's like a plant though. It's like not. I don't know. I think it's a fungus. It grew up, and you just put like Everclear in it, and made this tincture. It comes out purple, dude. And just like 5 drops. It's like a light trip, like light visuals, and it's very. You can only microdose it.
Psilocybin?
Nope.
Ghost pipe mushroom. Shit, I never heard of this.
Or Indian pipe. It looks like a pipe coming out of the ground. It's legal and all. It's just, but you can only take a little bit of it because it will stop your respiratory. Like it can slow your breathing, your voluntary breathing, involuntary breathing. It'll slow it down if you take too much. But like I did that for a few weeks, and that actually helped me quit a lot of things too. But now I went back to smoking. I quit smoking I was totally sober for like 2 weeks. Or a week. Yeah, 2 weeks. And I drank. No, I was smoking cigarettes towards the end. Not 2 weeks. Went back to cigarettes. And then marijuana today. That's been like months. But then I quit drinking. Then I drank like Friday night. Drank whiskey. And the next, I ate an entire fucking large pizza. I ate ice cream. And I was thin, dude. The next day. Fucking alcohol is like not as bad as ice cream to me, dude. Ice cream is worse, dude. I don't know. It's not good. If I get so bloated right after it, it's crazy. I don't feel that with most food, dude. I'm very like, oh my god, it's too much. It's the overload.
Yeah, overload the code.
Fucking sound like Joe Biden up here. It's time to get the fuck off to talk about ice cream and shit. I'll play my outro here. What was my intro to my podcast that I used to have? Let me see. Boom. No. This one. A lot of interesting characters in here. Robert Malone, dude. Let me see. Where's that at? And freaking David Knight, dude.
Yeah, what happened to Mindful Exposures?
I don't know. Her and David have falling out. Where's Steve and David been?
Yo, that would have been a good question to ask Bex.
Yeah. She's still here, probably. Yeah, I like to not do it too much, but
What's up?
Breathing Landry.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, man? What's up, bro?
You still paranoid?
How's your thing with Steve in there?
It's Landry.
What do you mean?
Slandry.
It's Blandry.
Landry.
Hey, Landry,
How was your thing with Steven?
How are you doing today, Landry? That's a little underwhelming, but you know, could have been worse.
So what's your problem?
You hit him up, didn't you? You slammed that boy.
Who?
Slammed.
You boy.
Slam what boy?
Steven.
Landry.
You let him have it.
No.
Sock it to him.
It was very tame.
That tame game. A little bit of the old tame game.
Reel us back in. Make us trust y'all again. Great stuff, Landry.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, he just systematically does that. So, I can show you the video he made, you know, on the Machine Lives. It's pretty funny.
Which one?
Back when we were on Cockboy Hotline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got into a few. Yeah, we got into a few notable disagreements. Me and Steven. But I think we finally warmed up to each other.
What was the main takeaway with Steven there, Landry?
You got a giant tomato on your head and you muted yourself.
Yes, I did have a giant tomato on my head, and my mic did mute itself.
It looks kind of like blood,
same shit,
bro.
different day.
That looks kind of fucked up.
Yeah, does it look fucked up?
Yeah, it looks like
what's
you,
it
like,
look like?
The blood shot. Like you got
like
shot.
Charlie Kirk?
Like, yeah, I thought that's what it was alluding to.
No, it's just you know, it's a nice photo. You don't like it?
I mean, I
tomatoes?
can't really see it. You gotta like kind of like I can't see the tomato. You're in the way.
Well,
But
that's
yeah,
the point, right?
I bet it's pretty nice.
What about this one? Is this one better?
Yeah, I like that one.
The cool one, right?
That's a good one. Yeah.
It looks like a carpet.
Oh yeah. Joan and
Fine
Vasquez.
tapestry.
It's nice.
That's a fine, fine man.
It would be cool if I looked up and it was actually there, but unfortunately, it's not.
Tomato,
So you
tomato. Right?
you convinced me to do AI, Landry. Did you see my Candace Owens interview?
I didn't. Did that happen here?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How did it
I
go?
posted it
What
separately
was
as
she
well.
up to?
Oh, it went great, dude. She loves me.
I convinced you?
Well, we know that's what you were saying here to do. So
to convince you to run with the beast? By who?
That's how you
Who sent
want
me?
to put it. I don't know. The same person that dropped us down to 2 viewers just now.
Ooh, what was it at before? 3?
No, it keeps going up to like 12 and then dropping back down to 2 for no reason.
12. Oh shit, big numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, but here's the thing: you come over to me and you start talking to me about numbers when I have never said that it mattered.
He's got a
It
heavy
matters to you.
agenda. This man has a heavy-handed agenda.
What is my agenda?
I don't know. You're talking about numbers and things. It's kind of weird.
How's that my agenda? What yesterday, Golden Cops came over and he was like, he's triggered. Numbers are dropping. Oh.
Yeah, dude. Jack Taco was kicking her ass. Me.
Kicking my ass at what?
Yeah,
numbers, dude.
You up, bro.
So that's do you think it's a constant battle for live numbers? Is that how you feel when you go live?
That's what you just said, though. You just said that. You just said like, oh, 12 numbers, but you can't even get as many numbers as Talcott. Sucks, bro. Sucks to suck.
I get pretty damn near close, and I do it alone. So
you do it alone?
Yeah, I do it alone.
No, you don't. No, you don't do it alone, bro.
I mean, maybe you weren't there. Maybe you're not there when it happens. But I
see the show. You're not alone on the show.
Not the whole time, no. Not the whole time. But I'm saying that, like, I monologue. I know. I start the show. I monologue, and as far as if we're competing over live viewers, I mean, that's a sad state of affairs anyway.
I agree. I agree. It's a sad state of affairs.
So, I only brought it up because Truth Cop came over and he started, mentioning it in the chat. But then when he brought up that going down to 2, I found that funny. You know what I mean? Because I figure if it's
what
not the
did
point.
Truther Cop say? Wait, Truther, what did you say to this dude? You came up on the show?
The other day because I was on Talcott's and oh, what do we got? Chris Hansen in the back. Who the heck is that?
Probably Steven.
Who's Chris Hansen?
You gotta throw the screen up for that, dude. That's already got some that's deliberate fuckery. Yeah, that's deliberate fuckery.
How we doing?
Oh, okay.
Is this the real Chris Hansen?
Hey, it's Chris Hansen. What's up, Chris?
Douglas, I have a chat log here between you and a young boy, and it apparently says you tried to show him your penis. Is this true?
You hanging out with Hoax Wars, man?
Whole bit.
You
What
hanging
now?
out with the Hoax Wars people, huh? Getting a lot of inspiration and influence over there.
All right, we're just gonna walk you outside. All right, just walk you outside. Everything's gonna be all right.
Truther Cubs Douglas. That's a nice name.
Illumitami is a hoax war agent.
I saw that. That's a nice gun.
Do you guys have sex
did you see
earlier or what?
Snafu? Listen, Chris Hansen. Snafu made a pretty bold accusation against this guy named
Here
Colin
we go,
Slade.
right away. Here we go. It's just you don't stop. You people won't stop.
He said that Jack
Can't you
Talcott
choose
and
love?
you.
Pieces available.
Listen, pieces good. A piece of fucking fish.
Very available, man.
Fly around somewhere. Did you see what Illumitami said to Talcott today?
Hold up.
Threats he made, and then Snafu took credit
and I
for
don't
you
care. It's
and
old.
Talcott
It's
creating
old,
this
it's boring,
monster.
it's going nowhere. Old, boring,
Because
going
he's
nowhere.
responsible for creating this.
Who? Tommy?
Fucking Paul here. Don't play dumb,
Tom
Landry.
Yeah, it was all inadvertently. I didn't know what was happening when it was happening.
You've
But here
created
we
a
are, man.
monster, sir.
Right, and I've also jettisoned the monster and got back to what I do. Right, so enjoy, have fun, learn your own way. It had to happen. The monster had to be created and birthed in order to take itself wherever it goes and leave me alone. Like the demon had to come through me and physically manifest to walk off. So yeah, I'm not proud of it, but I'm also not ashamed either. Whatever is meant to be is meant to be, right?
Oh man, I love it.
I think I
love
do a better broadcast today than I did when I started. So that's really all it amounts to.
You were live earlier? I missed that one.
And I think I have a better
streaming.
countenance. I look better. I arguably feel better in certain ways. So
The ones with the Israeli flags have been pretty flame. Honestly, I've checked a couple of those out.
Well, you know what I've noticed? That the moment I started supporting the state of Israel, my fucking inspiration and energies went through the roof. I'm starting to think that these really are God's chosen people.
Well, that's why I didn't want
wasn't
to
a lie.
pop up there because I thought you were trolling me specifically. So I was like, hold on here. I didn't know what was happening. So, but
Yeah, no, I was immersed in the trolling. I don't even know, who started it or where it ends, but I was definitely a part of it.
Yeah, because all I seen is I was like Israeli flags. So I was wondering what type of, but it was just normal commentary. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I'm either triggering or trying to bait the algorithm just to see where it goes.
It definitely works. Dude, the last stream we did, it was Charlie Kirk versus Nick Fuentes, and we definitely had some random fucking group of people come here.
Yeah,
fucking white
yeah.
supremacists.
Homie of mine did that.
Yeah, I did it
like
because you told me
Neurojack.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Neurojack gamed the algorithm by putting Nick Fuentes or whatever. He put Nick Fuentes and Eric Weinstein with the gay flags, and then he put gay yarmulkes on their heads or something like that. So that one was pretty popular.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing my next stream. Hitler was right. See where that goes.
Just go all the way in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to say a different name. You might have to do one letter off.
Okay, Himmler was right.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
The second guy in charge.
Yeah.
If only Hitler would listen to him. What's up, Landry?
I said I love Himmler. Himmler and Hurler.
Hurler.
Paul, did you watch Landry and Steven have their conversation over there?
No, I'm cooking, so I'm going to be walking back and forth. But no, I've decided not to engage with a lot of these folks beyond a certain point.
Isn't that funny though? Isn't that funny
I
how
agree.
we can? It's like we can exit the panelverse, but then still somehow be the heartthrob of the panelverse, Mr. Chris Hansen. Look at that handsome face.
How did
More
you
like Chris
exit the
Handsome.
Panelverse? Landry, you just paid Flow State $100 yesterday to
I
talk
didn't
to
say
Jack
me.
Calcott.
I didn't say me.
All right.
But good try. I know you're just waiting there with bated breath, like, oh man.
No, you said we, so I was like, all right.
Oh,
You
we
just said
is
that.
we, the royal we. You know, so we as in Chris Hansen, Chris Handsome.
Oh, so you
Yeah,
mean
I
we
think
as
that
in-
we're very much here in this space addicts and or creatures of habit. And I think that if you go to take the loop from the beginning, not that it's an excuse or a justification, but if we just do the pattern recognition, right? Like at one point starting to do this and getting paid and getting involved and all the rest of it, I would spend 6, 8, 10, 12 hours a day on here. That's been greatly reduced, you know, and I would appear anywhere and everywhere, you know, multiple panels a day. That's been greatly reduced. So I'm sure as we go on, that pattern's going to continue, and we'll get to a point where I'll do a broadcast every 4 days, and I'll come here and there to say hi or have a based interaction, so to speak. But I'm not going to go beyond that, right? It's to a limited degree at this point. I've decided that I need that, right? Even regardless of whether or not I'm whoever I am or whatever I'm feeling, as you want to allude to, it really just doesn't matter, right? Like, so yeah, I've set the intention, I've held to that, and as time goes on, that becomes the new habit. You know, I set different habits for myself in other areas of life, and those habits take over these habits, right? So really, it's just switching addictions. You know, I'll get addicted to something that's more productive and co-creative and entertaining and informative, or not. You know, I'll get addicted to something else. Maybe getting addicted to peace and prosperity. That's what that's what I've been trying to get myself addicted to.
Yeah, the internet wants to take anything. Like, dude, there's no peace on the internet. It's like, it's such a hard thing. It's like, oh my God, every distraction and deception in the world coming at you. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's your damn straight. You know, I hear you. One thing I wanted to ask you, Paul, is about we can say anyone here, right? To where the message, right? They slapped the sovereign citizen label onto it. Obviously, we don't like that. That's not the right way to call it. But the whole doctrine, whatever you want to call it, all that information, you know, the true nature of our beingness before the corporation took over. Have you ever done a series like where you went into that, or do you just kind of try to sprinkle it throughout your regular message?
I'm sure that I have at one point. You know, it was more.
Patrick trying it now.
Yeah, it was more information dense or more focused on interactions with folks. But yeah, man, I mean, you know, you kind of roll with wherever you're at in your life and whatever it becomes. And, you know, you set intentions sometimes, or you just authentically express. And for the rest of it, you know, it is what it is. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've covered so much of this stuff over and over again ad nauseum that, you know, it becomes like work. So I pepper it in, and I still interact with it and with other people with it because I love it. I'm passionate about it, and I'm going to live it to some extent. I just believe we need to. But, you know, I also don't want it to become like a job where it's like, okay, every day I got to show up and I got to loop legal lawful. You know, sometimes I just want to make hacky jokes and try out bits or, you know, do impressions or whatever the case may be.
Like those.
Yeah, I like to try to grow with the platform and with the experience, you know, and have the ups and downs and, you know, change along the way rather than just be this kind of static presenter performer.
That's admirable.
I guess. I mean, I'm attempting to do what works for me, right? I mean, and if it works for the people, then great. If not, then we got to switch
really
something
have
up.
to disconnect a lot. Otherwise, I lose myself in the fucking other people's bullshit, dude. I'm like, if I don't distance myself from this shit, dude, oh my God. The amount of bullshit out here. It's like, I gotta get back to my
That's
real
why
life.
you got to try to identify some cause or a set of causes and show up and adhere to that. If not, it becomes a bunch of political garbage, just like in the world, right? If you don't have your cause and your mission statement and what you're going to do to better your life and others, then you get lost in the sauce. So we see that test on here and off here, you know? And it's about what you accept. You teach people how to treat you, right? If you're open to this shit and you interact with it and you accept it, people are going to bring it to you. You remind them every time, listen, I don't care. I'm not interested. I don't want to know about these people and what they do. I'm not going to interact. I'm going to ask you why you're bringing it to me. People stop. because they know you're not open for that kind of business, right? So the less we're about gossip and drama and nonsense, the less people will bring it to us because they don't want the trip of you asking them why you're bringing that to me, right? They'll just go bring it to somebody else, cause drama with them.
Mm-hmm. So would you say that there's anybody who is truly free in the space of or even in any online space of not talking about those other people in that space? Or is it just kind of the human nature that we encounter in certain degrees more often than others and some less often?
I think there's an aspect to it. If it's not nature, it's nurtured or lack thereof. And then, you know, there's kind of a choice after a certain point that we practice or make. But I think that because it's human nature or just the nurture or lack thereof of this specific group of people that are here, everyone else hacks that and exploits that. Because they go, well, I know if I talk about you and I make up lies and say shit, you're that much more likely to talk back to me about it. Right. And so it's like this subconscious sort of self-sabotage we all get pulled into, right? But again, it's just a substitute for having no other material, right? Like Machine Lies can talk about other people. He can also monologue for 4 hours. He also has a fucking extensive understanding of certain concepts and how they apply to the real world. He could, and I think he has written a book, right? So, and if you notice, that's the majority of his content. Now we can talk money and numbers, but it doesn't matter. It's about the content and the understanding and the application.
No, I'm not about the numbers.
I'm saying we can be to a degree, and then we got to let go of that to look at the rest of the story, right? It's this and that.
Sure.
But we can put that aside at certain points to, you know, reflect or reflect on the accreditation, right, of what is. It's not even accreditation. It's just the acceptance of what is. So the more we look at and accept what is, the more we can change that, right? But a lot of folks here are in denial that they just do this for this, that, and this, that. No, it's not. It's dysfunction. It's dopamine addiction. It's the lack of content, material, and understanding and wisdom and experience, and the disbelief in oneself to come on and just hold an audience and do a broadcast. So we lean on all this toxic political bullshit. Just like government, bro. Government is the same thing as Panelverse and hosts, right? You got a bunch of people who lean on each other and play political games because just on their own, they can't hack it. They can't just be the answer to the problems, right? They can't show up as the change that we all need to be for ourselves and each other. So they play all these other fucking games and they make it matter and you get everyone else talking about it. Did you see what they said to them? And he said to him. It's all just a sublimation and a substitute for bringing real value and empowerment and authenticity.
That's one side of it. Yes, but there's also the other side of it, which is when you want to hold people accountable in the space that you sit in, right? And I want the same to be done to me. So where does that become, you know, a spot for separation?
When it takes priority over holding yourself accountable for making a living and expressing your livelihood and co-creating something that matters. Right. It's like everything. If we're going to take the good with the bad or we're going to find a blend here, then there has to be an understanding of like appropriation and priorities. Right. So if your shit's not together and you're not where you want to be in life and you don't have your rap down, then you probably have no business talking about all these other clowns and trying to hold them accountable. You need to hold yourself accountable. Right. So once you've held yourself accountable and you've generated a result and you can co-create something and you're that, well, then maybe you can talk about what else you're experiencing. Define it. This moves into I guess the whole thing is subjective, even if I want to believe I'm speaking objectively. It's like, who am I? But co-creation to me is something that benefits me and everyone else in the room or has the potential to, and doesn't demean or devalue or take away from that and go to a place where there is no productivity. There's just rolling in the mud, right? Co-creativity is what Jack and I did today on the panel. Whether I like everything he does and says or agree with him or believe in him and whatever else he does and says, we had a co-creation today, right? We talked about the truth and about how it applies to our lives and addiction. And we had somebody else, you know, kind of chime in and we were kicking it around and it wasn't fake and disingenuous. It wasn't put on and it wasn't rolling in the mud either. We were sticking to the ideas and the facts and co-creating on some level, right? Now, how long that lasts, well, remains to be seen.
No, I was saying earlier, he was making peace all over on his panel today. I was like, what's going on?
And no, it'll happen again. And it'll happen again. And, you know, it's just where I find the issue, right, is if we're co-creating, there's one side that can say, okay, we need to all be here doing a broadcast, getting the truth out, and this and that. But there's the other side that can say, well, we want to have more of a, humble sort of get together and meeting of the mind sort of thing. That I would say I don't think I've ever been to this Truth or Cop here maybe once before, but whatever they do over here. And then there's the side that says, well, okay, we want to go co-create.
You're comparing what they were doing here today for the 30 seconds I watched it to what you and others have been doing, and it's not humble.
No, it's not even
getting in groups and lying with people about other people who aren't there and aren't given the opportunity to answer to it is not humble. By the way, if you want an example of why I don't want to get involved in this crap, it's because Moose messaged me at 2 a.m. to tell me he never told you what you told me.
Which one?
And that the part about me buying subs, him buying me subs. You said it like a matter-of-fact statement, and he had to message me now to correct your lie that you supposedly repeated from him that he says he didn't say, and now I'm 4 layers deep in gossip, drama, pillow talk nonsense because you motherfuckers are not humble with humility before the truth or me and what I do, and you want to lie on it. So you're dishonorable and bad faith, right?
Well, or we're trusting someone's word who we shouldn't trust, which is the same thing that happens from everyone in the space, right? Just in different angles. People lie on.
I don't know what that means.
That means that I didn't say a lie intentionally. That was told from a trusted source of Moose.
Great.
And then
you played the non-journalism game of not doing the research or getting the truth, and then positing a lie as if it could possibly be true.
So I thought it was a first-hand experience. I thought it was a first-hand example.
Again, this is your naivety that you would listen to him first and foremost as if he's ultimately credible when he has shown and done nothing here. Other than sow discord and be two different people at once, be double-minded, right? And you would repeat his posited statement according to you. But see, now, how do I figure out who's full of shit now? When he says he didn't say it and you repeated it, and then I said that's absolutely false, he didn't work with me. He showed up here on the broadcast, and we bounced stuff off each other at times, and it led into drama that was somewhat entertaining for all the dopamine addicts. If that's what you call working together, right? Like we say working together on here, and folks are like, even I say it, and it's like it's just not really what it is, right? So let's get a clue. Moose was never my right-hand man. We never worked together. He showed up here, we bounced stuff off of each other. It was either funny and interesting, or it wasn't. If you want to call that working together, great. Was there some value in it? Yes. Did I enjoy it at sometimes? Yes. Would I liked it to have continued and taken a different form potentially with me and him? Yes. He doesn't seem to be up to the task. So why are we still going back a year and a half, 2 years ago? That should be your first question.
Well,
why do you have people sitting around on the internet who have wife and child talking about being Paulie Boy's right-hand man 2 fucking years ago at this point? Did nothing else happen in their empty, barren life between 2 years ago when they were non-working with me and being my right-hand man to hold my balls? Nothing else has happened in their life
so
to speak of?
This is what I keep trying to tell you is that this is something that is very for me, right? So what's the exact stated lie is him buying you subs, right? Okay. I guess maybe the only possible explanation is either he did say that and then I took the words and I expressed it back to you. He said it about OTW and Jack, as he claims, which is possible, I guess, association by you and OTW. But here's where I'm going to get kind of down and dirty here. When we have all these people who are just in the chat right now, and then these people like Brown's Boy, you know what I mean? Brown's Boy and Machine Lies, everyone's doing it, but until it's about you, it's not that serious. You know what I mean?
Doing what?
Yeah, he speaks so generally and like paints this broad brush, and I don't even know what he's saying.
What I'm saying is that the Machine Lies
and Brown's Boy are doing what?
Well, Brown's Boy is constantly going in there saying Jackson actor, Jackson this, just spreading shit about me, saying things that.
But that's not what I say. Me and Brown's Boy have had that disagreement, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I've had the disagreement with him as well.
Okay. Understood.
Machine Lies doesn't do what a lot of the other people here do, and that's why he doesn't get the interaction with me that other people get.
That's fine. It really does not matter to me beyond the fact of when I wanted to engage with you, Machine Lies, and I was trying to figure out your situation with the book and all that. It was very much met with a defensive, combative angle. So
I don't know. You literally have a picture behind you with tomatoes that says roast on it. With my picture on it. But all right, bro. Like,
You're
all right.
literally the guy who showed up here and told everyone you weren't going to do gossip and drama, and literally did it more than everybody. And you expect other people to feel safe around you and trust you and think that you're up to good antics? No, we don't. We don't believe you anymore. You're not credible, and you're rolling in the mud with the usual suspects. So don't be surprised when you get treated.
The usual suspects
Don't
are all
be
right here in
surprised
this
when
room.
your non-reputation precedes you and you're not respected, and people come at you defensively and don't want to answer your questions because you're prying and poking and prodding to get information to spin it and tell lies.
This is like
with
weeks
moves.
old. This is weeks old. You're
I'm just
engaging with
telling
me
you what
from a couple weeks
anybody
ago.
should be able to figure out on their own, but you obviously can't figure that out.
Figure what out? The fact that I still can't get you to cop up to the fact that it's impossible to get to because the law you said that I made, I still stand by it. You know what I mean? It's just it's so that's one thing where you
Again,
could
you
prove me
still
wrong.
don't. You can't figure out as a man the idea of you repeating something that's not true.
I'm not
that
repeating
the more
it.
you
I
repeat it,
looked into it
only
myself.
you look like a certain.
I came to the same conclusion as someone else. That doesn't mean.
Why
I'm
would I
repeating your
need to
statement.
buy subs? The implication is that I don't have enough talent or ability or information or way to present it to get my own audience. And that's not what's been shown on 2 or 3 channels so far already. So I don't know why you would choose.
Well, because the kind of person that you are, you would always like. In any other case, you would show receipts because you're not somebody who's.
How do I show receipts of something that didn't happen? How do I prove something that didn't happen, Stunt? Again, you're not getting the fact that you're not in a power position, and I get to decide if I want to give you this conversation or not. I don't owe you. I don't owe a liar and a drama fiend online my analytics.
I understand that.
So instead of telling a dishonorable bad faith lie to get an interaction with me, why don't you be savvy and smart enough? You're not even letting me finish.
Well,
because you know I'm right.
Call me a liar.
You know I'm right. If you were really smart and you were a drama fiend and you were savvy, you would come to me. You had a personal interaction with me regularly. You had a personal line to me regularly. Anytime you wanted, you could have said, "There's people over here, not me, who are saying you bought your subs. Will you please come on and show us your?"
I don't need them to tell me that. I can look into it myself.
Hello, exactly. You can look into yourself, so you don't really want to understand or know the truth or have my perspective. You want to feign like you do while you repeat lies and use it for drama because I'm one of the most interesting people in these spaces. So it benefits you to start conflict with me. You're such a self-sabotaging addict, just like the rest of these people. Instead of you working with an ally here, that could be one of your greatest allies, you rather start a fight with me because you think it's going to be profitable for you. It's a shame. It's disappointing.
Fight. No, I'm just continuing to stand in the fact that I'm not going to.
Again, I'm not showing you anything. If you want to repeat that I bought subs, you're lying to an audience, and it's fucking you over a long term. It doesn't fuck me in any way, dummy.
I didn't say that you bought them.
It just makes me look more powerful and valuable from the outside looking in. That you come out of nowhere and you got to repeat that I bought subs when the audience and you keep repeating on the other end that I'm talented and have a mouthpiece.
Bought subs.
Listen, bro. This is the point. I came in here today to try to do something else with this. You had to make it this because this is what you and everyone else here is. Machine Lies wouldn't have done it. Douglas wouldn't have done it. But you can't help yourself.
Oh,
no.
So okay, yeah. So
if he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it.
We can start to see what's happening here, right? This is because I don't align entirely with you.
He does it in the right way.
Anyone who questions the Almighty King, you know what I mean? That's all this is.
That's you and everyone else's narrative. I don't care about your narrative.
It's the facts.
Again, what's the consequence?
For what?
What's the consequence? I don't want you questioning my life's work, projecting on it, and lying about it. You say that you're not really lying. You're just asking hard questions and repeating what other people have said. Great. I want nothing to do with it. I'm already answering more to it than I'd like to, and you're going to keep it going because you think it's beneficial and profitable.
I think it's worth engaging with you.
It's not worth engaging because I get $100 to $200 per broadcast. I get 2,000 viewers, up to 50,000 per broadcast. I have a network of people I'm working with, getting land and building houses, and we're going to court and getting dismissals. So, quite frankly, you can eat my ass.
Okay,
right. That's the bottom line. You can eat my dust, as they used to say. I'm not interested what you think about me or project onto me and ask me to answer to.
Of course you're not.
The facts are all there. You can ignore the facts to presume your own reality to cope at your own peril. I'm not interested.
Well, what you will,
see how that works?
Call it what you will.
Believe it or not, real life experience and real value, real power and value, experience and real momentum trumps your fantasies and your projections. In case you didn't know. I know a lot of you on here want to be the Luciferian god of this world. You ain't up to the task. So there's no point in playing the power games of that, right? You can't overwrite and remake creation in your own image and make
Criticizing
it
you is
so.
not a power game. Criticizing you.
Why are you criticizing me? Why?
We should be able to criticize each other the same way.
Am I criticizing you? Do I talk about you anywhere else? Do I bring you up?
Yes, you do.
I didn't say I wasn't able to. I could do way more than that, and then you cry about it. I don't want to do it.
I do it. We do it.
I don't want to be involved in it.
Good. That's fine.
See the difference?
I still see the fact that you don't want to own up to the easy solution, right? Because you don't have to. Why should I? I'm in a power position. Well,
right.
You should have.
I'd rather you keep denying my good works, lying about me in between saying how great I am, which is the most bizarre thing ever. You're just like the bitches who I deal with in life.
I know you said that 1,000 times too.
Half the time you're telling me how great I am and how you want to suck my dick and work with me, and the other half of the time you're projecting onto me and competing with me, and there's really no comparison.
No, there's no competing with you, and that's the best
part.
So
why try to demean my good works and try to cast doubt on my numbers and my experience and all the rest of it? What do you gain from that?
We want to have an authentic interaction.
You
right?
don't, because if you did, we're looping again. Final approach. Put the tray tables up. We'll see if it'll stick this time, Mr. Autist. You did not email me and message me and tell me to come over and talk about the truth of my experience. You're talking over me again. We had you're now feigning incompetence, so you really are this incompetent. You're weaponizing it. You had a Telegram interaction with me daily, almost at one point. You're talking about working together on the ground and doing all types of things.
Well, you didn't want to. You just wanted somebody to share news articles with you. You're talking over me again because you don't
want the truth to come out, Mr. Autist liar.
That's what you do. I mean,
so,
no, dude.
It's not what I do. And is your metric for what you do what I do? That's your metric. So I'm your daddy too, like so many others on here, right? Thank you. Thank you for admitting it. Your metric for what you're going to do is what I do because you take after daddy. But that's only convenient, right? When you want to deflect. So the reality is, you started a broadcast with 5 people who haven't stopped talking about me for 3 years, and you did not invite me. That's not an honest, authentic attempt to understand a being and get to the truth. That is a power play. That is tribalism. That is political science.
That were not true. So I mean, I'm not sure where you think you get off in a position that you get to be dishonest this much because nobody's gonna call you out for it because I
don't know what that means. You're again projecting and presuming I'm being dishonest. So you already have your mind made up about me while you're pretending to feign that you're asking hard questions to get understandings. No, you have a subconscious resentment and bitterness toward me. You've already made your mind up about me, and you're pretending that you don't know. So you ask questions, pose your own answers, and then project a verdict onto me.
This is not teaching legal lawful. This is what you do when it wasn't me.
I don't need to teach your bitch ass who can't stand a quarter on a panel versus law. You need me to tell you. So you should say, Holly, instead of me demeaning you and your numbers and trying to disgrace you and feigning incompetence, why don't you teach son Landry how to stand as a man and honor and good faith? And I would.
People, do the people in government? Do you question them?
I'm not interested in not necessarily. I'm not interested in teaching you how to be a man in a court venue. When you learn how to be a man in life, we can talk about how to court, right? We can talk about how to court women. We can talk about how to do courting.
And tell me how to court women.
Well, I can tell you how my woman never came on in 5 years and told me that I wasn't shit like she did with you. I can tell you that.
Why is that
we may have had a disagreement after 4 years and parted ways amicably, in which she says she regrets it and wants to still work with me. And I said, well, I don't think that's going to happen. So, we can talk about her respecting me and us not maybe getting along or being completely in alignment. So we amicably be separated. That doesn't mean she doesn't respect me, right? See the difference? You're not great with nuance and context. Just because you have a woman who's in the house with you doesn't mean she really respects you for obvious reasons. I don't either. So she never came on here and disrespected me in front of an audience like your woman did week 1.
That's what you think, but it's the best you got, man. It's the best you got. I mean, I could talk, but I know your game. I know I said 5 or 6 things, but you tire people out because you just move past them like rapid fire. I asked you several questions about would you question the people who are in government? You do it every day, right? Is it not important to question people who are in an authoritative position?
Landry, are you in an authoritative position right now?
deflecting and
No, I'm not.
obfuscating and spinning
Are you
behind
that
again.
dumb, Truth or Cop? You thought I was talking about myself?
Hey Douglas, can you try to explain to him that he was sitting with 5 people and never gave me an invite, and I had to find out secondhand he was sitting somewhere talking about me, claiming he wants to question the authority of the panelverse, which would be me, because he's created some bizarre reality in his head
when was
where
this?
I'm
Be
the head
specific.
honcho here and I have to be questioned or toppled.
Be specific.
Wow. Landry.
What's up? Truth or Cop?
That's crazy, dude.
You should question yourself
I
of
will
why you
add-
positive you to begin with that I had to buy subscribers. Where does that thought form come from?
It comes from the evidence.
That's what I want to get to, because this argument
What's
keeps
the
going back and
evidence?
forth.
The evidence is
I will
right in
say,
front of your face.
Moose openly bought.
It's right in front of my face, right?
Bought subs for Talcott at one point. He
And
openly
I never
bought
said
them.
that you bought subs. You can do it through
So
the,
I don't know if you
the
mixed up
YouTube
that
metric.
information,
You can
Landry.
advertise yourself. Did you do that?
When did I deny that I've advertised?
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying those are bots. They're just the bots that YouTube picks. There's a reason why they don't consistently stick with.
Where are we going with this line of non-questioning to create a narrative? Where does the narrative end?
Paul, this guy
140.
Landry, he streamed the vertical stream type just to do a test, to prove that the numbers were fake. He couldn't get the viewers to do it though.
Of course he can.
Well,
Because
I
he
did get
sucks
to,
on
no,
camera.
I got to 2,600 with the view once before. Hey, everyone here sucks on camera, dude. Everyone here is a low energy except for you, Chris Hansen, right? But I've improved, and I don't even, it doesn't even matter because I've been telling you since the beginning.
The point is, you're sitting around like a hen questioning my numbers when you can't get them because you don't have what I have. And instead of you working on getting what I have, you'd rather question it and demean it.
Let's do it. You will continue to care about numbers, right? You will continue to do that, and that's
what does that mean?
You will look me in the eye, or not in the eye, but you will say that you are about more than that, right? But you're not, because when it gets down to it, when the discussion gets down to it, what are you about? The broadcast. Everybody's got to be focused on their numbers. We're sitting here. How many people are watching us right now? Truth or Cop?
Again, the autist can't figure out the nuance and context. I'm so tired of explaining life to everyone.
How many people are here?
9, dude. It went down to 1 earlier. With Ross
9 fucking people are here, dude. You know what I mean?
I agree. It's a non-cast. Nobody cares about you all sitting around bitching, complaining, and asking bullshit questions and playing power games. No one really cares. The whole rest of the world doesn't give a fuck.
Great job, Landry. Great job.
It's
you
great
brought down the broadcast.
You know what the rest of the world does give a fuck about? Rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, Charlie Kirk, and all the rest of the shit that we cover. State of Israel, mind and heart control, blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. Did the shit that you don't cover here because you're too busy yelling at everyone.
I don't come here for that. I came here to say hello to Douglas and extend blessings to Machine Lies, Alhamdulillah, you know, and that's pretty much it, man.
That's fine. You don't have to be questioned. I mean, obviously, I was sent here by our poll. You know, he sent me over to talk to Truth or Cop because, you know, Truth or Cop's he's got something to him. He might be something. You know, this glasses guy who is willing to pay a shitload of money to OTW for that content. So I mean, it's fascinating. This character.
You also missed the point. You're really not great at getting the points. The main point here was what they don't do.
Who?
Machine Lies and Truth or Cop.
What don't they do?
I don't necessarily come at them and go, "You don't have numbers. You're not getting any bread. You ain't shit." I'd only do that with people who are about gossip and drama and nonsense. If they're not doing that and they're not pretending they want to find out the truth about me while they do a non-cast with 4 other hating panel members and don't invite me to respond.
You don't respond. You do this. You don't like, because if it was me,
more excuses.
Question something that I do. I'll show you the proof.
I didn't invite you to the Hate Paul question, Paul, want answers about Paul without Paul, because you'll just do this and talk too much for our liking.
You do it right
so
here.
you want me to sit there, shut up, and take it, not respond or give?
Don't you want to talk about the truth?
I don't understand. Why am I not allowed to talk now? This is the most gaslighting, narking thing I've ever seen. You're now Illuma Landry.
No,
Illuma Landry has entered the chat.
Illuma Landry, it's Landry.
He says, I want to talk about Paul and question Paul, but I don't want Paul to answer for more than 3 seconds.
You don't answer.
Look, I can't even talk more than 3 to 5 seconds. He'll say, you talk too long. Shut up and let us lie about you.
Come on.
And he'll say he wants the answers.
I want to be kicked off.
You're a sick kid, man. That's the bottom line. You're a masochistic, sadistic kid, and you really don't care for yourself in your life, and you really didn't learn any lessons about your health. And I have, and I'm not sticking to my rule because I'm here now doing this with you, right? So I can call myself out on that. Notice how I don't need to be critiqued and called out by the likes of you because I hold myself accountable, whether I like it or not.
I also hold myself accountable. I'll cop to whatever you want to. Okay.
Again, this is all a game. It's all a power game. This is all for you to drum up nonsense and have something to bitch and talk about. You know what you should be focusing on? Your wife and child and your career, because those are in jeopardy, and you're not. Because you'd rather sit here and be sadistic and masochistic and roll in the mud and make up lies and project onto me because you're bitter.
What's the lie?
You're bitter and envious.
I'm not bitter. I'm not envious. I'm envious of you. I was trying to work with you. I think that you could have got. I still stand by all the things I said. And if you think that this is not,
I don't see the point in you repeating slow states narratives to me.
Okay, it's always someone else's narrative because nobody can form their own thoughts unless they're you, right?
Did I say that, or am I talking to you? Why are you speaking like you're politically creating a narrative for the audience or everyone else to go against me? I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry you had to put up with that, Paul.
Whatever. I subject myself to it. I'm not a victim.
TML, do you have anything? I don't know. Do you see anything here that might help clarify the situation? I was going to bring you back up, Landry. He ran. Oh.